Chapter 1899. Inside the hall, a gust of wind suddenly rose. Except for Shuiyu, who was protected by Yang Kai, everyone else staggered and groaned. President AIO, what is the meaning of this? Yang Kai squinted at the bare-waisted man in front of him and asked indifferently. AIO, on the other hand, was bewildered. His eyes widened like a ferocious tiger or a blazing sun, instilling fear in those who looked at him. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Sure enough, heroes come from the youth since ancient times. Kid, you're really amazing. When Ni Guang told me about you, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that Ni Guang has underestimated you. Your aptitude is much higher than you, Ers. Senior is overpraising me. Junior just obtained some opportunities, Yang Kai replied, looking neither servile nor overbearing. I.O. suddenly stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Shuiyu stood to the side, her face pale. She didn't understand why her father attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived, but when she heard this sentence, she suddenly understood. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly understanding, he smiled and asked, What does Senior want from me? You know it in your heart. AIO looked a little impatient. Yang Kai said, If Senior wants that drop of my thing, I can tell Senior that it is useless even if I give it to you. Mrs. Gu's soul is damaged now, and that thing can only repair physical injuries. Senior should be clear about this. Naturally, I know, AIO quickly said. Then Senior wants that thing? Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Junior can't agree to this. In the hall, a group of origin-grade alchemists were confused and looked over curiously. They didn't know what Yang Kai was referring to. But whether it was Yang Kai, AIO, or Shuiyu, they all clearly understood what it was. The Immortal Source Liquid and the Immortal Tree. The reason why AIO attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived was to snatch his Immortal Tree. To heal Gu Baihu. Although the Immortal Source Liquid could not restore Gu Baihu's damaged divine soul, the Immortal Tree was different. With the Immortal Tree, one would be immortal and indestructible. Repairing one's divine soul was a piece of cake. Don't tell me you've already fused with it. AIO's eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled but said nothing. AIO's heart sank. After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. After all, according to Ni Guang, when they first entered the Severed World, they had no idea what was going on. Yang Kai was the same as Shuiyu, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but how many years had it been since then? This brat has actually broken through to the second-order origin king realm. There was only one explanation, and that was a huge opportunity. Fusing with the Immortal Tree was clearly such an opportunity. AIO circulated his divine sense in disbelief and scanned Yang Kai's body. To his shock, he found that Yang Kai's blood vitality was extremely vigorous. The surging blood vitality fluctuations hidden inside Yang Kai's body made even a master like him tremble in fear. You've really fused with it? AIO exclaimed, his face ashen as the last glimmer of hope in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He was not depressed because he had no fate with a supreme treasure like the Immortal Tree. It was because he could not use the Immortal Tree to save Gu Baihu. Yang Kai did not explain and simply let him misunderstand. After a moment of silence, AIO suddenly shouted, Even if you've fused with it, it doesn't matter. Your blood must contain the energy of that treasure. As long as I release some of your blood, the madam will be saved. He was now desperately trying to find a doctor for any situation he could think of. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She hurriedly rushed out and stood in front of Yang Kai, whispering, Father, you can't. Go away. You have no right to speak here. AIO roared. The dignified president of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, the overlord of Star Territory. It turns out that your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boy, what are you saying? Pay attention to your words. AIO narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai sneered. If it weren't for Shuiyu's face, would I be standing here talking to you? Just based on the fact that you attacked me just now, I can turn your water sky city upside down. If it weren't for your unstable state of mind while trying to save your woman, your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would be gone today. Shui Yu's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, "Speak properly." Yang Kai smiled, "I can speak properly, but your father had better calm down." Ao also came back to his senses abruptly, realizing that the person standing in front of him was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will, but a second-order origin king who was on an equal footing with him, whose strength was almost on par with his. If he really angered a master of this level, he was afraid that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Without mentioning anything else, the destruction of Water Sky City was already set in stone. "Boy, you're quite arrogant." Although he had calmed down a lot, he still could not lose face. "I just came from Purple Star." Yang Kai smiled slightly. His words were a little inexplicable, but Yang Kai believed that Ao should understand what he meant. Ao was startled and looked at Yang Kai in amazement. Sure enough, he seemed to understand something and whispered, "So it was you." Although Shui Yu did not receive news of the incident in Purple Star, as the president of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, how could Ao not know about such a big event? After Yang Kai said this, he immediately understood that the culprit behind the incident in Purple Star half a year ago was standing in front of him. That was a hero who Kuang Shizong had personally pursued and failed to capture. Even if he personally went to fight, he could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. After understanding this, Ao took a deep breath and nodded. "This king was rude just now. Please don't blame him, friend." "Friend?" Shui Yu's mouth twitched, wondering why her father was calling Yang Kai a brother. Wasn't this messing up the seniority? She hurriedly shot a resentful look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled dryly, "Senior is too serious. Senior is thinking of his wife, so it is natural for him to be impulsive. This junior can understand." "That's good. Friend is really a magnanimous person. I have heard a lot about you. And I Guang admires you very much. Since you have come to my Water Sky City today, stay here for a few days. After I finish dealing with the matter at hand, I will come and talk to you in detail." Yang Kai listened to his tone and immediately understood that Ni Guang should not have told Ao about him and Shui Yu. Otherwise, Ao would not speak to him like this. "Father, Yang Kai is an alchemist." Shui Yu heard her father call Yang Kai a friend and felt uncomfortable, so she quickly changed the topic. Ao looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. "Friend's cultivation is so high, but you are also proficient in the alchemic Tao." "I've dabbled in it," Yang Kai said modestly. "Is that not all?" "Boy, don't be too modest." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Ao frowned, showing a trace of displeasure on his face. There weren't many people in the world who dared to interrupt him when he was speaking, but when he saw who the speaker was, his expression couldn't help but soften. It seemed that the speaker had some weight in his heart, and it wasn't appropriate to blame him. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, and after a moment his expression became extremely stunned. Over there, where many origin-grade alchemists had gathered, a familiar face was standing there, looking at him with a smile. "Grandmaster Zhong Ao." Yang Kai smiled happily and quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists. The person who spoke was origin-grade high-rank alchemist Zhong Ao. When he went to Rainfall Star with Shui Yu, he had lived with Zhong Ao for a while. At that time, Yang Kai's strength was low and his alchemic Tao was not very good, but Zhong Ao was already an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Yang Kai and Zhong Ao had exchanged alchemy techniques, and Zhong Ao had benefited greatly while Yang Kai had also gained many benefits from him. The spirit pill used to treat Shui Yu was suggested by Zhong Ao and refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not expect to meet Zhong Ao here. But after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural because although Zhong Ao had not officially joined Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, he had been living on Rainfall Star, so he could be considered half a member of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Now that President Aio's wife was in trouble, Zhong Ao would naturally be invited over. "Boy, don't mock me," Zhong Ao pouted. "After not seeing you for a few dozen years, you've already reached the second-order Origin King realm while this old master is still stuck in the Origin grade high rank. This old master is really a tragedy. Grandmaster is too humble." Back then, your attainments in the alchemic Tao were already quite profound, and now, I'm afraid you have only made further progress and are not far from the Origin King grade. Zhong Ao smiled lightly, a smug look in his eyes. Do you know each other? Ao asked in surprise. Zhong Ao grinned. Yes, I discussed the alchemic Tao with him a few dozen years ago. That little brat also stole many of my alchemy furnaces. Yang Kai laughed and said, those alchemy furnaces are useless to me now. If Grandmaster wants to take them back, I can return them to you. No need, they are useless to me. Zhong Ao waved his hand. You can keep them as a souvenir. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, it seems that Grandmaster is really about to break through to the Origin King grade. That soul source restoration pill recipe should have been provided by you, right? Zhong Ao's expression suddenly became dignified. Mrs. Gu's situation is obvious, but there are few ways to cure her. Refining the soul source restoration pill is just one of them, and it is also the easiest way. Then, have the materials been gathered? The other materials are easy to find. Although they are precious and difficult to find, with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, it is easy to collect them. Only the 7-colored elk's monster core is difficult to find. The monster core has been found. It was delivered to this king 10 days ago. AIO interjected. Chapter 1900. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant species that had long gone extinct. Its monster core was one of the main materials for refining the soul source restoration pill, while its sachet was one of the main materials for refining the 10,000-year incense. The 10,000-year incense could calm one's qi and mind. A single stick of incense could burn for 10,000 years. If a cultivator could light a stick of 10,000-year incense while cultivating, they could prevent heart demons from corroding their mind. It was extremely useful for the cultivator's cultivation. High Heaven Sect's Ascending Dragon Temple still had a stick of 10,000-year incense that was still wafting with its fragrance. Yang Kai had brought it out from the 6th layer of Lu Yen's sand field. If the disciples of High Heaven Sect needed to enter seclusion to break through, they could go to the Ascending Dragon Temple to cultivate. Not only was there 10,000-year incense, but there was also the 9-branched jade crystal tree, a supreme treasure of the martial Tao. It could help the disciples comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao and heavenly way. It could be said that the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branched jade crystal tree played an important role in the rapid cultivation progress of High Heaven Sect's disciples over the years. Without these two things, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would definitely be reduced by a level. The 7-colored elk was full of treasures. Whether it was its monster core or its sachet, they were both difficult to find. But unexpectedly, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had actually collected a 7-colored elk's monster core. Even a character like Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. As AIO spoke, he took out a round monster core from his space ring. It was glowing with 7 colors. For any alchemist, this kind of material was enough to arouse their interest. There was no alchemist who didn't want to use rare materials to refine pills. They wanted to watch various materials condense and fuse in their hands. In the end, the pill was formed. This was something that every alchemist would feel gratified and happy about. Unfortunately, this monster core should have been stored for too long. A lot of its medicinal efficacies have been lost. Zhong Ao sighed again. Many alchemists nodded in agreement. Although the monster core had a 7-colored glow, it wasn't bright. On the contrary, it gave off a dim feeling, like a candle flame swaying in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. And we only found a single monster core. We couldn't find the 7-colored elk sachet. The effect would have been better if I had used the sachet as an auxiliary ingredient. AIO also sighed. But in any case, now that all the materials had been gathered, only the Origin King Grade Grandmaster Zhuode could come. Then he could start concocting pills. Gubai, who was saved. Senior, did Grandmaster Zhuode say when he will come? Yang Kai looked at AIO and asked. AIO smiled bitterly. According to the news, they will arrive at Water Sky City in the next few days. As for when exactly, I'm not sure, but since it's been so long, there's no need to rush. He was a dignified second-order origin king and the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but it had always been others waiting for him. When had he ever tried waiting for others? Only an existence like an origin king-grade alchemist could make AIO bow his head. No matter how anxious and depressed he was, he could only restrain himself and wait quietly. This master's arrogance is quite big. Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he said this, AIO couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a knowing look. An untimely voice suddenly became noisy. What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing Grandmaster Zhuoda? I'm not. Yang Kai turned his head innocently and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, dressed in an origin-grade alchemist uniform, looking at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction and coldly snorted. As an origin king-grade alchemist, Grandmaster Zhuoda is naturally busy. It's natural for him to be delayed. Aren't you being too disrespectful to Grandmaster by saying this? Yang Kai frowned. He knew that this alchemist should respect that guy named Zhuoda very much, so he couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of him. Taking a closer look at the insignia on this man's robes, Yang Kai confirmed that the other party was an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Not bothering to argue with him, Yang Kai simply chuckled and said, "It seems this one misspoke." Just like how a cultivator respected a more powerful master, this was especially obvious in the field of alchemists. An origin-grade alchemist was already a highly respected existence, but an origin king-grade alchemist was even more so. There were only a few of them in the entire Star Territory. Grandmasters would have had countless admirers, and this hook-nosed middle-aged man was one of them. He wouldn't let this go so easily. Your Excellency may be an origin king realm master, but slandering Grandmasters would is also a big mistake. This matter can't be let go. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to Grandmaster's reputation. If that really happens, can you bear the consequences? Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened after being accused like this. Then what do you want? Apologize. After Grandmaster Zhuoda comes here, you will personally apologize to him. Hee hee. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Grandmaster Zhuoda's reputation is just reputation, but this king's reputation isn't? Yang Kai boasted that he was a second-order origin king with status, and strength, but just because of an unintentional mistake, he had to apologize to an alchemist he had never met. How could he do such a thing? He suddenly felt that this hook-nosed middle-aged man was a little too ridiculous. You are just a trivial cultivator, how can you be compared to Grandmaster? The hook-nosed middle-aged man was not afraid of Yang Kai's origin king realm identity at all. He looked at him with contempt. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, I am just a trivial cultivator, I can easily take your life. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's face changed. He quickly looked at AIO and said in horror, Master, this person is so arrogant and despotic. Not only did he not put Grandmaster Zhuoda in his eyes, he even dared to threaten me. I ask President Master to uphold justice. Yang Kai said, President AIO is also a trivial cultivator. The hook-nosed middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth wide. AIO grinned and looked up at the sky. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's words made him very unhappy. He was already upset because of Gu Baihu's injury, so how could he pay attention to the request of an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist? What's more, Yang Kai's words resonated with him. That old man Zhuoda was very arrogant. Over the years, whenever he was asked to refine pills, the Chamber of Commerce would bleed a lot. Sensing AIO's thoughts, the hook-nosed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He knew that he had spoken without thinking. Not only did he curse Yang Kai, he also offended AIO. He immediately regretted it, but he still said stubbornly, So what if you can take my life? I have no grudges with you in the past. If you dare to kill me, you will be despised by the world. Don't forget, I am an alchemist. If you dare to kill me, let's see who will refine pills for you in the future. Sorry, I am also an alchemist. Yang Kai smiled faintly. With just you? The hook-nosed middle-aged man sneered. I don't deny that you are talented in martial Dao. At such a young age, You can exchange a blow with President AIO and only fall into a disadvantageous position. But so what? You spend all your time and energy on the martial Dao. How much attainment do you have in the alchemic Dao? With my ability alone, I can leave you in the dust. Although these words were unpleasant to hear, they were also what everyone present was thinking. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, no one thought that he had high attainments in the alchemic Dao. Even Zhong Ao didn't think that Yang Kai's alchemist level was high. After all, a person's energy was limited. Being able to have such high attainments in the martial Dao was already something to be proud of. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Just take it as it is. He really wasn't in the mood to get entangled with this kind of person. Humph, you overestimate yourself. Seeing that Yang Kai had backed down, the hook-nosed man didn't restrain his arrogance. Instead, he became even more arrogant. He thought that the other party was really afraid of his identity as an alchemist and didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, he became even more fearless and said, "Let's drop the matter between you and me. But you must give an explanation for slandering Grandmaster Zuoda." "Are you done yet?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold. "What explanation do you need? Is Zuoda your father or your grandfather? I only said that he was a little arrogant and you kept on blabbering. Did I say something wrong? As far as I know, President AIO had sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago. But he still hasn't shown up until today. If this isn't arrogance, then what is?" These words struck a chord in AIO's heart. Although he was secretly angry that Zuoda hadn't shown up yet, he was the one asking for help after all. So, he could only think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. But for so many days, AIO had cursed Zuoda countless times in his heart. He had almost cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Now that he heard Yang Kai say it out loud, he felt that the knot in his heart had dispersed a lot. Looking at Yang Kai, he found him pleasing to the eye. "How dare you call Grandmaster by his name?" the hook-nosed man shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. He didn't show any respect to an Origin King-grade alchemist at all. He sneered and said, "Isn't he just an Origin King-grade alchemist? So what if I call his name?" The hook-nosed man was furious. One of his hands kept trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai. He then turned to AIO and said, "President, Master, he is so blatantly disrespectful to Grandmaster. Don't you care? If Grandmaster Zuoda knows about this, he will definitely be angry." "Oh." AIO's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yang Kai and said in a pleading tone, "Friend, let's turn this into a small matter." Shuiyu was also looking at Yang Kai pleadingly from the side. They were all afraid that if Zuoda heard about what happened here, with his temper, he would definitely use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Although he wouldn't turn around and leave, he would definitely rip Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce off. Yang Kai nodded. Since Senior has spoken, Junior will naturally respect. But if anyone still dares to blabber, don't blame Junior for teaching them a lesson. Of course. AIO nodded lightly and cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. The hook-nosed man's face was gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai hatefully. He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the fierce light in Yang Kai's eyes, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only say, "Just you wait. When Grandmaster Zuoda gets here, he will teach you a lesson." "And I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded. The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly became a lot stiffer after the hook-nosed man's interruption. It seemed a little awkward. Chapter 1901. Those Origin-grade alchemists didn't dare to talk to Yang Kai because of Grandmaster Zuoda's identity. Only Zhong Ao didn't care at all. He walked to Yang Kai's side and whispered to him. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask about Gu Baihu's situation. Zhong Ao had been staying in this palace these days, always paying attention to Gu Baihu's injuries, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand. Yang Kai also got a lot of useful information. "By the way, who is that guy? Why did he jump out and bite me before I even said anything?" Yang Kai gestured to the hook-nosed man and asked. Zhong Ao replied in a low voice. "His name is Zhan Yuan. Although his aptitude in alchemy is good, he didn't have a good teacher to teach him, so he didn't have many achievements. He was originally unknown, but by chance, he got some pointers from Grandmaster Wuxia and suddenly became enlightened. He quickly became an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Because of this, he has always considered himself a student of Grandmaster Wuxia. With this relationship, he naturally can't listen to what you said. So that's how it is, Yang Kai understood. It seemed that this Zhang Yuan didn't just respect Wuxia, but also regarded him as a teacher who solved his doubts. Wuxia naturally weighed a lot in his heart. Yang Kai didn't say anything bad about Wuxia, but he did say that Grandmaster Wuxia was a bit arrogant, which was hard for him to accept. But Grandmaster Wuxia, sigh, it's hard to say. Zhong Ao's words had a hidden meaning, but he didn't finish them. Yang Kai knew what he was trying to say. They were both alchemists, but Wuxia was superior. Zhong Ao couldn't be disrespectful to him no matter what. Being disrespectful to Wuxia was disrespectful to the alchemic Tao. So, there were some words that Zhong Ao couldn't say. In short, you should be careful. Although you are now a second-order Origin King Master, you should never underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. To put it bluntly, if President AIO had to choose between you and Grandmaster Wuxia, I reckon he would have an 80% chance of choosing the latter. I understand. Yang Kai smiled. While the two were chatting in a low voice, a cultivator in golden armor suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He cupped his fists and said to AIO with a solemn expression, "President, Grandmaster Wuxia has arrived." "We're here?" AIO's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Invite him in." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly added, "No, I'll personally welcome them." He waited bitterly for half a year. He was on tenterhooks all the time. He was afraid that Gu Bai who would not be able to hold on until the master arrived. Now that the Grandmaster had finally arrived at Water Sky City, AIO felt half of the burden in his heart had been lifted. Gu Bai who had to wait until the Grandmaster refined the Soul Source Restoration Pill. Then she would be able to wake up from her coma. While speaking, he straightened his clothes and quickly walked out. The others in the hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Almost all of them were alchemists. When they heard that Wuxia had arrived, how could they hold back? They all rushed out after AIO, wanting to see the Grandmaster's face. When the hook-nosed man named Zhang Yuan passed by Yang Kai, he glared at him fiercely with a ferocious smile on his face. It was as if he was saying that the Grandmaster had arrived and that Yang Kai was dead meat. Yang Kai curled his lips and ignored him. "Let's go and welcome them. If the Grandmaster sees these big shots standing still here, I'm afraid he will be displeased again." Zhong Ao shook his head with a wry smile and walked out unhurriedly. Yang Kai thought for a moment and followed him out. Outside the hall, a dozen or so Origin-grade alchemists stood behind AIO in a row, all of them looking up at the sky. Somewhere in the sky, a rainbow light was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was using some kind of flight-type artifact. There weren't many people who dared to use flight-type artifacts in a place like Water Sky City, and even fewer people who dared to swagger through the streets like this. However, Grandmaster Wuxia was definitely qualified to do so, and no one dared to say anything about it. Yang Kai thought that the other party had arrived on a star shuttle. But after taking a closer look, he found that it wasn't the case. Although the rainbow light was far away from the hall, Yang Kai could still see it clearly with his cultivation and eyesight. It was a strangely shaped palanquin, carried by 4 people at the front and back of the palanquin. There were a total of 8 people. Wind blew under their feet as they carried the palanquin towards them, leaving behind a trail of light. The 8 people carrying the palanquin were all young women with graceful figures and pretty faces. The palanquin itself was also very luxuriously decorated. The seats were spacious, and there were 2 figures, one old and one young, sitting on the seats. The old man had white hair and beard and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, looking relaxed and carefree. The young woman was standing on the palanquin, looking around curiously. This Flying Star Moonchaser palanquin was specially built by Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce for Grandmaster. It is 10% faster than the Best Star Shuttle. Those women were also offered to Grandmaster by Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. This thing has almost become Grandmaster symbol, Zhong Ao explained to Yang Kai in a soft voice. Yang Kai chuckled. Grandmaster Zhong Ao will become an Origin King-grade alchemist if he goes one step further. He will definitely enjoy such treatment in the future. Zhong Ao shook his head disdainfully. This old master only wants to pursue the peak of the alchemic Tao. I don't care about these external things. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said nothing more. After a short while, the Flying Star Moon Chaser palanquin arrived in front of the hall and landed steadily. Io straightened his clothes, but before he could speak, a figure shot out from the palanquin. Accompanied by a giggle that sounded like a silver bell, that graceful and alluring figure rushed to Kai Yang's side and hugged the person beside Kai Yang. Burying her head into that person's chest, she greedily and exaggeratedly took a few deep breaths. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know who was so rude as to do such a shameless thing in public. Everyone turned to look at the graceful figure. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, many people showed understanding smiles, but Yang Kai was stunned. Because he found that the graceful figure who shot out of the palanquin was hugging none other than Xueyu, who was standing next to him. Xueyu looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Obviously, she didn't expect such a thing to happen in public. She didn't want to push the palanquin away, so for a moment, she was at a loss and froze in place. Yang Kai was furious. Instinctively, he wanted to go up and beat the other party to let them know that his woman was not to be violated. But thinking about it, the other party was also a woman, so he let it go. The woman rubbed her head against Xueyu like a kitten before raising her head, revealing a beautiful face that shamed the moon and flowers as she said in a tender voice, "Big brother Xueyu, we haven't seen each other for several years, did you miss me?" The corners of Xueyu's mouth twitched a few times before she let out a dry laugh and said, "So it's little sister Zueling. I was wondering who was so bold, and little sister Zueling, let go of me first." Hee hee. The woman named Zueling obediently released Xueyu and stood 3 meters in front of her, narrowing her eyes as she looked her up and down, nodding. "After not seeing you for a few years, big brother Xueyu has become more and more handsome. No wonder those women in the Star Territory can't forget you and are obsessed with you." There was a trace of jealousy in her words, but she also praised Xueyu bluntly, so anyone with half a brain would understand what was going on. This girl named Zueling had probably fallen in love with Xueyu a long time ago. It wasn't strange when one thought about it. Xueyu was the dream lover of all the girls in the Star Territory. It was natural for a young woman to charm a little girl when she killed someone. Moreover, from Zueling's words, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Little sister Zueling, you flatter me." Xueyu let out a dry laugh. It would have been fine if Yang Kai wasn't here, but Yang Kai was standing next to her, watching this good show. Feeling his gaze, Xueyu felt as if a cat was scratching her all over. She felt very uncomfortable. "Ling, don't be rude." A majestic voice came from behind. Zueda slowly got up from the palanquin and shouted in a deep voice. Zueling stuck out her tongue at Xueyu and whispered, "I'll come talk to big brother Xueyu later. Grandpa is calling me." While speaking, her figure flashed and came to the side of the palanquin like a nimble cat. She respectfully helped Zueda down. Yang Kai looked at Xueyu and smiled, but his smile was very strange. Xueyu was annoyed. She glared at him coldly. "Welcome, Grandmaster. You have worked hard." Only now did President Ao find an opportunity to speak. He cupped his fists and greeted Zueda. "Greetings, Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard." Many Origin-grade alchemists saluted respectfully. "Ha, I'm an old man. The journey was a little bumpy. Sorry for making you wait." Zueda cupped his fists slightly in response. Yang Kai looked at the Grandmaster not far away and found that the other party looked very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. His cultivation was only at the second-order Origin returning realm, but his every movement carried a faint medicinal fragrance. Obviously, it was because he dealt with pills all year round. Judging from his appearance, this Grandmaster Zueda was quite approachable. Maybe he really had something to do and couldn't come here for more than half a year. Yang Kai secretly thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed until now when President Aio invited him. Grandmaster must be tired from the long journey. Do you need this king to arrange a place for you to rest? Aio asked with concern. And that's good. This old master is indeed a little tired. Zhude nodded slightly. He actually agreed. Aio was stunned. He stared at Zhude in a daze. I was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? Isn't the anxiety on my face obvious enough? Or is it because you are old and dim-sighted that you didn't notice? The other origin-grade alchemists also furrowed their brows slightly. Everyone felt that Grandmaster Zhude's actions were a little inappropriate. It's fine to make others wait for more than half a year. You are an Origin King-grade alchemist. You have the qualifications to do so. Now that you have arrived, you should naturally start refining pills as soon as possible. Saving people is more important. Moreover, although the journey is long, you have a starship to pick you up and a moon chaser flying star. You don't even need to use your own strength. How can you be tired? Aio's face turned a little ugly. Chapter 1902. This old master was just joking. President Aio doesn't need to take it seriously. Zhude suddenly laughed and said. No one knew if he was really joking or if he was planning to take a rest, but he changed his words after seeing Aio's displeased look. Although Zhude's identity was noble, Aio's status wasn't low either. Naturally, he had to consider Aio's feelings. If Grandmaster feels tired, it doesn't matter if you rest for a few days. Anyway, we have waited for so long. There's no need to rush. Aio's reaction wasn't slow. He wouldn't refuse to give Zhude a way out. Moreover, his words revealed a very obvious message. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Saving people is more important. Zhude waved his hand and said resolutely. Then, many thanks, Grandmaster. Aio was obviously relieved. The expression on his face relaxed. Zhan Yuan greets honored teacher. Honored teacher is indeed kind-hearted. You have worked hard all the way, but you put saving people first. You are our role model. Zhan Yuan admires honored teacher. The hook-nosed man stepped out of the crowd and came not far from Zhude. He started to flatter Zhude. Zhude glanced at him, seemingly at a loss. But soon he smiled and said, So, it's you. And you are already an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Good progress. Work hard. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed after being praised. It was as if he had eaten a whole jar of honey. He said, if it weren't for honored teacher's guidance, Zhan Yuan wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Honored teacher, please accept Zhan Yuan's bow. While speaking, he bowed to the ground with a solemn expression. He was extremely pious. Zhude nodded and said, You are very good. Back then, this old master just casually gave you a few pointers when he saw that you were depressed. I didn't expect you to remember it until today. If you are willing, you can follow this old master in the future. This old master needs an assistant. I'm willing. I'm willing. Many thanks, honored teacher. This disciple will follow honored teacher closely in the future. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed. Although he was an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, it was definitely not shameful to be Zhude's assistant. This kind of work was something others begged for. He didn't expect that he would get such a good job just because he stood up and said a few words. Moreover, Zhude's words meant that he recognized him as a disciple. This was more practical than any other benefit. Among the origin-grade alchemists, he could only be regarded as an average one. But in the future, with the identity of Zhude's junior brother, his status would be completely different. Anyone below the Origin King grade would have to be polite to him. All of a sudden, Zhan Yuan was so happy that he almost jumped up. Some Origin grade alchemists also cast envious glances at Zhan Yuan. Being able to stay by Zhude's side, even if it was only as an assistant, he felt that he could learn a lot of good things. Perhaps if he was lucky enough and had enough comprehension, he could become the next Zhude. Who wouldn't be envious of such a good thing? After being happy for a while, Zhan Yuan suddenly walked forward mysteriously and whispered something to Zhude. His voice was so low that it was almost undetectable. No one dared to use their divine sense to eavesdrop in front of Grandmaster Zuoda, so no one knew what he was talking about. But a moment later, Zuoda intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Kai's location. Everyone immediately understood that Zhang Yuan was a petty person who was intoxicated with success and was bad-mouthing Yang Kai. All of a sudden, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Yang Kai. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was going to be miserable in the future. He had offended an Origin King-grade alchemist. Absolutely no one in the world would refine pills for him. It was extremely difficult for an Origin King Realm Master to cultivate. Without the help of pills, his strength would improve very little. Perhaps he would be stuck at the second-order Origin King realm for the rest of his life. What a pity! An outstanding talent who had the opportunity to break through to the third-order Origin King realm and stand at the peak of star territory would have to stop ahead of time. Many alchemists showed a look of regret. On the other side, Zuoda narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai a few times before retracting his gaze. It seemed that he didn't care about him at all. Zhang Yuan was rambling, as if he was going to talk endlessly. Aio looked unhappy, but he couldn't urge him, so he could only wait patiently. As he had said before, there was no need to be anxious after waiting for such a long time. What's more, Zhang Yuan was now barely half a disciple of Grandmaster Zuoda. He had suddenly become a phoenix, so Aio had to give him some face. After a long while, Zhang Yuan stopped talking with a flattering smile on his face. Zuoda nodded slightly with a kind look. Aio said in a timely manner, "Grandmaster, please come in." Zuoda responded. With the help of Zuoling, he walked into the hall step by step. When he came to Aio, he gestured with his hand. Aio understood and immediately walked side by side with Zuoda. The others followed behind in a scattered manner. President Aio, this old man came to Water Sky City this time. Firstly, it is to refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill for Mrs. Gu. Secondly, there is another thing I need your consent on, Zuoda said while walking. If Grandmaster needs anything, just say it. My Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce will never refuse, Aio said solemnly. Ha, don't be so full of yourself. I'm afraid you won't be willing, Zuoda smiled faintly. Aio said proudly, my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce has business all over the world. Although I dare not say how rich we are, if we can't meet Grandmaster's requirements, how can we be qualified to worship you? Since President Aio said so, this old master won't beat around the bush. Zuoda paused and pondered for a while before saying, this old master came here to propose marriage for my granddaughter. He pointed to Zuoling who was supporting him. Propose marriage? Aio's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced at Xueyu and said with a hollow laugh, Miss Zuoling is Grandmaster's granddaughter. Her status is high and she is so beautiful. I wonder which little brat in my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce is so lucky to have caught Miss Zuoling's fancy? President Aio, you are just pretending to be confused. Zuoda smiled faintly and said proudly, in this world, there are only a few people who are worthy of Ling, but there is one in Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Ling has known him since childhood and is deeply in love with him. When she heard that this old master was coming to Water Sky City this time, she shamelessly followed me and forced this old master to propose marriage. If I don't agree, she will burn this old master's beard. Sigh, this girl, I really spoiled her. Zuoda looked distressed. Grandpa. Zuoling blushed as she shook Zuoda's arm bashfully. Her beautiful eyes quietly observed Xueyu's reaction. She believed that even a fool would understand what she meant. She really wanted to know what Xueyu's reaction would be. But at first glance, Zuoling's heart sank because she found that Xueyu was pale and bewildered. Does brother Xueyu not like me? Zuoling was suspicious. Grandmaster, are you talking about Xueyu? Aio couldn't pretend that he didn't understand and could only continue. Zuoda smiled slightly, glanced at Xueyu with satisfaction, and said, Third young master's talent is outstanding. He is a dragon among men. He is also handsome and is the future successor of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. He is worthy of my Ling. If President Aio can agree to this marriage, this old master will have someone to take care of him in his old age. I am afraid that I will have to live in Water Sky City in the future. These words revealed a very important message. If Shui Yu and Zhuo Ling could become husband and wife, then Zhuo would really be a member of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce in the future. He would live in Water Sky City and refine pills for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. If there was an emergency, there would be no need to invite him over from afar. This was a huge temptation for any force and any cultivator. If Shui Yu was really a man, AIO would probably agree without any hesitation. Compared to his son's future happiness, an origin king-grade alchemist was undoubtedly more important. But Shui Yu was a woman. No matter what, it was impossible to achieve this. Even if AIO agreed now, Zhuo would be thoroughly offended if their marriage was exposed on the day of consummation. So, he was in a dilemma. For the first time, he felt powerless in his heart. What's wrong? Does President AIO have any concerns? Zhuo thought that AIO would give him face since he personally proposed the marriage. Not to mention, AIO still needed his help. But after he said it, he didn't get the enthusiastic response he expected. Instead, AIO looked embarrassed. This made Zhuo very unhappy and his tone turned cold. No, that's not the case. Grandmaster misunderstood. AIO hurriedly waved his hand. He realized that if he didn't handle today's matter properly, it would really give rise to big trouble. But he couldn't think of a suitable excuse for a while, so he was stunned. Zhuo coldly snorted and said, "This old master came here today to propose marriage. The soul source restoration pill is this old master's sincerity. If President AIO can agree to this old master will refine 10 bottles of Origin King-grade spirit pills for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce every year." Gasps rang out as everyone looked at Zhuo in shock. 10 bottles, that was 100 spirit pills. If it were ordinary spirit pills, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that was 100 Origin King-grade spirit pills. Any one of them was a priceless treasure. Even an alchemist like Zhuo couldn't refine them just because he wanted to. Everyone immediately understood that this girl named Zhuo Ling definitely occupied a very important position in Zhuo's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a generous condition. AIO's heart also beat violently. He was both excited and annoyed at the same time. In the past, every time he asked Zhuo to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill, not only did he have to provide a lot of materials as a reward, but it also depended on whether he was in a good mood and whether he had the time. Even so, he only got about 20 Origin King-grade spirit pills from Zhuo every year. At the very least, he only got 5 Origin King-grade spirit pills a year. But now, this old man was asking for 100 Origin King-grade spirit pills every year, and he seemed to be at ease. How could AIO not know that he had been hiding his strength before? This made him very angry. He felt that the Chamber of Commerce had fed so many offerings to him every year. Chapter 1903. 100 Origin King-grade spirit pills in 1 year. Everyone present was completely shocked. This was an offer that could not be refused. Many alchemists belonging to the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce were quietly winking at AIO, hinting him to agree without hesitation. They urged AIO like this for the sake of the Chamber of Commerce and for their own sake. As long as this matter was settled, Grandmaster Zhuo would definitely stay in Water Sky City in the future. Then, they would have the opportunity to communicate with Grandmaster Zhuo and consult him. But AIO did not do as they wished. Does President AIO think this old master is not sincere enough? Zhuo's face turned gloomy. He had already said so much, but he still did not get a positive response from AIO. This surprised him a little, but also made him a little angry. Or, does President AIO think this old master's granddaughter is not worthy of third young master? AIO's forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. For someone like Miss Ling, to take a fancy to Shui Yu is this little brat's good fortune. How could he not be worthy? In that case, why are you still hesitating, President Master?" Zhan Yuan looked at AIO and said, "Third young master is a man of striking appearance, and Miss Ling, is a heavenly beauty. The two of them are a perfect match, a match made in heaven." AIO glanced at Zhang Yuan indifferently, wishing he could slap this guy to death. Why didn't I find this guy so annoying before? Why is he so annoying today? Grandmaster Zhang is right. Although AIO felt uncomfortable in his heart, he still had to call Zhang Yuan Grandmaster because of Zuoda's face. He used to call him by his name, but what? Zuoda's voice was extremely cold. It sounded a little aggressive. Obviously, he was in a bad mood. But, Grandmaster, please forgive me. In fact, this is Xueyu's own problem. Xueyu saw her father in a dilemma and took the initiative to step forward. She cupped her fists and said, Xueyu already has someone in her heart. I have already agreed to stay with her forever. I won't leave her. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. On the side, Zuoling was on the verge of collapse when she heard this. She looked at Xueyu with a pale face. Her eyes turned slightly red, as if tears were about to flow down. Xueyu turned around and looked at Zuoling. Little sister Ling, we've known each other since we were young. Although we haven't spent much time together, I've always treated you as my own little sister. I don't have any other thoughts about you. Little sister, please forgive Xueyu for not being able to accept your feelings. Zuoling was already extremely aggrieved, and now she burst into tears. She was like a pear blossom bathed in the rain. Anyone who heard her cry would cry, and anyone who saw her would be heartbroken. Many people couldn't bear to see this happen. Zuoda's old face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. I don't care. I don't care. Zuoling suddenly grabbed Zuoda's arm and shook it. She shouted as she shook, I only want to be with Big Brother Xueyu. Grandpa, quickly think of something. Grandpa, aren't you omnipotent? Quickly think of something. If I can't marry Big Brother Xueyu, Ling won't live anymore. Everyone's face darkened. Seeing Zuoling being so mischievous, everyone immediately understood that she must have been spoiled by Zuoda. Otherwise, how could a girl speak so carelessly in public? Zuoda also looked distressed and helpless. He patted the back of Zuoling's hand and comforted her, Don't cry. Isn't Grandpa discussing this with President AIO? If you cry again, Grandpa will go back now. I will never come to Water Sky City again. You won't be able to see Third Young Master for the rest of your life. This move was indeed effective. Zuoling immediately stopped crying when she heard this. But she couldn't hold back her sobs. Her delicate shoulders kept shaking as she looked at Xueyu with a bitter face. Xueyu felt helpless in her heart and looked away. She knew that if she didn't stop now, she would only suffer. How could she be soft-hearted? On the other hand, AIO's heart sank. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand that Zuoda was comforting Zuoling just now? But in fact, he was threatening him. The meaning of his words was obvious. If he couldn't satisfy his granddaughter, he would immediately leave Water Sky City and never set foot in it for the rest of his life. That meant that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would lose its only Origin King-grade alchemist. This was not only a blow to the Chamber of Commerce's actual interests, but also a blow to their reputation. If that was the case, would the Chamber of Commerce still be able to hire an Origin King-grade alchemist or artifact refiner in the future? The answer was obviously no, unless they cultivated one themselves. But how could it be so easy to cultivate an Origin King-grade alchemist and artifact refiner? The birth of an Origin King-grade alchemist and artifact refiner was even more difficult than a cultivator breaking through to the third-order Origin King realm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few alchemists and artifact refiners standing at the peak of this world. AIO wouldn't have to swallow his anger and accompany Zuoda with a smile on his face. AIO suddenly felt that this was the most aggrieved day of his life. President AIO. Zuoda softened his tone and said, As you can see, this girl is now stubborn. This old master really can't do anything to her. But since Third Young Master's heart already belongs to someone else, this old master can't force him to do something he doesn't want to. Otherwise, this old master will be condemned by everyone. How about this? This old master will give you and Third Young Master a few days to think about it and then give this old master an answer. How about it? This old master will live in Water Sky City with Ling, for the next few days. Come to this old master when you have made up your mind. He knew that AIO was in a hurry to refine the soul source restoration pill, so he said such words. Sure enough, AIO showed an awkward expression. He wanted to ask Zuoda to refine the soul source restoration pill first, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he knew that even if he shamelessly asked, Zuoda would definitely find an excuse to refuse. For example, he was in a bad mood, or Zuoling would interfere. Instead of asking for a snub, he might as well not say it. His gaze fell on Shuiyu, wondering if he should agree to Zuoda's request first and deal with the aftermath after Gu Bai, who was cured. But Shuiyu was a girl after all. If he really agreed, it meant that he would completely offend Zuoda. AIO felt like his head was about to explode. Nothing had ever made him so upset. He was in charge of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. He acted swiftly and decisively, leading the entire Chamber of Commerce to prosperity. But in the face of Zuoda's marriage proposal, he was at a loss. I have long heard of Grandmaster Zuoda's fame. This junior has admired you for a long time, but seeing you today... Just as AIO was cursing in his heart, a voice suddenly sounded. He couldn't help but be shocked. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. After seeing who spoke, he was stunned and frowned. Because he found that the person who spoke was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai had a good relationship with Shuiyu. Obviously, he stood up for Shuiyu at this moment. But his words seemed to be a bit too much. He would definitely offend Zuoda. But he wasn't a member of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, so he couldn't represent the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. So, no matter how he offended Zuoda, it had nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, AIO suddenly realized that at this moment, only Yang Kai seemed to be the most suitable person to speak. He couldn't help but light up and cast a meaningful glance at him. The others' faces also changed after hearing this. Although Yang Kai didn't finish his words, everyone could hear the disdain in his words. Saying such words in front of an Origin King grade alchemist, wasn't this a slap in the face? Many Origin grade alchemists looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Zuoda was a shrewd person. He didn't get angry immediately after hearing this. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and said lightly, President AIO, this is... Reporting to Grandmaster, Yang Kai is my friend. Shuiyu took the initiative to answer before AIO could. He is also a member of the Chamber of Commerce? Zuoda frowned. No, he just passed by this place and came to see me, Shuiyu explained. Zuoda nodded and said with a slight smile, This old master can't pretend that he didn't hear what Your Excellency just said. Your Excellency seems to be a little dissatisfied with this old master. Has this old master offended you before? From Zhan Yuan, Zuoda knew that Yang Kai had said bad things about him behind his back before. In fact, it wasn't bad words. He just said that he was a little arrogant. Zuoda secretly remembered this in his heart and secretly decided that he would not refine Origin King grade spirit pills for this person in the future. However, because of this, he couldn't find trouble with Yang Kai and could only give up. Now that Yang Kai actually stood out and touched his bad luck, of course, he couldn't just laugh it off. So what if you are a second-order Origin King cultivator? You still have to beg this old master when you need it. Zuoda thought proudly. Grandmaster must be joking. This is the first time this Yang has met Grandmaster. How could I have offended you? Yang Kai said lightly. In that case, why are you? I'm just telling the truth. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai smiled. Zuoda's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai continued, An alchemist is like a doctor. As a doctor, both skill and benevolence are equally important. Mrs. Gu's soul has been damaged for a year and her life is in danger at any time. Since Grandmaster is here, why don't you refine the soul source restoration pill to save her life? Yet, you use your granddaughter's marriage as a threat to force President AIO and Third Young Master. It can be seen that although Grandmaster's skill is exquisite, he is not benevolent enough. TSK, can Grandmaster be called Grandmaster? Don't you think this word is too heavy for you? Grandmaster is old, so don't crush his body. As soon as this statement came out, not only did the faces of many Origin-grade alchemists change drastically, but even President AIO's face suddenly became complicated. He never expected that Yang Kai's words would be so sharp. It was almost tantamount to tearing off all pretenses with Zuoda. Although Yang Kai's words touched the bottom of his heart and made him agree with him 1,000,000 times, saying such words in front of Zuoda was the same as offending him to death. Although it was the truth and everyone knew it, it couldn't be said casually. There were some things that everyone was well aware of. Zuoda's face alternated between green and red. He was suddenly put on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Even Origin King realm cultivators had to be respectful in front of him. When had he ever heard such sharp criticism? After being criticized by Yang Kai, he seemed to feel a little heavy on his shoulders. Chapter 1904. Who are you? How dare you speak ill of grandfather? Zuoling suddenly shouted. She raised her hand and a fire dragon-like attack burst out from her palm, heading straight for Yang Kai. She was already in a bad mood due to the setback in her relationship. Now that she heard Yang Kai criticizing Zuoda so blatantly, she couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to use Yang Kai as a punching bag to vent the resentment in her heart. So, she didn't hesitate to attack. As Zuoda's granddaughter, Zuoling had good aptitude. Coupled with the large number of pills provided by Zuoda, she was already a second-order origin returning realm cultivator despite her young age. Although this attack was launched casually, it was quite powerful. The fire dragon roared and the air became hot. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Yang Kai's head. Stop. Zuoda was shocked. Zuoling was young and impulsive. She didn't know Yang Kai's depth, but he knew from Zhan Yuan that Yang Kai was a second-order origin king master. Zuoling was no match for him. If the other party got angry and hurt Zuoling, it would be a big loss. But his shout was a little too late. When his voice fell, the fire dragon had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even move his body. He just stretched out his hand unhurriedly, opened his 5 fingers, and grabbed the fire dragon. Fire attribute elements sputtered in the air and the hot air returned to normal. Zuoling was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect her attack to be so easily resolved by the other party. She also realized that Yang Kai was far stronger than her. However, she wasn't afraid because of this. Instead, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Grandfather, he bullied me. Help me teach him a lesson." While speaking, she kept shaking Zuoda's arm. Zuoda's aged body suddenly swayed from side to side like a canoe in a storm. She thought that Zuoda was omnipotent because all the origin kings were respectful in front of him. So, when she suffered a little loss, she counted on Zuoda to stand up for her. But how could Zuoda have this ability? He was respected by the origin kings. It was because of his alchemy skills, not his cultivation. He was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Using force to teach Yang Kai a lesson was the same as seeking death. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. In any case, he was now a second-order origin king. If Zuoling attacked him at will, he could teach her a lesson, but if he took this little girl seriously, it would seem like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. But Zuoling didn't expect that Zuoda wouldn't respond for a long time, so she shouted at Aio, "Uncle Aio, kill him. Beat him to death. I'll ask Grandpa to refine that absolute beginning pill for you." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's face sank. Aio's expression also became strange. It was understandable for a little girl to be willful and make things difficult for her because she was pampered. However, it was a little too much for her to take someone's life just because she didn't like it. What's more, she was the one who started it. The responsibility did not lie with Yang Kai at all. Anyone with a brain would not agree with Zuoling's words. Neither would he offend a second-order origin king because of this. "Uncle Aio, didn't you ask Grandpa to come over to refine that absolute beginning pill? You are so powerful, he is definitely not your opponent. Beat him to death." Zuoling shouted as she pointed at Yang Kai and urged Aio, as if she was ordering a subordinate, overbearing. Aio gave a hollow laugh and said, "Little Ling, Uncle may not be his opponent." "How can that be? You are the president of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, one of the most powerful people in the world. How can you not be his opponent?" You don't want that spirit pill anymore. Ling, don't make trouble. Zhude couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but shout. Ling pouted when she saw that her grandpa was really angry. She tactfully stopped pestering him, but her expression when she looked at Yang Kai was extremely resentful. Her silver teeth creaked as if she wanted to rush over and bite off a piece of meat. Shuiyu, you were right not to agree to this marriage. Yang Kai smiled softly. If I marry such a woman, how will I live in the future? Shuiyu glared at Yang Kai, but didn't say anything. Your Excellency has provoked this old master again and again. What is your intention? Zhude looked at Yang Kai gloomily, looking angry. Like I said before, I'm just telling the truth. Yang Kai smiled indifferently. Ling is indeed spoiled by this old master, but her nature is still good. You can't judge her like that. Taking someone's life at will? Is this what you mean by her nature is good? If I wasn't a second-order origin king, but a saint king, I'm afraid I would be a corpse by now, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you were a saint king, you wouldn't be qualified to talk to this old master. Unfortunately, I'm not. Enough. Zhan Yuan couldn't help but jump out when he saw Yang Kai arguing with Zhude. Your Excellency is so disrespectful to your honored master. Have you forgotten who refined the spirit pills you used for cultivation all these years? Any cultivator who still has the slightest bit of gratitude shouldn't treat a highly respected alchemy grandmaster the way you do. Remember the source when drinking water, and repay kindness. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Is this what you want to say? But I'm sorry, I told you before that I'm also an alchemist. The spirit pills I took over the years were all refined by me. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies, so I don't need to be grateful to some alchemist. Your Excellency is also an alchemist? Zhude's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Oh! A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhude's mouth. May I ask what level of alchemist your Excellency is? Do you have your alchemist badge? I don't have that thing, and I can't say what level it is. Zhan Yuan sneered at the side. Honored Master, why are you so serious with this kind of person? Although his martial Dao cultivation is good, he doesn't look old. Even if he is an alchemist, he is not worth mentioning in front of you. You are standing at the peak of the entire star territory. Zhude smiled proudly, looking at Yang Kai with a trace of contempt. I don't think so, right? Yang Kai chuckled. Although there are not many Origin King-grade alchemists, I know one. He is younger than this Grandmaster, and he will definitely go further than this Grandmaster in the future. He was naturally talking about Xia Ningchang. What a joke! Zhude shouted, anger appearing on his face. This old man has reached the peak of Origin grade low rank and can break through to Origin grade mid rank at any time. In this entire star territory, who can surpass this old man? When talking about the territory he was proficient in, Zhude's aura became aggressive. He wouldn't admit defeat at all. You don't believe me, Grandmaster? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Go and find that person. This old man will compete with him and make him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Zhude coldly snorted. That person is hundreds of millions of miles away. I won't be able to call him over in a short time. But if Grandmaster wants to compete, how about this Yang compete with Grandmaster? This Yang admits that his alchemy skills are still slightly inferior to that person's. If you can beat this Yang will admit what you just said. But if you can't even beat this Yang, On the stairs in front of the hall, a group of people were all staring at Yang Kai, dumbfounded, as if they had seen something inconceivable. Zhong Ao's mouth was so wide open that a fist could fit in it. Aio's expression changed as many thoughts flew through his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood Yang Kai's intention. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. In any case, Yang Kai seemed to be a good person. He was worth making friends with. What did you just say? Zhude looked at Yang Kai in surprise. He also doubted what he had just heard. Grandmaster seems to be getting old, Yang Kai sighed. I just said that Grandmaster might as well compete with this Yang in alchemy. You want to compete with this old man in alchemy? Zuoda laughed and said disdainfully, "This old man really can't see where your confidence comes from. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry about this. Grandmaster only needs to say if you dare or not." "Humph, do you think this old man doesn't know what you are up to? Do you think goading this old man will work? If this old man agrees to compete with you, are you going to compete with me in refining the soul source restoration pill?" Zuoda looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Oh, Grandmaster is wise." This Yang was just about to propose that, Yang Kai said in surprise. Everyone's thoughts turned and they immediately realized what Yang Kai's intention was. If Zuoda was really angry and wanted to compete with Yang Kai in alchemy, then Yang Kai would set the content of the competition to refining the soul source restoration pill. At that time, Zuoda would definitely go all out to refine the pill in order to win. In this way, Gu Baihu's danger would be solved and President Aio's urgent need would be solved. As for whether Yang Kai could refine the pill or not, who cares? It was not shameful to lose in alchemy in front of an Origin King grade alchemist. It would be shameful if he lost in a one-on-one battle with an alchemist. Petty tricks, this old man won't be fooled. Zuoda coldly snorted and looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he had seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. "Grandmaster has wronged me." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "How about this? In order to make this competition fair, this Yang will add a little prize. How about it?" "What prize?" Zuoda asked coldly. "If I lose, I will be your bodyguard for 1,000 years. Yang Kai looked serious and said in a deep voice. "What?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned pale with fright. They all looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a fool. Even Zuoda looked tempted. Although he was an Origin King grade alchemist and had many powerful followers, he didn't have an Origin King realm master among them. Origin Kings were all proud and arrogant people. They could be polite when they asked him for alchemy, but how could they be ordered around and enslaved by him? What's more, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary Origin King, but a second-order Origin King. There weren't many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory. Chapter 1905. If Zuoda had a second-order Origin King as his subordinate, coupled with his identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, it would mean that he would be the sole ruler of the entire Star Territory. Zuoda was inevitably tempted. Although he felt that this was a trap set by Yang Kai, he couldn't help but agree out of confidence in his alchemy skills. "Yang Kai!" Shui Yu exclaimed. She seemed to want to persuade him, but Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. He stared at Zuoda and said indifferently, "This Yang is not talented, but I am now a second-order Origin King. Moreover, I am in the prime of my life. It shouldn't be a problem for me to live for a few thousand years. I have more than enough time to be your bodyguard for 1,000 years, Grandmaster. I just don't know if Grandmaster dares to accept this bet." Aio was moved. Many alchemists were moved. They were all shocked by Yang Kai's amazing move. Zuoda's face changed for a while before he nodded and said, "You are right. This proposal is really tempting to this old master. But it's not enough to just be a bodyguard. This old master wants you to be obedient." As soon as this statement came out, Aio's face sank. He seemed very unhappy. Which Origin King Realm Master wasn't a high and mighty figure? Even if they restrained their arrogance in front of Zuoda, it was out of respect for him. Yang Kai said that he would be Zuoda's bodyguard for 1,000 years. In Aio's opinion, it was already extremely inconceivable and unbearable. If it were him, he would never agree. This was no longer just a bodyguard, but a servant. A bodyguard was only responsible for protecting Zuoda's personal safety, but a servant was different. A servant had to complete all kinds of orders given by Zuoda, completely abandoning his dignity. This was an insult to an Origin King Realm Master. It was contempt. Aio was also an Origin King Realm Master. Just like Yang Kai, he was also a second-order Origin King. He could empathize with Zuoda's situation at the moment and inevitably became angry. Zuoda didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. He thought the other party would bargain with him. He proposed this because he wanted to get as many benefits as possible. He even quickly came up with several backup plans in his heart, such as how many times to make Yang Kai obey his orders unconditionally, but he didn't expect that it would be useless. He was stunned for a moment. But soon he spoke again. 8,000 years is not enough, 2,000 years. Good. Once again, Kai Yang agreed without even thinking about it. Grandmaster Zuoda. AIO suddenly shouted in a deep voice, isn't this proposal a bit too much? Yang Kai's Shuiyu's Shuiyu. Using Shuiyu's marriage to threaten him was one thing, but now he was even asking for an exorbitant price, directly increasing the 1,000 years to 2,000 years. AIO couldn't bear it. In any case, Yang Kai's proposal to compete with Zuoda in alchemy was out of consideration for Gu Baihu. Although AIO didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to do this, he was still very grateful to him. No matter whether this matter was successful or not, he would owe Yang Kai a favor, a huge favor. Was there any second-order origin king in this world? There was only one. So he stood up without hesitation, changed his attitude, and blamed Zuoda. If he didn't even have such courage and decisiveness, he didn't deserve to be the president of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Zuoda sneered. He agreed. Why are you in such a hurry, President AIO? Yang Kai looked at AIO and smiled indifferently. President AIO, please calm down. Although I agreed to 2,000 years, it is still unknown whether Grandmaster can live that long. These words were vaguely cursing Zuoda's early death and reincarnation. Zuoda was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator and had lived for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an origin king-grade alchemist. The next 2,000 years for him, it was indeed a long time. Zuoda's face couldn't help but sink. He snorted coldly, don't worry. For today's bet, this old master will try his best to live for 2,000 years. I hope so, Yang Kai smiled slightly. AIO sighed. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. Brother Yang, from now on, you and I are brothers. This AI will remember today's matter. Ah. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He had mixed feelings deep in his heart. It was as if he had knocked over a spice shop. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. He quickly changed the topic and said, this Yang's bet has been set. What about you, Grandmaster? Zuoda's face was cold as he said, what do you think is suitable for this old master? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This Yang is betting his freedom. In that case, for the sake of fairness, shouldn't Grandmaster do the same? Zuoda frowned and didn't answer immediately. What? Grandmaster doesn't dare to accept? Is Grandmaster not confident in his alchemy skills? Do you think you will lose to this Yang? Yang Kai fanned the flames. What a joke! Zuoda was furious. This old master will not lose to anyone in alchemy. Provocation is useless against this old master. TSK. Yang Kai clicked his tongue for a while. Grandmaster can't afford to lose. Forget it. Since you are so resentful, I don't want you to bet your freedom for many years. How about this? Grandmaster will refine 100 Origin King grade spirit pills for me every year for the rest of his life. 100 every year? Zuoda looked angry. Don't you think that's too much? Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhong Ao, who had been standing on the side, said coldly, Grandmaster, you are wrong. Yang Kai is betting 2,000 years of freedom. He is a second-order Origin King Master. Don't you think Grandmaster should offer an equal bet? 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year is nothing to Grandmaster, but 2,000 years of freedom is very heavy for Yang Kai. Grandmaster, you are a man of virtue and prestige. You can't do this or that. Do you want to take advantage of your seniority? Zhong Ao had been standing on the side and watching the show for a long time. He couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, as an alchemist, although he despised Zuoda's character a little, he still respected him. After all, he was a master. But now, it seemed that this old man's character was worse than he had imagined. Compared to him, Yang Kai's personality was simply boundless. The only trace of respect he had for Zuoda in his heart had disappeared. Zuoda remained unmoved after hearing Zhong Ao's words. He sneered. In this old master's opinion, his freedom is not worth a single cent. But this old master will offer 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. Who knows how many people will die if that happens? If that makes sense. To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Then, I won't ask for 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. How about 80? 50 no more. Zuoda waved his hand. 75, 55, 70, 60. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the two quickly haggled and bargained. Finally, the number was set at 60 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. Although it was less than half of what Yang Kai proposed, 60 Origin King grade spirit pills was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. In this entire star territory, any Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make people fight over it. It was enough to make people lose their lives. Only a grandmaster like Zuoda could casually offer 160 Origin King grade spirit pills. Brat. After the terms were negotiated, Zuoda seemed to have revealed his ferocious side. He looked at Yang Kai with a grin. Today's bet between you and me was made in front of President AIO and many Origin grade alchemists. If you dare not to admit your loss, rest assured, President AIO's reputation is in this star territory. He acts fairly, unlike some people who deceive others to gain fame. I want to invite him to be an arbitrator. If either of us dares to not admit our loss, President AIO will kill us on the spot. Yang Kai proposed with a smile. Zuoda's face couldn't help but change. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. He was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If AIO really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to live past tomorrow no matter what. After thinking about it, he quickly said, "It's not that this old master doubts President AIO's character, but Your Excellency is also a second-order Origin King, the same cultivation as President AIO. If you want to escape, I'm afraid President AIO won't be able to stop you." AIO's face turned cold. Just as he was about to say something, a subtle energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared. This person had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. His hair and beard were all white, but his complexion was extremely ruddy. He looked like a young man. He carried a sheathed long sword on his back and stood there straight. His whole person was like a peerless blade that hit its edge, awe-inspiring. With his hands behind his back, he walked down from the sky step by step and said with a smile, "If AIO can't stop you, I will do it myself. What do you think, Grandmaster Zuoda?" Hearing this person's voice, everyone reacted and quickly looked at him. After seeing his face clearly, AIO couldn't help but be startled. He quickly cupped his fists and saluted, "Martial Uncle Long, why are you here?" Martial Uncle Long. The way AIO addressed him made everyone understand the identity of this person. The only third-order Origin King in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, standing at the peak of Star Territory, Long Tianshang. Purple Star had Kuang Shizong, while Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had Long Tianshang. Both of them were powerful existences who could shake the world. However, in terms of fame, Long Tianshang was much more famous than Kuang Shizong. Because 1,000 years ago, when Long Tianshang had just broken through to the third-order Origin King realm, he went to a cultivation star for some unknown reason. Then he slaughtered dozens of large and small sects there. That cultivation star had a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, creating rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was like hell on earth. After that battle, Long Tianshang's notoriety spread far and wide. In Star Territory, when this person was mentioned, everyone would pale. Chapter 1906. No one knew what kind of conflict or grievance Long Tianshang had with those destroyed sects. It was only rumored that it was related to a woman. Since then, Long Tianshang had disappeared. In the past 1,000 years, no one had seen him. They only knew that he was in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Water-Moon Star. No one had expected him to show up today. Facing a third-order Origin King Master, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone cupped their fists and saluted. Even Zuoda was no exception. Long Tianshang chuckled, returned the salute to Zuoda, and said lightly, "It has been several decades since we last met. Grandmaster is still as elegant as ever." This Tianshang is relieved. "Elder Long is too polite," Zuoda nodded. "Martial Uncle Long, why are you in the mood to walk around today?" Aio asked in surprise. Others didn't know Long Tianshang's temper, but he knew it all too well. In the entire Star Territory, he was the one who had the most contact with Long Tianshang. Usually, it wasn't easy for him to see Long Tianshang. He would often be refused at the door when he went to greet him. He had no choice but to retreat in dejection. Who would have thought that the other party would show up today? This surprised Aio. "I'm here to join in the fun." Long Tianshang chuckled. He had an extraordinary temperament, but he gave off a refreshing feeling. Anyone who saw him would involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. While speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai. "This? Yang Kai, is it okay if I call you by your name?" "And very good. My Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce will be your ally in the future. Come whenever you want. Don't be an outsider," Long Tianshang said with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness. Junior will definitely treat this place as half of his home." Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Shuiyu listened from the side. How could she not understand what Yang Kai meant? Immediately, a look of shyness and happiness appeared in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Zuoda's old face couldn't help but turn ugly when he heard Long Tianshang say so. Long Tianshang didn't say much. But from this sentence alone, he knew that the other party was somewhat dissatisfied with his approach. Otherwise, why would he be so close to Yang Kai? But so what? Compared to him, a third-order origin king had the same status in theory, so he didn't care too much. "That's good." Long Tianshang nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Then he changed the topic and said with a chuckle, "That being said, since you and Grandmasters would have made a bet today, don't go back on your word if you lose. Since I've come to join in the fun today, I can't just stand by and watch. If you dare to flee, I'll really kill you." He said these words with a smile. There was no killing intent in his words, but when the others heard it, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Senior, don't worry. I'm an honest person and will absolutely not go back on my word." "That's good." Long Tianshang looked at Zuoda. "What about you, Master? With this Long overseeing this place, can you rest assured?" "Elder Long's words are enough." Zuoda nodded. "Since that's the case, you may begin." It had been a long time since he had seen something so interesting. This Long also wants to see a good show. Long Tianshang smiled faintly. As soon as his voice fell, his whole body suddenly dissipated like smoke. He disappeared just like that. But everyone knew that he didn't go far. It was just that his words put too much pressure on them, so he took the initiative to hide. "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, are you really going to do this?" Aio looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. He didn't want Yang Kai to compete with Zuoda in alchemy. In his opinion, this proposal was... He was grateful yet powerless. It was like a 3-year-old child competing with a master in strength. The former had no chance of winning. Then, the words, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang," were jarring to Yang Kai's ears, but it wasn't convenient for him to point it out. He could only pretend to be indifferent and nodded. "Senior Long has already appeared here. Do you still have a chance to go back on your word?" "How, of course not." Long Tianshang's laughter came from the void. His laughter seemed to be gloating, making Shuiyu gnash her teeth in anger. Aio heaved a heavy sigh. "In that case, let's begin. Aio, Martial Uncle Long, and all the Grandmasters will be our witnesses." He knew that since things had developed to this point, there was no turning back. However, he had also made up his mind that if Yang Kai was really defeated, he would help Yang Kai escape even if it would damage his reputation. In any case, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to jump into this muddy water because of Gu Baihu's matter. He still couldn't figure out why Yang Kai would do this. "Ha, you're dead meat this time." Zhang Yuan stood next to Zuoda and laughed, looking like a villain who had achieved success. "Master, you don't have to hold back. Let him know that you are the best alchemist in the world." Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Zuoda coldly snorted. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai. What do you want to compete with this old master? Don't say that this old master is bullying the weak. The content of this competition is up to you. No matter what kind of spirit pill it is, this old master will accept it. He put on a confident look and looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. How ridiculous! How can there be such a stupid person in this world who wants to compete with me in alchemy? I'll let you know how to write the word convinced later. This Yang has already said the content of the competition. We will refine the soul source restoration pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Before Zuoda could speak, AIO suddenly shouted. He looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Brother Yang, little brother Yang, change the spirit pill. The soul source restoration pill is really, its grade was really too high. It was an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. If one wanted to refine it, they would need an Origin King grade alchemist. Even an Origin grade high-rank alchemist wasn't qualified to refine it. It would only be a waste of herbs. Yang Kai's martial Dao cultivation was high and he was still young. He must have been obsessed with the martial Dao for so many years. How high could his attainments in alchemy be? Even if his talent was outstanding, it was impossible for him to become an Origin King grade alchemist. If he chose the soul source restoration pill as the content of the competition, he would lose before the competition even started. AIO was grateful to Yang Kai for thinking about Gu Baihu, but he couldn't just let him jump into the fire pit without asking. If he really did that, what kind of person would he be? So, he vetoed and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. How about we choose the Qi recovery pills? Everyone has taken this kind of thing before. They can tell the difference between good and bad. Qi recovery pills were spirit pills used by low-level cultivators to restore their Saint Qi. They were only Saint grade low rank. AIO felt that Yang Kai should be able to refine them. As long as he could refine them, he would have a chance to compete with Zuoda. If he was lucky enough to refine pill veins, he might still have a chance to win. Zhong Ao also nodded in agreement. He felt that it was more appropriate to choose the Qi recovery pills. He knew that Yang Kai had some alchemy skills. He had even refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. It wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a Qi recovery pill with pill veins. Since Zuoda let Yang Kai choose the content of the competition, he couldn't waste this advantage in vain. Zhan Yuan jumped out and said, he said that he would choose the soul source restoration pill. He must be confident that he can refine it. This Zhan is not talented, but I want to observe your excellency's alchemy skills. The birth of an Origin King grade spirit pill is rare, right? As soon as this remark came out, all the alchemists present showed a look of excitement. They also wanted to observe the refining of an Origin King grade spirit pill. Between Qi recovery pills and soul source restoration pills, they were more inclined to the latter. So, after listening to Zhan Yuan's words, they all expressed their approval. AIO's face turned angry. He stared at Zhan Yuan with his majestic eyes. The latter couldn't help but shrink his neck. He smiled and said, President AIO, please forgive this Zhan. As an alchemist, this Zhan only thinks from his own point of view. It is indeed a little negligent. However, most of the people present should have the same opinion. President Master, you might as well ask them. No need, I will choose the soul source restoration pill. Yang Kai waved his hand. Have you thought it through? Zuoda asked coldly. Is Grandmaster not confident? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This old master is afraid that you won't be able to smile in the future. Zuoda coldly snorted. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Fine, this old master will refine a soul source restoration pill and fulfill your wish. Until now, he still thought that Yang Kai was sacrificing his personal freedom in exchange for a chance to save Gu Baihu. He thought that everything Yang Kai did was just for that soul source restoration pill. He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. President AIO, take out the materials, Zuoda said to AIO. AIO frowned and said, there is only one set of materials. Everything else is fine, but there is only one 7-colored Elks monster core. I'm afraid that you two can't compete in refining the soul source restoration pill. This old master doesn't care. Zhuode shook his head. The materials you have prepared are for this old master. As for where he gets the materials, it's his own business. If he can't even get the materials, then it's his loss. Grandmaster, if that's the case, isn't it a little unfair? Aio's face sank. He is destined to learn this lesson. Zhuode was unmoved and sneered. Young people are always arrogant. They don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Only after experiencing some setbacks will they become mature and steady. Today's matter will be a lesson for him. Elder Long, what do you say? Zhuode looked at the void and asked. There was no response. After a long while, Long Tianshang's voice came out. It was emotionless. Grandmaster is right. Aio, hand over the prepared materials to Grandmaster. Martial uncle. Aio was shocked when he heard this. If that was the case, then Yang Kai had no hope of winning at all. If he couldn't even get the materials for the soul source restoration pill, then what was the point of competing? Aio knew how difficult it was to find the 7-colored elk's monster core. He had used the power of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but he had only found one that had lost most of its energy. There was absolutely no second one in this world. Chapter 1907. Since Yang Kai is so insistent, he must have something to rely on. Maybe he has another set of materials. Just give the prepared set to Grandmaster Zhuode. Long Tianshang's voice came from the void. Hearing this, Aio was taken aback. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning look on his face. Yang Kai smiled faintly. With a flip of his wrist, a monster core emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared in his palm. This 7-colored radiance was even more exuberant than the monster core Aio had taken out before. He really has it. Everyone exclaimed. Many alchemists stared greedily at the monster core in Yang Kai's hand. If the two monster cores were put together, they would be almost identical, but why do I feel that this monster core is a little different from the one President Aio took out? Someone muttered to himself in confusion. It is indeed a little different. It looks the same, but there are some subtle differences. Is this really the monster core of a 7-colored elk? This is the monster core of a variant of the 7-colored elk. It's not the monster core of a real ancient exotic beast. However, that monster beast also had a trace of the 7-colored elk's bloodline when it was alive, Yang Kai explained with a smile. This thing had been stored in his space ring for many years. It was what he obtained when he hunted a variant of the 7-colored elk on the plains outside the Emperor Garden when he went to the Emperor Garden. He had never put it to use before, but he didn't expect that it would come in handy today. What do you mean? Aio, who had already regarded Yang Kai as one of his own, asked Zhong Ao. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask nervously. One of the main materials for refining the soul source restoration pill is the monster core of a 7-colored elk. Although the one in Yang Kai's hand barely meets the requirements, it is not pure and will be much more difficult to refine. On the other hand, the one President collected before may have lost a lot of energy, but it is the monster core of a genuine 7-colored elk. If you use that to refine the pill, you will undoubtedly have some advantages, Zhong Ao explained. He was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Although he couldn't refine the soul source restoration pill, he was the one who proposed this pill recipe, so he naturally had done some research on it. His words were also authoritative. Hearing him say so, Aio's expression turned ugly. Huh, you want to use a defective inner core to compete with this old man? Zhuode laughed. Boy, this old man advises you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself later. If the defective products are not enough, how about this? Yang Kai smiled. As he spoke, another thing appeared in his hand. That thing slowly appeared. A strange fragrance floated in the air. When everyone smelled it, they immediately felt refreshed, and all the negative emotions in their hearts were dispelled. Aio was also shocked. He knew that Yang Kai's disadvantage would be wiped out in an instant with the help of a scented pouch that matched his inner core. Zhuode's face couldn't help but sink as he said, "You actually hunted a variant of the rainbow elk? But even so, do you really think your alchemy skills are better than this old man's? This old man will give you one last chance. Admit defeat. You don't have a chance. This Yang will also give Grandmaster one last chance. Otherwise, today's competition will become a stain on Grandmaster's life and damage your reputation," Yang Kai retorted. "It's pointless to say anything when we don't agree. Since you also have the materials, let's begin. This old man will convince you wholeheartedly." Yang Kai turned to AIO and cupped his fists. "President IO, please find a suitable place. The Alchemist Pavilion is not far from here. Let's do it at the Alchemist Pavilion. There are pure earth fire and Origin King grade alchemy furnaces there," AIO said and led the way. The rest of the crowd hurriedly followed. Those Origin grade alchemists looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they gathered around Grandmaster Zhuode, taking this opportunity to ask him some questions. An Origin King grade alchemist wasn't someone they could meet just because they wanted to. Today was a good opportunity, so how could they not seize it? Regardless of Zhuode's character, his alchemy skills were beyond doubt. With just a few pointers from him, Zhan Yuan was promoted to mid-rank Origin grade alchemist. Many of the alchemists present boasted that their aptitude was much better than Zhan Yuan's. If they could get a few pointers from Zhuode, they would definitely benefit for life. Perhaps he wanted to maintain his image, but Zhuode didn't refuse any of the questions and problems raised by these alchemists and answered them carefully. Many people had gained a lot and were very grateful. Only Zhong Ao followed Yang Kai all the way, not caring about the excitement. Zhan Yuan, who was intoxicated with success, glanced at Yang Kai from time to time with a mocking smile on his face. "Honored teacher, this student encountered a problem a few days ago. I don't know how to solve it. Please enlighten me," Zhan Yuan suddenly asked in a loud voice. Many alchemists listened attentively, wanting to know what Zhan Yuan wanted to ask. "Oh, what's the problem?" Zhuode asked indifferently. "There is a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to compete with this student in alchemy and wants to win. This student doesn't know whether to compete with him or not. After all, if this student agrees, this student will be bullied. If this student doesn't agree, he will misunderstand this student's skills. It's really difficult." "What's so difficult about this? The honor of an alchemist is not to be blasphemed. Teach that person a lesson and let him know that the alchemy way is not something that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can dabble in." Zhan Yuan suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. He cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Many thanks for teacher's teachings. This student understands." Shui Yu, who was following Yang Kai, was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She gnashed her teeth so hard that they creaked. Yang Kai's position in her heart was unparalleled. She was afraid that even AIO couldn't compare with him. At this moment, Zhuode actually called Yang Kai a Tom, Dick, or Harry. If it weren't for Zhuode's identity, Shui Yu would have immediately drawn her sword and cut him down. Some Origin grade alchemists frowned. They didn't like Zhuode's remarks. After all, it was somewhat inconsistent with Zhuode's identity. However, they couldn't say anything and could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. A few Origin grade alchemists, on the other hand, let out flattering laughter. Everyone moved extremely fast. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. The hall was surrounded by barriers and spirit arrays. AIO waved his hand to open them and led everyone inside. What a rich fire attribute energy! Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he muttered under his breath. He felt that the air here was filled with pure and rich fire attribute elements, not much different from High Heaven Sect's Earth Lung Fire Vein. "This is my Water Sky City's Alchemist Pavilion," AIO explained with a smile. AIO explained with a smile, "There is an excellent earth fire vein below this alchemist pavilion. The alchemists of my Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce all refine pills here." Yang Kai nodded. He immediately understood why the accompanying alchemists weren't surprised at all. It was because they were all alchemists of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, they often came here and were already accustomed to it. You've never seen the market. Zhang Yuan wouldn't give up any opportunity to ridicule Yang Kai. He couldn't help but snort coldly. President, Master, what are you doing? As soon as the group entered the alchemist pavilion, an old man in alchemist robes walked up to them and asked in confusion. With a wry smile, AIO briefly explained the whole story. What? Someone is competing with Grandmaster Zuoda in alchemy? The old man exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the doors to countless rooms in the Hall of Alchemists were flung open. One by one, pill masters with disheveled hair, dirty faces, and sunken eyes, looking like beggars, rushed out of their respective pill refining rooms. Someone rushed out while shouting, "Where is the Grandmaster? Where is the Grandmaster?" After seeing Zuoda, these alchemists turned solemn and bowed to the ground, greeting him. Zuoda also put on an amiable appearance and returned the greeting. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He found that there were no less than 70 alchemists rushing out of the alchemist pavilion alone. Each of these alchemists was at least Saint King grade. Although their grades weren't high, their numbers couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this was only the first floor of the alchemist pavilion. Under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, there were 8 more floors below the alchemist pavilion. In other words, the entire alchemist pavilion had 9 floors, and each floor had alchemists of different levels. The number of alchemists in the alchemist pavilion alone was estimated to be 400 to 500. This was one of the foundations of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. These 400 to 500 alchemists refined countless spirit pills for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce every year. For a moment, the area in front of Zuoda was bustling with noise and excitement, while the area in front of Yang Kai was deserted, forming a sharp contrast. After learning that it was Yang Kai who was going to compete with Zuoda in alchemy, those alchemists who didn't know the truth cast indignant gazes at Yang Kai one by one, as if Yang Kai had blasphemed something. In order to avoid embarrassment for Yang Kai, AIO waved his hand and led everyone down. Just as Yang Kai had sensed, the alchemist pavilion was divided into 9 floors. The lower one went, the more vigorous the earth fire was, and the higher the level of alchemists who could refine pills. With every floor, the number of alchemists following behind him would increase. After reaching the 9th floor, there were already more than 500 alchemists following behind AIO. This gave AIO a headache. He wanted to ask them to go back and refine pills, but he couldn't open his mouth. He knew Zuoda's position in these people's hearts and how attractive an Origin King-grade alchemist was to them. He was afraid that even if he used force, these stubborn alchemists wouldn't obey his orders. He could only let them be and whispered to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, don't feel pressured. I didn't expect things to get so big. Just treat these guys as cabbages." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Rest assured, President Io, these people are nothing in my eyes." "That's good." Io couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Since we're here, let's begin." Zuoda shouted. He turned his head to look at the hundreds of alchemists and said with a smile, "Fellow alchemists, today I will compete with this little friend in alchemy. Although there are some reasons this old master is bullying the young. This old master is ashamed." Chapter 1908. Zuoda's words attracted the goodwill of those alchemists who didn't know the truth. Someone shouted, "Since someone is so arrogant, Grandmaster doesn't have to blame himself. Just teach him a lesson." That's right. Grandmaster is highly respected. It's outrageous that someone dares to compete with you in alchemy. Grandmaster, why don't you take a rest? I will compete for you. I will definitely live up to Grandmaster's expectations. Someone actually volunteered. These alchemists who came to watch the fun didn't know what had happened before. They didn't even know what kind of pill the competition was. They only came because of Zuoda's name. Naturally, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai. In their opinion, competing with Zuoda in alchemy was an intolerable thing in itself. More than half of the 500 alchemists glared at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Kai just smiled at this scene. Zuoda said with a smile, "This old master appreciates everyone's kindness. But today, this old master really has to do it himself because this little friend wants to compete with this old master in refining the Soul Source Restoration Pill. What? Soul Source Restoration Pill? Isn't that an Origin King grade spirit pill? Grandmaster wants to refine such a spirit pill? What a feast for the eyes. Is this person also an Origin King grade alchemist? He doesn't look like one. A group of alchemists shouted at once. The scene suddenly became very noisy. All right, stop arguing. AIO's face turned ugly as he shouted, Grandmasters Wuda and Yang Kai are about to start refining pills. You are all alchemists. Do you know that you shouldn't disturb them? Please don't make any more noise. Otherwise, don't blame this AI for being ruthless. As soon as AIO said this, the noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Zwuda smiled and said, just don't make any noise. If you want to watch, it's not a problem. As soon as this remark came out, many alchemists showed joy and cast grateful looks at Zwuda. President AIO, please give this old master the materials for refining the Soul Source Restoration Pill. Also, prepare the same materials for that little friend, Zwuda shouted. Of course. AIO nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai took out a large number of materials from his space ring. He divided them into 2 portions and gave them to Yang Kai and Zwuda respectively. The 2 sets of materials were basically the same. The only difference was that the one given to Zwuda contained a 7-colored elk's inner core. After selecting the materials, AIO said, this is the 9th floor of the Hall of Healing. The power of the earth fire was also the most concentrated. Refining pills here can save a lot of time and energy. Please choose a suitable location. On the 9th floor, there were dragon heads everywhere. The dragon's head was not big, and when it opened its mouth, there was a formation nearby that could control it. Once the formation was activated, the power of the earth fire extracted from the ground would surge out from the dragon's head. It could also control the intensity of the fire, which was extremely convenient. Obviously, Zwuda was very familiar with this place. Upon hearing Yi Shiwen's words, he went to a dragon's head and got ready. The more than 500 alchemists also rushed over and stood 20 feet away from Zwuda. They formed a circle around him and fixed their gazes on him. AIO came to Yang Kai's side and asked in a low voice, Brother Yang, do you want to go to the side room? Although this place is spacious, there are too many people here. It will inevitably be disturbed. No need. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, if we go to the side room and those people can't see how I refine pills, I'm afraid they will suspect something. And what you said makes sense. AIO furrowed his brows, but can you really refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill? He couldn't believe it from beginning to end. Seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, he couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Could it be that not only does he have great achievements in the martial Tao, but he is also an Origin King grade alchemist? AIO quickly denied this idea as soon as he thought of it, because it was too unrealistic. President AIO, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled faintly. AIO didn't say anything more. On the other side, Zhan Yuan's voice suddenly came with a hint of schadenfreude. Friend, Honored Master asked me to ask you if you need to borrow an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. You should know that a good alchemy furnace can increase the success rate of alchemy. Although I'm afraid you can't operate an Origin King grade alchemy furnace with your ability, Honored Master is merciful. He can lend it to you. This Yang appreciates Grandmaster's kindness. As for an Origin King grade alchemy furnace, I have one. Yang Kai took out his purple origin furnace from his space ring while laughing. This thing was also brought out from the Emperor Garden. It was a product from tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there was a pill with pill clouds inside this purple origin furnace. As soon as the purple origin furnace appeared, the alchemists gathered and couldn't help exclaiming. But soon, the exclamations were suppressed by the crowd. Pairs of eyes stared greedily at Yang Kai's purple origin furnace. They were all alchemists, so naturally, they could see the extraordinariness of the purple origin furnace at a glance. The furnace was overflowing with purple clouds, and as soon as it appeared, the 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion was filled with a pill fragrance. At a glance, They knew that this furnace had produced many high-quality pills. Does he really know alchemy? Zhang Yuan was also dumbfounded. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he have an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace with him? But soon, he determined that this was a spoil of war that Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he often went out adventuring. As a second-order Origin King, his space ring was likely filled with all sorts of random things. Damn it. As a cultivator, he actually had an Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. As a rising alchemist with limitless prospects, Zhang Yuan was still using an Origin-grade mid-rank alchemy furnace. Zhang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He felt that the purple Origin furnace in Yang Kai's hands was obviously a waste. He couldn't wait to rush up and grab it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was already thinking about how to take Yang Kai's purple Origin furnace. Was it too much to add another bet? His thoughts began to run wild in the depths of his heart, and he could no longer suppress them. Your alchemy furnace is good, Zhong Ao raised his brow. It has an ancient aura. I'm afraid it's quite old. Among the hundreds of alchemists, only Zhong Ao stood on Yang Kai's side. He didn't go to Zhuoda's side to watch. It is indeed very old. I got it by accident, but Grandmaster Zhong Ao, don't even think about my alchemy furnace. I only have one, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhong Ao curled his lips when he heard this. Ao laughed and said, "It doesn't matter. I remember that there is an ownerless Origin King-grade alchemy furnace in Water Sky City's treasure house. I will send someone to give it to Grandmaster Zhong some other day." Because of this incident, Ao's attitude towards Zhong Ao had become very cordial, because from beginning to end, Zhong Ao had firmly stood on Yang Kai's side. Hearing this, Zhong Ao smiled and cupped his fists. "Many thanks, President Ao. A treasured sword is just a gift to a hero." While they were talking, Zhang Yuan's voice came from the other side, shouting, "Friend, honored master said that the gap between you and him is too big. There is no time limit for this competition. As long as you can refine the soul source restoration pill, honored master will admit defeat." "Many thanks for Grandmaster's kindness. Junior will do his best." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said loudly. Zhang Yuan responded with a sneer. Ao looked solemn and shouted in a low voice, "Since both of you are ready, then let's begin." As soon as his voice fell, Zhuoda suddenly felt a wave of heat. Apparently, he had activated the spirit array to absorb the power of the earth fire. "Yang Kai, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal if you lose," Shuiyu said with concern. There was one thing she didn't say. If Yang Kai really lost, she would risk her life to take Yang Kai away from Water Sky City. No matter what, she couldn't let him be a slave for 2,000 years. She believed that her father wouldn't just stand by and watch such a thing happen. "I'm not nervous." Yang Kai nodded, "But shouldn't you all stand a little further away? I can't perform with all of you standing here." Sorry, I forgot." Ao and the others had black lines on their faces and quickly retreated. In an instant, the entire 9th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was divided into two distinct territories. One was centered around Zhuoda. More than 500 Saint King Realm alchemists and above had surrounded him in a large circle. Everyone stared at Zhuoda with their eyes wide open, lest they miss any detail. The other was where Yang Kai was. Compared to the liveliness on Zhuoda's side, this side was incomparably desolate. Only Ao, Shuiyu, and Zhong Ao were present. The three of them looked very nervous and worried about their gains and losses. Ao and Shuiyu, father and daughter, would exchange glances from time to time, as if they were communicating about something unspeakable. Suddenly, an irrepressible exclamation came from Zhuoda's side. The mouth of the alchemy furnace in front of Zhuoda opened. Then, Zhuoda skillfully threw the herbs he had prepared beforehand into the alchemy furnace. While throwing in the herbs, he also controlled the heat. His movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. It was very straightforward and very pleasing to the eye. The 500 alchemists were mesmerized by this scene. For a moment, they actually forgot Ao's previous warning. As expected of Grandmaster, He actually threw in the water orchid Immortal and the blue heart fruit together. I didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Strange, the sea-pouring mushroom and the scarlet flame stallion have conflicting attributes. Wouldn't throwing them into the alchemy furnace one after the other ruin their medicinal properties? Shouldn't he condense one of them first before throwing in the other? What do you know? Grandmaster has his own reasons for doing this. Didn't you notice that when Grandmaster threw in the sea-pouring mushroom, he activated the spirit array in the alchemy furnace with his Saint Chi? I'm afraid the two herbs have already fused perfectly at this moment. So that's how it is. It seems that Grandmaster's speed is too fast. My eyesight can't keep up. I'm ashamed. Ha, what's there to be ashamed of in front of Grandmaster? Good. What we get today will definitely be a lifetime of happiness. You're right. In the end, Zhude was a veteran origin king-grade alchemist. Although he was angry that Yang Kai wanted to compete with him in alchemy, once he entered the state of alchemy, his expression became as calm as an ancient well. The discussions around him didn't reach his ears at all. Everything in his eyes was only the heat, timing, alchemy furnace, and materials. Everything else had been thrown out of his mind. Chapter 1909. It was precisely because of this that Zhude had the demeanor of a master at this moment. Coupled with his smooth movements, his grasp of timing, and his knowledge of pharmacology, he instantly conquered all the alchemists present, dazzling them. They couldn't wait to see this scene go on forever and never end. Although the crowd was noisy, none of it reached Zhude's ears. He had entered a state of selflessness. From this point alone, it was not a fluke that he could become an origin king-grade alchemist. He really did have the ability. Even Yang Kai, who was not far away, couldn't help but marvel at this scene. The martial Tao was the same as the alchemic Tao. Only by devoting all of one's energy could one achieve something. Those who could multitask and bite off more than they could chew would never go too far. He didn't waste any time. Seeing that Zhude had already started alchemy, Yang Kai took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression became solemn and his eyes shone with a sharp light. It was as if there was only the pill furnace and the herbs in front of him left in his eyes. There was nothing else. Yang Kai also entered a state of selflessness in an instant. His opponent was a veteran origin king-grade alchemist. Of course, he couldn't be careless. On the side, Aio's eyes lit up. He whispered to Zhong Ao in surprise, "Grandmaster Zhong, I see that Brother Yang's posture is no worse than Zhude's. Does he really know alchemy?" Zhong Ao smiled and whispered back, "Yang Kai knows alchemy, this old master can guarantee it. And this old master has seen him refine spirit pills with my own eyes. And more than once, he has also refined a spirit pill with pill clouds." What? Aio was taken aback. He has such ability? Grandmaster Zhong isn't lying to me? How could this Zhong joke about this kind of thing? Zhong Ao's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. When that spirit pill was born, this Zhong was watching from the side and had gained a lot. But what? However, at that time, the grade of that spirit pill wasn't very high. Furthermore, it was a coincidence that it was able to produce pill clouds. Zhong Ao said, "Today, the spirit pill he wants to refine is the Soul Source Restoration Pill, an Origin King grade spirit pill." This Zhong also doesn't dare to make a conclusion. However, his alchemy techniques and talent in alchemy were absolutely second to none. If the president continues reading, then... As Zhong Ao spoke, he saw Yang Kai continuously throwing the materials that Aio had given him into the purple origin furnace. Unlike Grandmaster Zhude's smooth and skillful movements, although Yang Kai's speed of throwing herbs was very fast, he was throwing them all in one go. Then he closed the lid of the purple origin cauldron. There was no entertainment value at all. Even if it was someone who didn't understand alchemy. He also saw the problem. Shui Yu's heart sank. Aio's mouth was also wide open with a speechless look on his face. However, he still held onto the slightest bit of hope as he asked Zhong Ao, "Grandmaster Zhong, Yang Kai did this. Is there anything special about it?" "I don't know." Zhong Ao looked a little flustered. Which alchemist would throw all the herbs into the pill furnace at once during alchemy? In order to refine every kind of spirit pill, one needed to grasp the order in which the herbs were added, as well as the timing. Every time a kind of herb was added into the pill furnace, the alchemist had to expend a great deal of effort and energy to control the heat in the pill furnace and fuse the appropriate medicinal liquid with it. This was a step-by-step process. It was also a slow and meticulous process. Only in this way could the alchemist refine a good spirit pill. He will destroy the herbs by doing this. Zhong Ao was anxious. Every herb has a different reaction to temperature. When he extracts the power of the earth fire, something terrible will happen. Although the power of the earth fire could be controlled, it was definitely not as flexible as the cultivator's Saint Qi. Didn't they see Grandmaster Wuxia constantly controlling the spirit array to change the size of the earth fire? Because of this, the herbs needed to be thrown in one by one. This wasn't a random stew. How could he throw them all in at once? Could it be that he knows he can't beat Wuxia and has given up? Ao thought of a possibility. Yang Kai proposed to compete with Wuxia in refining the soul source restoration pill in order to save Gu Baihu. As long as Wuxia agreed to this competition, there was hope for Gu Baihu to wake up. As for whether Yang Kai would win or lose, that was another matter. He isn't such a reckless person. Let's wait and see. Shui Yu bit her thin lips. Her palms were sweating as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After throwing in almost all the herbs, Yang Kai didn't activate the spirit array to trigger the power of the earth fire. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, motionless. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Zhan Yuan, who had been observing Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene. In an instant, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought that guy had some skills. It turns out that he doesn't even know the most basic knowledge of alchemy. He actually threw all the herbs into the cauldron. Ha! When the alchemists next to him heard this, they all glanced at Yang Kai. The next moment, they shook their heads one after another. Someone said, "What a reckless waste of natural resources. He wasted so many good herbs. It's really abominable." In the eyes of alchemists, any good herb should play its role. Yang Kai's wastefulness naturally caused some dissatisfaction. The alchemists, who originally sympathized with Yang Kai, were now looking at him with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, a scorching power surged out from that side. This scorching power gave people a very strange feeling. It seemed to be somewhat changeable. It was both gentle and violent. It was hard to detect. It felt like firepower of various temperatures had gathered together, but they didn't conflict with each other. It was very strange. Where did this scorching power come from? Strange, he didn't extract the earth fire, nor did he show any signs of circulating his Saint Qi. Why is there such a power coming from that side? Many alchemists looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Some didn't know what was going on. Conflagrated knowledge C. Zhan Yuan was also puzzled at first. But suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but shout in a low voice. A look of fanaticism and covetousness appeared in his eyes. What? It's actually a conflagrated knowledge, see? That guy has a conflagrated knowledge, see? Every alchemist's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. They all looked at Yang Kai. The expression on their faces became very excited. Conflagrated knowledge, see, was the most unique advantage of alchemists and artifact refiners. Alchemists or artifact refiners who had a conflagrated knowledge C could get twice the result with half the effort when refining pills or artifacts. This was common sense that everyone agreed on. But in this world, how many people had a conflagrated knowledge C? Among these people, how many had the aptitude for alchemy or artifact refining? More than 500 alchemists present, including Wuxia, didn't have a conflagrated knowledge C. But Yang Kai had one. Even Wuxia, who had been in a tranquil state, couldn't help but raise his head and look at Yang Kai. His pair of old eyes flashed with surprise. But soon, he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Because he knew that alchemy required one to concentrate wholeheartedly. Observing others would only disturb one's mind. So what if he had a conflagrated knowledge see? Could it compare to this old master's 1,000 years of experience in the alchemic Tao? Although there weren't many people in the entire star territory who had a conflagrated knowledge see, none of them was an origin king-grade alchemist. This old master was. Zuoda was disdainful in his heart. Damn it. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. His face was full of annoyance. He was an excellent alchemist, but he didn't have a conflagrated knowledge see. Yet Yang Kai had one. Coupled with the origin king-grade alchemy furnace from before, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. The heavens were unfair. If he had an origin king-grade alchemist and the assistance of a conflagrated knowledge see, he would definitely be able to reach the height of his honored teacher in the future. No. He would definitely surpass his honored teacher and achieve unprecedented achievements. Only now did Zhang Yuan understand why Yang Kai had made such a bizarre move before. This guy actually had a conflagrated knowledge see. And it seemed that his control over it had reached the point of perfection. With this advantage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to throw all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. As long as he could control his conflagrated knowledge see, he could control the heat according to the melting point of each herb. How could this be difficult for a second-order origin king master? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and realized with annoyance that it should be a very simple thing. Sure enough, when Yang Kai urged his conflagrated knowledge see, AIO seemed to have understood something. The anxiety on his face was swept away and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of his conflagrated knowledge see, Yang Kai didn't need to extract the power of the earth fire at all. He could feel that Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge see was divided into countless strands, each with a different strength. The scattered strands of conflagrated knowledge see poured into the alchemy furnace, wrapped up the herbs he had thrown in before, and began to condense medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquids condensed by the conflagrated knowledge see were purer and more thorough than those condensed by the earth fire. AIO even felt that Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly changing inside the purple origin furnace. Large and small, complex spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace at an extremely fast speed. During the whole process, Yang Kai was also constantly changing the seals in his hands. His movements were not fast, nor were they pleasing to the eye, but those seals were obviously extremely mysterious, as if they were not of this world. Zhong Ao's whole mind was immersed in the world where Yang Kai was. He was different from AIO. AIO was a layman who was only here to watch the fun, so he could only see the general picture, but Zhong Ao was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. From the changes in Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge see, the birth and death of the spirit arrays in the alchemy furnace, and the changes in Yang Kai's seals, he was able to pry into the profound Tao of alchemy. As he pondered, the light in Zhong Ao's eyes changed. He seemed to be swimming in the sea of alchemy, unable to see anything else. The more he meditated, the more he gained. Often, Yang Kai's grasp of timing and heat, or even a change in a seal would touch the questions in the depths of his heart, prompting him to seek answers. Chapter 1910. On the 9th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion, purple chi lingered above the purple origin furnace. The lid of the furnace was tightly shut, so no one could see what was happening inside. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. The more than 500 alchemists gradually withdrew their gazes. Since they couldn't see anything from Yang Kai's side, they could only turn their attention to Zuoda again. There weren't many opportunities to observe an origin king-grade alchemy grandmaster at such a close distance. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Moreover, it was rumored that Grandmaster Zuoda had always been arrogant. Normally, these alchemists wouldn't be able to see Zuoda even if they visited him in person. It was all thanks to Yang Kai that they were able to observe his alchemy here. Thinking so, many people were grateful to Yang Kai in their hearts, although they also sympathized with him a little. Because even if he had a conflagrated knowledge see, it was impossible for him to win against a veteran origin king-grade alchemist in alchemy. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere on the entire ninth floor of the alchemist pavilion was quite solemn. In the beginning, those alchemists would often praise Wuxia's amazing moves and talk about them spiritedly. But as time passed, no one spoke. Everyone's attention and mind were focused on the alchemical furnace in front of Wuxia. Many alchemists seemed to have comprehended something. Obviously, they had gained something, but they didn't have the time to study it carefully. They could only suppress their thoughts and wait until later to recall them. A medicinal fragrance gradually drifted out from Wuxia's pill furnace. The fragrance was light, making people feel comfortable just from smelling it. It was as if there was an invisible little hand caressing every single alchemist, causing everyone to reveal a look of pleasure. Zhang Yuan was the most excited. He looked at the movements in Wuxia's pill furnace and glanced at Yang Kai from time to time. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth, as if victory was in his hands. He found that there was no abnormal movement over there since Yang Kai activated his conflagrated knowledge C. It was as if there was no alchemy going on there. This made him even more proud. If Yang Kai lost, he would become Wuxia's servant. And I am Wuxia's disciple. My status is naturally higher than that of a servant. And if I live with Yang Kai in the future, wouldn't I be able to order him around at will? Well, the other party is a second-order origin king. It was better to give him some face. Otherwise, he would become angry out of humiliation. I'm afraid I can't beat him. I'll just let him clean my room every day. Moreover, this person seems to have some foundation in alchemy, so I can let him be my assistant. It was decided then. Zhang Yuan thought of the beautiful life in the future. He was even happier than marrying a heavenly beauty. He wanted nothing more than to dance and dance to express his excitement. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Wuxia cut a sorry figure. A large amount of sweat seeped out of his body and was evaporated by the high temperature, making him look extremely sloppy. But no one would despise him, because Wuxia was just an origin-returning realm cultivator. Moreover, he was getting on in years. Refining pills for 2 days without rest was unbearable for anyone. However, although Wuxia's appearance didn't look good, his spirit was full of excitement. His eyes were bursting with light. On the other hand, Yang Kai's side was calm and indifferent. Nothing eye-catching happened during this period. Only the purple mist in the purple origin furnace was rising. At a certain moment, Wuxia's body trembled. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Grandmaster's self-created pill condensing technique. Is this the rumored Red Lotus magical hand technique? It really lives up to its reputation. It's no worse than the previous pill condensing techniques. In fact, it's even better. I have also learned this technique, but it's nothing compared to Grandmaster's. This pill condensing technique was originally created by Grandmaster. How can you be compared to Grandmaster? The group of alchemists suddenly became spirited. Every pair of eyes stared at Wuxia's movements, unwilling to miss any detail. If they could see the mystery of this pill condensing technique through Wuxia's pill condensing technique, it would be a great harvest. Wuxia's hands shuttled back and forth like butterflies as he slapped the pill furnace in front of him. Every time he slapped his palm, the shape of a red lotus would appear. It would immediately collapse and imprint itself into the pill furnace, producing a magical effect on the pill that was about to take shape in the pill furnace. This was Wuxia's self-created Red Lotus magical hand technique. Wuxia slapped 81 times in a row. 81 Red Lotus imprints were imprinted into the pill furnace. After the last palm strike, a crisp whirring sound suddenly came from the pill furnace. At the same time, the medicinal fragrance that had been drifting in the air suddenly became much stronger. The pill is done. Someone exclaimed as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of them was very familiar to all the alchemists present. This was obviously the sign of pill completion. And judging from the sound coming from the pill furnace and the medicinal fragrance drifting in the air, Grandmaster Wuxia's pill refinement was absolutely perfect this time. As expected of a Grandmaster. It only took him 2 days to refine an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even in the entire star territory, Wuxia was second to none among all the Origin King grade alchemists. Suddenly, Wuxia's expression turned solemn. He slapped his pill furnace fiercely and the lid flew up. At the same time, a light blue light shot out from the pill furnace at an extremely fast speed. Zuoda was already prepared. He stretched out his hand and immediately fixed the light blue light in place. Then he waved his hand again and threw it into the jade bottle he had prepared in his other hand. Asterisk whirring. Asterisk a sound rang out, making everyone's eyes pop out. Zuoda stood up and laughed loudly. Although he was extremely tired, his face was extremely ruddy. Congratulations, Grandmaster. Congratulations, Grandmaster. You can refine such a perfect pill today. Grandmaster's promotion to Origin King grade mid-rank is just around the corner. Yes, the Soul Source Restoration pill is an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even if an alchemist of the same level were to refine it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as easy as Grandmaster's. Grandmaster has already reached Origin King grade mid-rank. Grandmaster is indeed a role model for our generation. We can only admit our inferiority. The group of alchemists began talking at the same time, some taking the opportunity to flatter Yang Kai, some sincerely congratulating him, and so on. Zuoda held the jade bottle containing the Soul Source Restoration pill in his hand with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow alchemists, I'm flattered. This old master was just one step ahead to explore the road. You are all elites in the alchemy world. Your future achievements may not be worse than this old master's." It seemed that Zuoda's mood had become very good because of the unimaginable smoothness of the pill refining this time. His attitude was also very amiable. "Honored teacher, can this disciple take a look at this spirit pill?" Zhan Yuan was well versed in the art of flattery. Naturally, he knew what to say at this moment. "Take it." Zuoda threw the jade bottle in his hand to Zhan Yuan without any hesitation. Zhan Yuan pretended to be frightened and carefully took it. After observing the Soul Source Restoration pill through the jade bottle, he immediately exclaimed, "Honored teacher is really amazing. This spirit pill is transparent in color, full and round, and its medicinal properties are condensed. In terms of quality alone, I'm afraid it is of high-rank quality. If it goes one step further, I'm afraid it might even form pill veins." Some alchemists' expressions became a little unnatural. They knew that their flattery was a little too much. It was already amazing to be able to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, but they were still asking for pill veins. In the entire Star Territory, it seemed that no one had refined an Origin King grade spirit pill with pill veins for tens of thousands of years. Although they thought so in their hearts, no one would say it out loud. Each and every one of them looked at the jade bottle in Zhan Yuan's hand curiously. How could Zhan Yuan not know what they were thinking? After asking for Zuoda's permission, he handed the jade bottle to another alchemist for observation. As the jade bottle passed through the hands of each alchemist, each of them exclaimed and praised. Zuoda was so proud of his success that he seemed to have become a few hundred years younger. "Grandpa, your spirit pill is refined. I wonder how that person is doing," Zuoling suddenly said. "Let's go and have a look." Zuoda smiled slightly. Zhan Yuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Teacher, this disciple has been observing that person for the past 2 days. This disciple thought that since he had a conflagrated knowledge C, his alchemy skills must have reached perfection. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, he only has a conflagrated knowledge C." Zhan Yuan laughed. Zuoda smiled slightly and reprimanded, "Don't underestimate the people of this world. A conflagrated knowledge C has an unimaginable effect on us alchemists. I don't think he is ignorant. Perhaps he is really an alchemist." "Teacher is right. But even if he is an alchemist, he is far inferior to teacher," Zhan Yuan said. Zuoda smiled proudly and waved his hand. "Just take a look and you will know. Young people nowadays." Immediately, a group of people under Zuoda's lead came to the vicinity of Yang Kai. "Congratulations, Grandmaster." As the host, President AIO had always been on Yang Kai's side. But since Zuoda had come, he couldn't help but salute him. Moreover, he had learned from the discussions of the crowd that Zuoda had refined the Soul Source Restoration pill. He had mixed feelings in his heart. On the one hand, the soul source restoration pill had been refined. Gu Bai who would surely be saved. This made him very happy. On the other hand, this spirit pill was won by Yang Kai at the cost of 2,000 years of his freedom. If Yang Kai lost, he would certainly feel uneasy. Therefore, AIO didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. He could only pray for a miracle in the depths of his heart that Yang Kai could successfully refine the soul source restoration pill. I should congratulate President AIO. Zuoda smiled and stretched out his hand. Zhang Yuan hurriedly presented the jade bottle with both hands. Zuoda handed the jade bottle to AIO and said, "The soul source restoration pill has been refined. Mrs. Gu will surely be fine." AIO forced a smile. "Many thanks for Grandmaster's help." Of course. This old master is the foreign elder of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. Gu is President AIO's first wife. Since Mrs. Gu is in trouble, this old master naturally can't stand idly by. Zuoda said with a solemn look. AIO almost couldn't help but curse. This old bastard is telling this king this now. Why didn't he realize this before? He even used Shui Yu's marriage to force this king. He is simply too shameless. Chapter 1911. AIO cursed in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. With his strength and identity, AIO could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Master President, honored teacher has finished refining the pill. I wonder if this friend... Zhang Yuan walked out and asked while pointing at Yang Kai. In the past, he would never dare to call Yang Kai a friend. Although he was an origin-grade alchemist, Yang Kai was a second-order origin king master. He wasn't qualified at all. But now that the situation was settled, Zhang Yuan naturally didn't need to be polite to someone who would be his servant for the next 2,000 years. It was only natural for him to call Yang Kai a friend. It seems that he hasn't finished refining yet, AIO said with a flat expression. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. President, Master is wrong. I think it's not that he hasn't finished refining, but that he can't refine it at all. It has been 2 days. No matter what, there should be some pill fragrance coming out of the pill furnace. Hearing what he said, the hundreds of alchemists who came here were slightly startled. That's right. No matter how fast or slow Yang Kai's progress was, it had been 2 days. Grandmaster's Wuda's soul source restoration pill had been refined. Even if Yang Kai was slower, there should be some fragrance coming out. But now, there was no fragrance at all. Obviously, there was a problem. What he said makes sense. Zhong Ao, who had been watching from the sidelines, nodded slightly. AIO couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ao. Whose side are you on? Tell me the truth, Zhong Ao said again. AIO didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that these alchemists were all one-track-minded. Their attitude towards the alchemic way was extremely strict. They wouldn't blaspheme the alchemic way just because of their close relationship. This is indeed. AIO didn't know what to say. After all, he knew nothing about alchemy. He didn't dare to say anything rashly. Although there is no pill fragrance, there is no burnt smell either. It means that the herbs in Yang Kai's pill furnace are still fine. Shui Yu suddenly stood up, but this doesn't mean that he has failed. Zhang Yuan was stunned. He opened his mouth, but he was speechless. Indeed, Yang Kai's pill furnace did not emit a pill fragrance. But there was no burnt smell of failure. All of a sudden, everyone was confused. What was going on in front of them? Moreover, the great master said before that there was no time limit for Yang Kai. It's only been 2 days. Why don't you wait a little longer? Shui said. Master did say that there is no time limit. Zhang Yuan frowned. He said in a deep voice, but if this person continues to refine like this, wouldn't we have to wait forever? Then there's no way to determine the winner of this competition. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, That's right. I know what he's up to. He must have thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace, and then didn't ask, wasting time like this. When we get impatient, no one will pursue the matter. Although Zhang Yuan's words were conjecture, when everyone thought about it carefully, it did make some sense. Grandmaster Zuoda didn't give Yang Kai a time limit because of his status. If Yang Kai started from this aspect, he could definitely resolve the current crisis. After all, no one would wait here for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. He was a second-order origin kingmaster, so he must have been in retreat for more than 10 years. What if he took this opportunity to comprehend some profound secret technique? He wouldn't waste time, but the others were different. Zhang Yuan's words made all the alchemists seem to understand Yang Kai's intentions at once. They looked at him with displeasure and hatred. Daring to compete with Grandmaster Zuoda in alchemy was a kind of blasphemy in itself. Now, he was using such a shameless method to delay the competition. It was simply outrageous. Immediately, an origin-grade high-rank alchemist stepped forward and cupped his fists at AIO with a sullen face. "Master, please give us an explanation for this matter. If this person is really as unbearable as Grandmaster Zhang said, I hope President Master will give Grandmaster Zuoda justice. Yes, the alchemic Tao is sacred and flawless. It cannot be blasphemed. This kind of person is insulting the alchemic Tao we pursue. He is insulting all the alchemists in the entire star territory. This cannot be tolerated. We ask President Master to give us justice. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we will immediately leave Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and find another job. Count me in. This person is simply too hateful." More than half of the hundreds of alchemists stepped forward and demanded an explanation from AIO. Even if they were facing the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, these alchemists were not afraid. They looked straight into AIO's eyes. AIO felt a headache coming on. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Just because of a competition, 200 to 300 alchemists were enraged. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the Yuan Qi of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would be greatly damaged. These alchemists who stepped forward were all hired by AIO at a high price. They were not alchemists trained by the Chamber of Commerce. They were free to leave the Chamber of Commerce and go to other forces. He believed that other forces would be happy to accept them. While feeling anxious, AIO was also secretly annoyed. He was annoyed that these guys didn't know the gravity of the situation and were blindly heckling him. On the other side, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such an effect. However, he and Zuoda were happy to see such a scene. He quietly glanced at Zuoda and found that the other party was looking at him with approval, as if he was praising his limitless future. Zhang Yuan quickly straightened his back. Like a javelin. "President Master, today's matter is very obvious. Please give us an explanation." Seeing that AIO didn't move for a long time, the alchemists couldn't help but urge him. AIO frowned, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure that Yang Kai is deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Isn't it too arbitrary to draw such a conclusion? This king thinks that we should observe for a while more." "What else do we need to observe?" someone complained. Zuoda suddenly spoke up, "Everyone, please calm down. What President AIO said makes sense. Moreover, this old master did say before that he wouldn't be given a time limit. Just wait. This is this old master's negligence." These words made the alchemists feel even more indignant towards Zuoda. They felt that a grandmaster like him was forced to compete with a rascal in alchemy. This rascal deserved to die. "Grandmaster, you are too kind-hearted." An alchemist shook his head and sighed. "Grandmaster, your words will only make some people think that your tolerance is cowardice. This matter must not be tolerated and delayed." "That's right." The alchemist who spoke first coldly snorted. He was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He looked like he had one foot in the grave. But at this moment he looked directly at AIO aggressively and said, "President, take a look. Which alchemist isn't exhausted and doing his best while refining pills? Even a person like Grandmaster Zuoda would be exhausted after 2 days of alchemy. But look at this person. He has a calm face and is meditating with his eyes closed. There isn't the slightest fluctuation of Saint Qi in his body. He also hasn't absorbed the power of the earth fire. He has a conflagrated knowledge, see, but I don't feel any signs of him activating it. If he isn't stalling for time, then what is? President, if you insist on siding with this person, then we will be disappointed. AIO's face sank. He felt a headache coming on. He raised his eyes and glanced at the void. He wanted to ask Long Tianshang, who was hiding in the void, how to deal with the situation in front of him. But Long Tianshang didn't seem to care at all. Just when AIO was in a dilemma and didn't know how to calm the crowd's anger, a sneer suddenly rang out. As soon as the voice came out, everyone was startled. They all turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. They saw Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, had opened his eyes at some point. He was tilting his head and listening to the crowd's conversation with great interest. It was as if he was an outsider. Friend, are you no longer pretending to be a ghost? Zhan Yuan sneered. He was sure that Yang Kai's alchemy furnace only contained classified herbs at this moment. Perhaps he hadn't even condensed the medicinal liquid yet. So, he spoke with great confidence. Do I need to pretend to be a ghost? Yang Kai cast a glance at him. If you know it in your heart. Zhan Yuan sneered. Young man, what are you laughing at? Zuoda narrowed his eyes and asked lightly in a tone that showed he was taking advantage of his seniority. Of course, I'm laughing at your ignorance. What did you say? Everyone was furious. They glared at Yang Kai fiercely. They were all alchemists. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Aren't you ignorant? A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. Who told you that an alchemist must be exhausted and go all out? Who told you that you can't meditate with your eyes closed during alchemy? Who told you that you must have the fragrance of pills when you are alchemy? What are you trying to say? I didn't want to say anything. Yang Kai curled his lips and looked at Zuoda. Grandmaster, if I ask you to refine chi recovery pills at this moment, will you sweat and pant? Of course not. Zuoda snorted coldly. That's right. The reason why you won't is because the level of chi recovery pills is too low for you. You can refine them easily. You don't need to go all out at all. Your Saint Chi can keep up with the requirements of alchemy. Naturally, you won't be exhausted. You mean, the soul source restoration pills are to you what the chi recovery pills are to me? Zuoda's eyelids twitched. That's right. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Arrogant. Shut up. Yang Kai turned his head and shouted at the speaker, this king is a second-order origin king. I don't feel exhausted during alchemy because I don't need to go all out. I can meditate with my eyes closed because I don't need to worry too much. You didn't sense my conflagrated knowledge, see, because you aren't strong enough. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to come here and talk nonsense when you don't know anything? The group of alchemists was rendered speechless by Yang Kai's words. Damn it. What this guy said seems to make sense. They were all alchemists. They never considered problems as cultivators. Now that they were influenced by Yang Kai's thoughts, they suddenly didn't know what to say. Chapter 1912. You're being unreasonable. Zhan Yuan shouted angrily. How can chi recovery pills be compared with the soul source restoration pill? Exactly. One is a saint-grade pill, while the other is an origin king-grade pill. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath, an alchemist said. As you said, Grandmaster Zuoda is an origin returning realm cultivator, while this king is an origin king realm cultivator. We cannot be mentioned in the same breath, Yang Kai responded with a smile. What a sharp tongue. Some alchemists shook their heads and sighed, as if they were ashamed to argue with Yang Kai. Alchemists relied on their abilities to make a living, not their mouths. Zuoda smiled faintly. Words are no proof. Seeing is believing. It's useless for you to say more. If you want to win the trust of others, you might as well show them all your means. I believe you will see the truth after you see it. You want to see it? Yang Kai tilted his head and smiled wickedly. You're feeling guilty. Zhan Yuan sneered. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at President AIO. President, do you remember those people who said they would leave the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce? When they leave, give them a bit of severance pay so that they won't be criticized in the future, saying that your Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce isn't generous. AIO's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't answer at all. Yang Kai laughed, stood up, and shouted, "Since you question this king's alchemy skills, then I'll show you what alchemy is." As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned solemn. Forming a mysterious seal with his hand, he pointed his finger forward and a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared in midair. The spirit array then shot into the purple origin furnace in front of him and disappeared. In the next moment, another spirit array appeared and shot into the purple origin furnace again. The third one, the fourth one. As Yang Kai's movements changed, more and more spirit arrays appeared in midair. They were like butterflies with wings, dancing and rushing into the pill furnace. This is pill condensing technique. No way. He didn't see any signs of this person refining pills. Why is he using the pill condensing technique? Could it be that he has already succeeded? Impossible. No matter how well sealed his pill furnace was, there should still be a medicinal fragrance wafting out. If there was no medicinal fragrance, it meant that the medicinal liquid had not fused. Why do you want to collect the pills? But this is clearly the pill condensing technique. Have you seen this technique before? Everyone was dazzled. At first, they were discussing spiritedly, wanting to know the origin of this pill condensing technique. But in the end, they came to the conclusion that no one had ever seen this pill condensing technique. It was completely different from the several pill condensing techniques circulating throughout the territory. It even included Zuoda's self-created red lotus hand technique. However, all of the alchemists present were discerning people, so naturally, they could see that this set of techniques was extremely mysterious. One after another, seals and spirit arrays flew out, and there seemed to be an ancient and desolate aura permeating the air, as if this set of techniques should not appear at this time. It should have existed in ancient times. All the alchemists had a thoughtful look on their faces as they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. No one spoke anymore. Even Zhang Yuan, who had been opposing Yang Kai all this time, was fascinated by the scene and observed for a moment. He actually comprehended something. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, when he observed Zuoda using the red lotus hand technique at close range, he didn't see such an effect. When he came back to his senses, a shameful expression appeared on his face. He had actually gained enlightenment because of this annoying fellow's technique. If this were to be spread out, it would be simply embarrassing. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't move his eyes away. He was afraid that he would miss any movement of Yang Kai's hands. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see any of the spirit diagrams. He was extremely conflicted. But there were just too many spirit diagrams. Originally, they were flying out one after another, but in the end, Yang Kai's hands were like butterflies, leaving only afterimages. He couldn't see them clearly at all. And the spirit diagrams flying out were also connected to each other, filling the entire void. Zhong Ao was shocked, Zuoda was shocked, and all the alchemists were shocked. Even the layman Shui Yu and Aio were dazzled. Their eyes were dazzled, and they were reluctant to close their eyes. But the strange thing was that there was still no pill fragrance. In the vast open space, Yang Kai looked solemn. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he had already exerted all his skills. Everything he had comprehended from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture was being displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. In front of his eyes, there was only the alchemy furnace and everything inside it. There was nothing else in his vision and thoughts. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came from the purple origin furnace. At the same time, the purple origin furnace's purple light suddenly shone brightly. This voice was not loud, but it poured into the ears of many alchemists like a great bell, causing their minds to tremble. It was as if there were whispers echoing in their ears, describing the mysteries of this world's alchemic Tao and the principles of alchemy, but if one listened carefully, they would not be able to hear anything. Only one or two alchemists' expressions suddenly changed, their brows furrowed as they sat down cross-legged on the spot. All the alchemists were shocked. This is Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. This is the legendary Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. Those alchemists who couldn't pry into the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone looked at their peers who were sitting cross-legged with envy. It was because they had glimpsed a trace of the mysteries of the alchemy Tao from the sound just now. buzz, another sound came. The shocked alchemist's expressions became even more complicated. After the grand alchemy Dao tone sounded, several more alchemists sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. The entire 9th floor of the alchemist temple was boiling. The blood in every alchemist's body was surging. Everyone's expression was extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as they stared at Yang Kai's movements. They hoped to hear the grand alchemy Dao tone again. They hoped that they could pry into the mysteries of the alchemy Dao like the few others before. No one wanted to miss this God-given opportunity. Zuoda was completely dumbfounded. When he heard the strange sound echoing in his ears, he was still a little suspicious. But when he saw the alchemists sitting cross-legged, he was sure that it was really the grand alchemy Dao tone. It was the grand alchemy Dao tone that all alchemists dreamed of. How is this possible? How could this happen? He was already an Origin King-grade alchemist. He had studied the alchemy Dao all his life and devoted all his energy to alchemy. But so far, even the pills that formed pill veins were extremely rare. Not to mention triggering the legendary grand alchemy Dao tone. And yet, that young cultivator who was a second-order Origin King was casually and lazily refining pills, causing such a phenomenon. The sound bombarded his ears. Zuoda felt it was extremely ear-piercing. His face twisted as he wished he could drive the sound out of his ears. "Father, what's going on?" Shuiyu looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. She also heard the grand alchemy Dao tone, but she felt it was a little strange. Because there seemed to be a voice whispering to her, telling her to listen. She couldn't hear anything. But looking at the frenzied looks of those alchemists and hearing their exclamations, Shuiyu knew that something extraordinary must have happened. Grand alchemy Dao tone. Aio's expression was also shocked. It's actually the grand alchemy Dao tone. What is the grand alchemy Dao tone? Shuiyu asked. It's a kind of heavenly Dao tone. Aio took a deep breath and tried to calm down his fluctuating mood. He explained in a low voice, Martial Dao, Alchemy Dao, Artifact Dao, Array Dao, there are so many of them. They are all branches of the heavenly Dao. A cultivator enters the Dao through Martial Dao. It's the same principle. An alchemist can enter the Dao through alchemy, an artifact refiner can enter the Dao through Artifact Dao, and so on. Everyone is pursuing the supreme heavenly Dao. It's just that the path they choose is different. The grand alchemy Dao tone is the heavenly Dao tone. It is said that if an alchemist has enough opportunities during alchemy, he can trigger the grand alchemy Dao tone. If one's perception is strong enough, they can trigger such a phenomenon. This sound is useless to you and me, but if any of them can hear something, they will benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Aio spoke. He looked down at Zhong Ao, who was sitting next to him. Zhong Ao was the first to sit down cross-legged, which meant that he had the highest comprehension of the alchemy Dao among all of them except for Yang Kai. It's rare to see someone who can trigger the grand alchemy Dao tone in 10,000 years. This has nothing to do with the level of an alchemist. It's all determined by the heavens. The heavenly Dao tone contains the mysteries of the alchemy Dao. The pinnacle of the alchemy Dao is the secret of the heavens and earth itself. Shuiyu's face changed slightly. She immediately knew how important this grand alchemy Dao tone was to alchemists. Aio suddenly grinned and laughed. The heavens bless my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. After today, who knows how many more alchemy apprentices will appear in my Water Sky City. Father, you mean? Shuiyu looked thoughtful. Don't you understand? This grand alchemy Dao tone is not only useful to the alchemists here, but also to those with alchemy comprehension. It has great enlightenment and development. If this sound drifts in my Water Sky City, it will directly increase the number of alchemists in Water Sky City by tens of thousands. Moreover, their future achievements are absolutely limitless. It's possible for several Origin King-grade alchemists to appear. Shuiyu was overjoyed when she heard this. Currently, there were only 3 or 4 Origin King-grade alchemists in the entire star territory. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had Zuoda as its foreign elder. If one day in the future, Several or even more than a dozen Origin King-grade alchemists appeared in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. It would be difficult for the Chamber of Commerce not to grow. No one dared to underestimate the power of an Origin King-grade alchemist. No one could underestimate the means of an Origin King-grade alchemist. Shuiyu, quickly go out and pass the order. Tell everyone in Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce to start searching for candidates with alchemy aptitude in Water Sky City. They must offer generous conditions to recruit them into the Chamber of Commerce, especially those children under the age of 10. They must become members of our Chamber of Commerce at all costs. Aio suddenly shouted in a deep voice. But here. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai, not wanting to leave. Father will be here. You don't have to worry, Aio waved his hand. Yes. Shuiyu had to leave quickly, preparing to convey Aio's order. After Shuiyu left, Aio muttered with some dissatisfaction, Hey, why isn't it the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone? If it was the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone, he would have a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Chapter 1913. On this day, the entire Water Sky City was in an uproar. The grand alchemic Dao tone drifted throughout the city. Countless children who were playing were frozen in place after hearing this sound. A thoughtful look appeared on their young faces as they tilted their ears to listen to the voice. They didn't move no matter how their parents dragged them. It was as if a powerful master had cast a powerful spell on them. Most people didn't understand what was going on. Why was there a sound in their ears? They thought they were hallucinating. Even if they covered their ears, it didn't help. When the many cultivator of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and the guards of Water Sky City were dispatched, the residents of Water Sky City knew that something big had happened. The third young master of Shuiyu ordered that everyone who heard the grand alchemic Dao tone, regardless of gender, age, or gender, could join the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and enjoy extremely generous treatment. Especially children under the age of 10, the treatment they received made many Origin returning realm cultivator jealous. 500,000 Saint crystals a year, living alone in a palace, with 20 servants serving them. Their status was equivalent to that of a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that the inexplicable voice echoing in their ears was actually an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The sudden benefits made the parents of the children dizzy. Coupled with the character of the third young master of Shuiyu and the reputation of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, countless men and women pulled their children towards the center of Water Sky City. No one was willing to give up the benefits that were delivered to their mouths. The grand alchemic Dao tone continued to hum 9 times in a row. This situation lasted for a whole day. A day later, on the 9th floor of the alchemist hall, hundreds of alchemists were sitting cross-legged. With Yang Kai as the center, they surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Many alchemists who didn't sit cross-legged also showed thoughtful looks. Their expressions were constantly changing. Sometimes they were worried, sometimes they were anxious, and sometimes they were ecstatic. Obviously, they had all obtained some benefits. After 9 rings, there was no more movement inside the purple origin furnace, and the dense purple qi gradually dissipated. Yang Kai had also stopped his pill collection. Since half a day ago, he had sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes, allowing the great alchemic Dao tone to come from the purple origin furnace. He had gained more than any other alchemist present. After all, the great alchemy Dao tone was the heavenly Dao tone that he had drawn out. That voice that was faintly discernible in the ears of others was incomparably clear to Yang Kai. From the unseen world, there was an ancient and desolate voice reverberating by his ears, explaining the profound meaning of the Tao of alchemy to him. The voice was not loud, but its pronunciation was clear. Every sentence, every word, was like a brand, imprinted in Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to understand without needing to think about it. His gains were much greater than studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture 1,000,000 times over. The knowledge about alchemy that was poured into his mind was the ultimate mystery of the world itself. Only by drawing out the great alchemic Dao tone could one see through it. Of the more than 500 alchemists, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, a small half were deep in thought, and the rest were sighing. They didn't have enough luck and perception, so they weren't able to hear anything from the 9 alchemic tones. But now, the expression and demeanor with which they looked at Yang Kai had changed. There was no longer any dissatisfaction and disdain, replaced by dignified and respectful expressions. Who would believe that someone who could draw out the great alchemic Dao tone and make it ring 9 times in a row was not an alchemist? Although Yang Kai had not yet opened the furnace to take out the pill, they all felt that there was definitely a refined soul source restoration pill inside. This person was not only a second-order origin king cultivator, but also a veritable alchemy grandmaster. Thinking about how short-sighted they were before, countless alchemists felt ashamed. Why wasn't I included? An untimely voice suddenly sounded. Those alchemists who were still awake couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, they found that the speaker was Zhan Yuan, who had been opposing Yang Kai before. At this moment, Zhan Yuan had a dazed look on his face. He kept glancing at those alchemists sitting cross-legged on the ground and kept muttering, "Why wasn't I included? I heard it too. Why didn't you let me hear it clearly? I, Zhan Yuan, am an alchemy genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. No one taught me since I was a child. How can I not be included in the secrets of the alchemic Tao?" Hearing his shameless boasting, many alchemists showed a look of disgust. Not being able to hear the great alchemic Tao tone was a matter of opportunity and perception. It couldn't be forced. This was the choice of the heavenly way, and no one could change it. Zhan Yuan's arrogant words naturally made people unhappy. "It's impossible not to include me," Zhan Yuan suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and gritted his teeth. "I understand. It must be you. You triggered the great alchemic Tao tone. You blocked the alchemic Tao tone. It's definitely you." As he spoke, he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Of the more than 500 alchemists present, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, and more than 100 were deep in thought. It was almost a 50-50 chance, but Zhan Yuan didn't have a share. He was about to collapse. Why could others have such a great opportunity but not him? If he could get this opportunity, it was possible for him to become an origin king grade alchemist in the future. So he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Presumptuous! A deep roar sounded directly in Zhan Yuan's ears. AIO waved his hand at Zhan Yuan as he spoke, and Zhan Yuan was sent flying like a rag sack. Because so many alchemists were comprehending, AIO didn't go too far. He tried his best to suppress his movements. Even when he shouted at Zhan Yuan, he directly condensed his Saint Qi and transmitted it to Zhan Yuan's ears. Zhan Yuan flew far away and fell to the ground. "If you dare to be rude again, I will take your life." AIO looked at Zhan Yuan coldly. He didn't care about his identity as Grandmaster Zhuoda's disciple. In his opinion, the alchemists in the alchemist hall were precious treasures. How could he allow Zhan Yuan to disturb them? What's more, the one he wanted to disturb was Yang Kai, the one who triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, AIO would have killed him. With this, Zhan Yuan finally came back to his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing just now. Looking at AIO's cold eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that with his performance just now, he would no longer be valued by President AIO in the future. But I am now honored master's disciple. I don't need to care about President AIO. Thinking of this, Zhan Yuan calmed down a little and turned to look at Zhuoda. In the next moment, he was shocked and whispered, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" He found Zhuoda standing there, on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he refined a soul source restoration pill. It was as if all his energy had been exhausted. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Zhuoling also finally noticed Zhuoda's abnormality. She couldn't help but panic. "Grandmaster?" AIO stepped forward and looked at Zhuoda in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with Zhuoda. After all, he was an origin king grade alchemist. He should have gained something from the 9 alchemic Tao tones. Even if he didn't gain anything, he shouldn't look like he was attacked. Not only was his face ugly, but Blood was oozing out of his ears. Zuoda was motionless and didn't speak. Only his breathing showed that he was still alive. Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the grand alchemic Tao tone. If you question it, it is equivalent to questioning the heavenly Tao and the path you have taken in your life. If you do this, you will be rejected by the alchemic Tao. The consequences will be very serious. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Zuoda suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spirit quickly withered. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at Yang Kai. Grandmaster, what's wrong with him? Aio asked with a frown. He's not convinced. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone, so he's not convinced. But he was taught a lesson by the alchemic Tao tone. Taught a lesson? Aio opened his mouth wide and his face turned pale. Don't tell me that the alchemic Tao tone is alive. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. How can I explain it clearly? Yang Kai grinned. Aio looked depressed. How dare you hurt my grandpa? Zuoling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. Her Saint Qi showed signs of circulating. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. I didn't hurt Grandmaster Zuoda. Then why did Grandpa vomit blood? Zuoling asked relentlessly. Yang Kai sneered. You'll have to ask him that yourself. The grand alchemic Tao tone entered his ears. Not only did he not try to comprehend it, he even dared to question the authenticity of the alchemic Tao tone. He's lucky that he didn't die on the spot. What else do you want? Zuoling seemed to want to say something, but Zuoda raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. He looked at Yang Kai with dim eyes and said, You're very good. Grandmaster is overpraising me. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But, have you forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You did trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone, but so what? Have you refined the soul source restoration pill? Does Grandmaster want to take a look? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Open the furnace. Zuoda took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Being able to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone shows that your alchemy aptitude is heaven-defying, but it doesn't mean that you can refine the soul source restoration pill. That's an Origin King grade spirit pill. There are countless geniuses in this world, but how many of them can truly grow up? Grandmaster won't cry until he sees the coffin, Yang Kai sneered. Grandmaster, why don't we call it a day? An alchemist advised. They were all indebted to Yang Kai for triggering the grand alchemic Tao tone. Zuoda was highly respected and was a role model in the alchemy world. No matter who won or lost this competition, it was not what they wanted to see. The best way was to call it a day and turn a big problem into a small one. When one person advised, 2 others followed suit. After a while, many alchemists joined the persuasion team. Yang Kai said indifferently, I have no opinion. It's up to Grandmaster. Chapter 1914. I suddenly had a fever last night. When I woke up this morning, I felt weak all over and my throat was very sore. I have to go to the hospital later. If I didn't update tonight, then I'll update today. Mobile web. It's useless to say more. Open the furnace. Zuoda ignored the persuasion of countless people and looked firmly at Yang Kai. Aio opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but when he saw Zuoda's eyes, he sighed and gave up. Yang Kai nodded gently and said lightly, In that case, as Grandmaster wishes. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace on the ground. In an instant, the lid of the furnace flew up. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from it, and an extremely rich pill fragrance instantly filled the air. This. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, staring at the flying stream of light without blinking. How could they not know that Yang Kai had already refined the pill? The reason why there was no pill fragrance from beginning to end was entirely because the medicinal properties were too restrained. Only when the lid was opened at this moment did the fragrance of the pill waft out. Lost. Zuoda lost. No matter whether the quality of the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was good or bad, Zhude had already lost. After all, he had said before that as long as Yang Kai could refine it successfully, he would consider it his loss. Being able to refine the soul source restoration pill proved that Yang Kai was really an Origin King grade alchemist. Everyone couldn't help but breathe quickly. They looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of fanaticism and respect. This kind of gaze should only belong to Zhude. Any Origin King grade alchemist would receive this kind of treatment. The moment the pill flew out of the furnace, Zhude couldn't help but stagger. He looked at the stream of light in disbelief. The look on his face suddenly became much older. But soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "It's not over yet. Whether this is the soul source restoration pill or not still needs to be verified." "Yes, it's not over yet." Yang Kai laughed and flicked his finger at his purple origin furnace again. No one understood why he did this, but in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Immediately after the first stream of light, another stream of light flew out of the purple origin furnace. A stronger pill fragrance than before filled the tip of everyone's nose. How is that possible? He refined 2 soul source restoration pills at one go? Am I dreaming? Did President AIO gave him 2 sets of materials? No, even if he had 2 sets of materials at one time. What the hell is going on? The crowd of alchemists only felt that the common sense that had been deeply ingrained in their minds for so many years had been subverted. Every pair of eyes stared at the 2 streaks of light that shot out, foolishly looking at them. Kai Yang took out the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. With a wave of his hand, the 2 streams of light obediently fell into the jade bottle as if they were bound by some kind of power. A whirring sound came from the bottle. Am I seeing things? Did 2 spirit pills fly out of the furnace just now? I thought I was seeing things too. What does this mean? After a long while, only the alchemist on the 9th floor of the Hall of Alchemists were whispering to each other. No one dared to come up and ask to check the pills, for fear that what they saw would overturn their understanding. Master, do you want to test the pills? Do you want to test the pill? Yang Kai held the jade bottle and asked Zhude. Zhude's face fell. He didn't speak, but looked at Yang Kai with complicated eyes. The alchemists didn't speak either. I'll do it, AIO said in a deep voice and stepped forward. He took the jade bottle from Yang Kai. Then I'll have to trouble President AIO, Yang Kai smiled calmly. AIO nodded and opened the jade bottle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out a pill from the bottle. The pill was round and plump, with a clear luster. Smelling the pill fragrance, it made people feel refreshed. What else could it be but the soul source restoration pill? However, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was a little different from the one refined by Zhude. It was even a little different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. There was a faint layer of golden light lingering on the surface of the pill. Under the light, the soul source restoration pill looked rich and powerful. Everyone could feel the surging vitality coming from it. Even those who didn't understand alchemy would know that this was a life-saving and healing spirit pill. The alchemists were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the pill refined by Yang Kai was different from the one recorded in the pill recipe even though it was refined with the same materials. None of them noticed that during the refining process, Yang Kai had dripped a drop of his pure golden blood into the pill furnace. Only when a pill has a spirit can it be called a spirit pill. This was the last sentence recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai understood from it that if he wanted to refine a spirit pill, he must have a pill spirit. A monster beast's monster core could be used as a pill spirit, and his pure golden blood could also be used as a pill spirit. Moreover, it was even better than a monster beast's monster core. After all, his pure golden blood contained unimaginable vitality and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't use his golden blood to refine a spirit pill. Golden blood was extremely precious and was more valuable than a spirit pill. But this time, since he was going to save Shui Yu's little miss, Yang Kai wasn't going to be stingy. It was because of his golden blood as a pill spirit that this spirit pill emitted a faint golden light. Everyone can check if this is the soul source restoration pill or not, AIO said as he handed the spirit pill over to the numerous alchemists. The alchemists didn't refuse. One of them accepted the pill while the others gathered around to observe and analyze it. In the end, they determined that this was definitely the soul source restoration pill, and its medicinal efficacies seemed to be slightly stronger than what was recorded. This made their gazes towards Yang Kai become more dignified and respectful. They subconsciously felt that Yang Kai had modified the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe, which was why it was able to reach this level. If one wanted to refine the soul source restoration pill, they needed to be an Origin King grade alchemist, and to modify the pill recipe of this spirit pill, one needed to be at least an Origin King grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Every pill recipe had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, experienced countless epochs, and was perfected by countless geniuses. How difficult was it to modify? It was even more difficult to improve a pill recipe. But today they saw it with Yang Kai. They immediately understood. Yang Kai should be an Origin King grade mid-rank or high-rank alchemist. Thinking of this, all the alchemists were shocked, because they discovered that this person not only had a powerful second-order Origin King cultivation, but also had attainments in the alchemic Tao that surpassed all of them. Could he be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years in disguise? Otherwise, with his apparent age, how could he achieve such a feat? Grandmaster, do you want to check? AIO looked at Zwuda, who had a pale face, and asked. Zwuda's previous approach and attitude made AIO very unhappy. But at this moment, seeing this alchemy grandmaster of the Star Territory in such a state, AIO couldn't bear it. After all, the other party was also an Origin King grade alchemist. If he really couldn't recover from this setback, it would be a loss to the entire Star Territory. Zwuda slowly shook his head. In that case, this competition. AIO was about to announce the result of this competition when the alchemists suddenly became anxious. Someone shouted, "President, there is still one more spirit pill. Take it out and let us have a look." What's the matter with the second spirit pill? Let us have a look. 2 spirit pills flew out of the pill furnace just now. This was what everyone saw, but no one could understand what was going on. The alchemist's thirst for knowledge was very strong. How could they allow AIO to be so vague? AIO couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Yang Kai with a complicated look. When he opened the jade bottle, he had already sneaked a peek at the second spirit pill. And when he saw it clearly, he was so scared that he almost threw the jade bottle away. So now, the many alchemists' requests made him feel a little embarrassed. "Are you sure you want to see it?" AIO asked when he saw that Yang Kai didn't object. "Of course we want to see it. President, don't hide it." "Fine, take a look for yourselves." While speaking, AIO threw the jade bottle in his hand forward. An alchemist dressed like a middle-aged man quickly caught the jade bottle and took a look inside. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently. His eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Quickly tell us." Someone couldn't help but urge when they saw him looking like he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged man didn't respond. "Damn it, I'll see for myself." The alchemist next to him cursed and snatched the jade bottle away. In the next moment, this alchemist's throat made a meaningless sound. Just like the previous middle-aged man, he stood on the spot with his eyes wide open. The jade bottle passed from one alchemist to another. But every alchemist who saw the spirit pill inside the jade bottle couldn't help but be shocked. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they might mistakenly think that the jade bottle contained a poison pill. The strong toxicity emitted from the poison pill had poisoned all these alchemists. Zwuda's expression changed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he already had a vague guess. But the idea that emerged in his mind was something he couldn't believe no matter how hard he tried. He walked forward shakily, no longer having the demeanor of an expert. He snatched the jade bottle from the hands of a frozen alchemist and poured out the spirit pill in the bottle onto his palm. A faint golden light enveloped the spirit pill. The spirit pill was still round, full, and transparent. But this spirit pill was very different from the previous one. There were clear and organized lines on this spirit pill. Just like the meridians in a cultivator's body, they were distributed all over the surface of the spirit pill. If these lines were spread out, they would inevitably form a complicated pattern that contained the truth of heaven and earth. Pill veins, Zhude exclaimed. His old body shook violently like a willow branch swaying in the wind. It wasn't that Yang Kai had never refined pills with pill veins before. He was now an Origin King-grade alchemist and had refined countless pills over the course of several thousand years. During this period, there had always been some lucky ones that had formed pill veins. There were even low-level pills that had pill clouds. These spirit pills with pill veins and pill clouds were Zhude's pride and glory as an alchemist. But this was the first time he had seen an Origin King-grade spirit pill with pill veins. Chapter 1915. He lost, he was utterly defeated. When the second spirit pill with pill veins appeared in front of him, Zhude knew that his loss this time wasn't unjustified at all. Not only could Yang Kai refine two spirit pills at once, but one of them even had pill veins. This kind of ability was beyond his reach. It wasn't until this moment that the unyielding look on Zhude's face gradually dissipated. He looked a little disheartened. He took a deep breath and put the spirit pill with pill veins into a jade bottle. He cupped his hands towards Yang Kai and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster Yang's skill is amazing. Zhude admires you." Yang Kai looked at Zhude in surprise. He didn't expect him to say such a thing. He thought that this old man wouldn't admit defeat so easily with his unyielding look and character. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Seeing that Zhude was so respectful to Yang Kai, many alchemists cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. We had eyes but failed to see before. If we have offended you, we hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive us." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't blame those who don't know." His magnanimous look made everyone have a better impression of him. Without mentioning anything else, Yang Kai himself was a second-order Origin King, and his personal strength ranked among the top in the entire star field. Coupled with his identity as an Origin King-grade alchemist, he could be said to be the most valuable and respected person in the entire star field. No one would refute him. What was rare was that he was so broad-minded. He didn't care about everyone's rudeness before. This was definitely the demeanor of a true grandmaster. It was many times better than Zhude's way of fishing for fame. Ling apologized to Grandmaster. After admitting defeat, Zhude's temperament seemed to have changed. Not only did he correct his attitude, he even asked his granddaughter to apologize to Yang Kai. Zhueling looked reluctant and shyly hid behind Zhude's back. Zhude was about to reprimand her. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The child is not sensible. Master, please don't make things difficult for her. I don't care about it." Pausing for a moment, he turned to AIO and said, "President AIO, this old master would like to enter seclusion for a year and a half. After my seclusion ends, this old master will fulfill his bet with Grandmaster Yang on time every year. This old master will take his leave first." While they were talking, he returned the elixir refined by Yang Kai. Without waiting for AIO's permission, he walked out with Zhueling. AIO did not stop him. He only said, "Take care, Grandmaster." He knew that Zhude didn't have the face to continue staying here. It was already very rare for him to sincerely apologize to Yang Kai and correct his mentality. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. A famous person like Zhude would always want to maintain some face. "Master, wait for me." Zhang Yuan saw that Zhude had left. How could he dare to stay here? While shouting, he hurriedly chased after Zhude. Before, he had always been against Yang Kai, ridiculing him. At this moment, his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai had such an ability, how could he have been so blind? It was too late to please him. Looking at Zhude's seemingly old and bleak back, Yang Kai sighed slightly. AIO's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, "Grandmaster Yang, why are you sighing?" After seeing Yang Kai's alchemy skills, he immediately changed the way he addressed Yang Kai. Brother was a close name, but Grandmaster was a respectful name. It could be seen that Yang Kai's status in AIO's mind had undergone a huge change. Yang Kai was the only one who could refine an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill with pill veins in the entire star territory. Moreover, AIO heard that Yang Kai had a good relationship with Xueyu. He even came to Water Moon Star to visit Xueyu. AIO was already thinking about how to keep Yang Kai in Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. This was definitely more than a dozen times more valuable than worshipping Zwada. I'm just feeling sorry for Grandmaster Zwada, Yang Kai said lightly. Huh? AIO was confused. What do you mean? I'm afraid Grandmaster Zwada's alchemy Dao won't be able to make any progress in the future. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. AIO's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly seemed to understand something and asked, "Is it the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone?" Grandmaster questioned the Heavenly Dao Tone before. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his alchemy skills. He would be excluded from the alchemy Dao and would never be able to refine pills again. AIO was shocked. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone actually has such an effect. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. President AIO, if you are excluded by the martial Dao, your foundation will also be destroyed. AIO said seriously, if the Heavenly Dao Tone were to resound one day, this king would not miss the opportunity. He would definitely comprehend it well. The Heavenly Dao Tone is too far away. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone this time was something he didn't expect. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. Because his opponent was an Origin King grade alchemist, and the spirit pill he was refining was an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill, Yang Kai only wanted to do his best and didn't think too much about it. When he displayed all the insights he had gained from the true alchemic way, it triggered such a heavenly vision and unearthed the ultimate mysteries of the heavens and earth itself. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai found it a little unbelievable. If he were to do it again, he would never be able to trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. President, Master, aren't you busy today? An alchemist suddenly glared at AIO. He was an Origin grade mid-rank alchemist, the same level as Zhang Yuan. Usually, he would be very respectful when he saw AIO, but today, he put on such a posture of denouncing him. He wasn't afraid of AIO at all, which surprised AIO. I'm fine. AIO didn't know if he had offended the other party or why he was asking such a question. President, Master handles all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, big and small. How could he not be busy? President, you should go up. President, there are a lot of things for you to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce. What are you still doing here? Farewell, President Master. All the alchemists said in unison. AIO's jaw dropped as he looked at the hundreds of alchemists in front of him. Suddenly understanding, he laughed in surprise. So that's what you meant? You should have said so earlier. There is no one on the 8th floor now. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Yang, please. The group of alchemists gestured respectfully with their hands. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would never think that these alchemists were arrogant alchemists. Yang Kai wasn't overly modest. The Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts were all about the master. Although he was young and almost everyone present was more senior than him in terms of seniority, he was far ahead in both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts. If he was too modest, he would be hypocritical. So, he took the lead and led the way to the 8th floor. The group of alchemists followed in an orderly manner. Chapter 1916. The environment on the 8th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was similar to the 9th floor, but the earth fire wasn't as strong as the 9th floor. The crowd didn't pay much attention to it. They just sat cross-legged in the hall, facing Yang Kai and listening to him explain the mysteries of the alchemy Dao. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain the alchemy Dao to so many alchemists, even if his alchemy skills were better than everyone else's. Being able to concoct pills was one thing, and being able to explain the Tao to others was another. The latter required one to reach an extremely high realm before one could have this ability. But it was different now. The grand alchemic Tao tone had been ringing in Yang Kai's ears for an entire day, imprinting the secrets of the alchemy Tao into his mind like a brand. His understanding of the alchemy Tao had reached a new height, an unprecedented height. It was easy for him to explain the Tao to these Saint King grade and Origin grade alchemists. Yang Kai talked about the Tao of alchemy for 3 days, from how to choose herbs, distinguish between good and bad pill recipes, to condensing medicinal liquids, controlling the heat, inscribing spirit arrays, and finally to the pill condensing technique. All the alchemists listened with fascination, not noticing the passage of time at all. From time to time, someone would reveal a look of surprise, obviously because the problems that had been troubling them were suddenly solved by Yang Kai's pointers. Yang Kai himself also benefited greatly. Through his explanation of the Tao of alchemy to these alchemists, he gained a higher level of understanding of the grand alchemic Tao tone brand in his mind. In the beginning he would sometimes ponder on it, but towards the end he didn't stop talking and just opened his mouth. Everything he said was the secrets of alchemy that ordinary alchemists couldn't even grasp in their lifetime. Some alchemists who woke up from the 9th floor walked to the 8th floor and sat down cross-legged quietly, listening attentively. After experiencing the opportunity of the grand alchemic Tao tone, they once again gained great benefits from Yang Kai. 3 days later, more than 500 alchemists on the 8th floor sat in front of Yang Kai, looking up at him with solemn expressions. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. Yang Kai had already seen him walk in. He just nodded slightly and didn't stop talking about the Tao of alchemy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice stopped. The 8th floor of the alchemist pavilion was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the extreme. When Kai Yang no longer made any sound, everyone knew. This time's lecture on the Tao of alchemy Tao was over. There was no one who didn't reveal an expression of wanting to continue. Yang Kai stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. That's all for today. Many thanks for your support. More than 500 alchemists all stood up. Yang Kai's master, thank you, Grandmaster Yang's hard work. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. Because of Zhuode's unintentional pointers many years ago, Zhan Yuan had always regarded himself as Zhuode's disciple and called Zhuode his teacher. For 3 alchemists. They couldn't call himself teacher. The alchemist profession valued inheritance very much. Yang Kai was so selfless. He taught them his alchemy experience and understanding. Although it couldn't make them succeed overnight, it was definitely a great kindness. Especially that magical pill condensing technique. If these people could fully comprehend it, it would definitely bring a huge change to the alchemy Tao of the entire star territory. After all, according to the knowledge of alchemists, one set of materials could only be used to refine one spirit pill, but with the special pill condensing technique, one set of materials could be used to condense 2, 3, or even 4 to 5 spirit pills. This was equivalent to greatly reducing the cost of refining a spirit pill and increasing the amount of spirit pills produced. If this method was popularized, the cultivator in the star territory would no longer have to worry about not having enough spirit pills to eat. In any case, from now on, these 500 alchemists above Saint King grade were Yang Kai's disciples. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. This was definitely a force that would shake the entire star territory. Who could guarantee that among these 500 people, how many of them would become Origin King grade alchemists in the future? Yang Kai didn't act pretentiously. He cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone is too polite. Grandmaster Yang, this disciple is very concerned about something you said before. This disciple has some doubts in his heart. I don't know if I should ask." A middle-aged alchemist who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Madam, please feel free to ask. If this king can answer, he will not keep it to himself," Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I'm sure you all believe in Grandmaster Yang's character. It's just that, Grandmaster, before you competed with Grandmaster Zhuode in alchemy, You said that there was an alchemist who was better than Grandmasters Wada, and even better than you. Is this true? As soon as the statement came out, someone immediately echoed, yes, 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 I also heard that. But how could such a thing be possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. Who in this world can surpass him in alchemy? Grandmaster Yang said it casually at that time. How could you believe it? I didn't say it casually. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There is indeed such a person in this world who is better than me in alchemy. Impossible? There is such a person? Grandmaster Yang, you are too modest. The group of alchemists below made an uproar. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai's words at all. They all felt that Yang Kai only said that because he was being modest. After all, everyone had more or less figured out Yang Kai's temperament. He was amiable and didn't put on airs. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai said seriously, it's hard to say now. Maybe I am a little better than that person, but she was definitely better than me in the past. In the future, she will also be better than me. Who is this person? All the alchemists were shocked. From Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know who that person was. As far as I know, Grandmaster Wada's alchemy is one of the best in the entire Star Territory. Even if there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, they will never surpass him. The person Grandmaster Yang is talking about, you don't have to guess. That person is not famous. She is a senior sister of mine. Like me, she is an unknown existence. Yang Kai explained. She is Grandmaster Yang's senior sister? No wonder she is so capable. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang is from an alchemy sect? Both his senior sister and junior sister have reached the Origin King grade. Grandmaster Yang, where is your sect? Can this disciple go and find a master? As soon as this statement came out, all the alchemists looked eagerly at Yang Kai. A sect that could cultivate 2 Origin King grade alchemists was definitely a holy land revered by all alchemists. If they could enter that sect, how bad could their future achievements be? There was only one thought in everyone's mind now, and that was to ask where Yang Kai's sect was. Even if they couldn't join it, they could still go and observe. Maybe they could gain something. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If President AIO heard you, he would never let me go. If AIO knew that these 500 or so alchemists wanted to join High Heaven sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. They were the elites of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The spirit pills produced by the Chamber of Commerce depended on these people. If they all left, the Chamber of Commerce's business would collapse. Let's not talk about this anymore. If there is a chance in the future, this king welcomes you to visit. That's all for today. Everyone, go into retreat and meditate. Yang Kai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave if he kept talking. Hearing him say this, everyone no longer made things difficult for him. What they really needed now was to enter secluded meditation and quickly digest what they had obtained over the past few days. Immediately, many alchemists dispersed and hurriedly returned to their residences to enter seclusion. Zhong Ao, however, didn't leave. It wasn't until the alchemist pavilion was empty that he and Yang Kai were the only ones left that he asked with a strange expression, "Should I call you Honored Master or Grandmaster Yang?" Grandmaster Zhong Ao, how can I bear to hear you say that? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Come on, calling me Grandmaster makes me feel a little ashamed. Zhong Ao rolled his eyes. Who dares to call themselves Grandmaster in front of you? Then let's be like before. Let's not embarrass each other. Yang Kai smiled and patted Zhong Ao on the shoulder before changing the topic. His expression became serious as he asked in a low voice, "Can you break through to the Origin King grade this time?" Zhong Ao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It seems that I can't hide from your eyes. When the grand alchemic Dao tone sounded, you were the first to sit down. When I was talking about the alchemic Dao just now, you seem to have gained a lot. Obviously, you have made progress. Yes, I have comprehended a lot. Although the grand alchemic Dao tone was untraceable, it allowed me to listen to many mysteries. Combined with your explanation, I have also comprehended a lot. However, The promotion of an alchemist is different from the promotion of a cultivator. It is not something that can be achieved by accumulating enough strength. I still need to enter retreat for a while. If I can refine an Origin King grade spirit pill by the time I come out, it means that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Then I will wait for your good news. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai, thank you, Zhong Ao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, this is your own opportunity, no need to thank me. You should hurry up and enter retreat. I hope that when you come out, there will be another Origin King grade alchemist in the Star Territory. I hope so. Zhong Ao nodded, then I will take my leave first. Yang Kai nodded and watched Zhong Ao leave. After Zhong Ao's figure disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Long Tianshang's aura had long disappeared. Yang Kai didn't care and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already outside the alchemist hall. A familiar figure was waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Yang Kai suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. But soon he felt relieved. After all, Yang Kai's strength was profound, so it was natural for him to be able to do this. He quickly cupped his fists. Brother Yang? Why you here? Yang Kai looked at Shen Tu in amazement. Chapter 1917. It's a new month, please recommend me. Time really passes by so quickly. The one waiting for Yang Kai outside the alchemist hall was Shen Tu's. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Shen Tu quickly answered, Father asked me to wait for you here. Is there something you need from me, President Aio? Yang Kai asked. It's nothing, it's just that. Little mother woke up and heard that it was you who refined the pill for her, so she insisted on thanking you in person. If Brother Yang has time, please come with me, Shen Tu said seriously. Sure, Yang Kai nodded. Then the two walked side by side. Gu Bai, who waking up was within Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Aio had given Gu Bai who a drop of Immortal source liquid before this, which had healed the wounds on her body. The reason why she had been in a coma was entirely due to the damage to her soul. A single soul source restoration pill was enough to solve this problem. What's more, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai had formed pill veins. Its medicinal effect was several times stronger than an ordinary soul source restoration pill. With this spirit pill nourishing her soul, it would be strange if Gu Bai who didn't wake up. She could even benefit her soul with the help of that spirit pill. On the way, Shen Tu glanced at Yang Kai from time to time with a strange expression. He seemed to want to say something but then stopped. The corner of Shen Tu's mouth twitched as he asked solemnly, I just want to know, are you really an Origin King grade alchemist? Did you really refine that spirit pill? He had known Yang Kai for a long time. Although they hadn't had much contact, he had never thought that Yang Kai would not only have great achievements in the martial Dao, but also in the alchemic Dao. Compared to Yang Kai's Origin returning realm cultivation was simply trash. In the past, he boasted about his outstanding talent, but now, Shen Tu had been beaten black and blue. I am indeed an Origin King grade alchemist. I also refined that spirit pill, Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Shen Tu slapped his thigh in annoyance. He said, so, the matter of you competing with Grandmaster Zuoda in alchemy is also true? Oh, has the news spread? Yang Kai was surprised. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Water Sky City doesn't know about it. Shen Tu said with a sad face, if I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Water Sky City and missed such a good show. This young master has been unhappy with that Zuoda for a long time. It must be very pleasing to see him being attacked. However, Brother Yang, do you know my lil miss? Never seen it before. But I've never seen him before. Why are you willing to use your 2,000 years of freedom to compete with Zuoda in alchemy? When Lil Miss learned of this matter, she blamed Father for not stopping you. Yang Kai laughed, because I know I won't lose. So what if the stakes are high? When Shen Tu heard this, he couldn't help giving Yang Kai a big thumbs up and saying, in any case, Little Miss has a very good impression of you. You will know when we meet later. The two continued talking. Soon, they arrived in front of a manor. This place was also inside Water Sky City, but the surrounding environment was extremely beautiful and quiet. This should be the place where Gu Baihu was recuperating. The manor was covered in barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and was secretly shocked when he noticed how powerful those barriers were. After entering the manor, there was a small bridge over flowing water. The tinkling sound of stringed and woodwind instruments entered their ears, making them feel relaxed and happy. Shin Tu led Yang Kai all the way inside, and no one dared to stop them. Not long after, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor. There was a purple bamboo forest here, and there was a very simple-looking house in the middle of the bamboo forest. Yang Kai sensed the aura of 3 people in the bamboo house. One was President Aio, one was Shuiyu, and there was an unfamiliar aura. Presumably, it was Gu Baihu. Shin Tu stood outside the bamboo house and said loudly, "Father, Master, Brother Yang is here. Please come in." Aio's voice came from inside the house. Shin Tu smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please." Yang Kai nodded gently and walked straight forward. After entering the bamboo house, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes looking at him. Before he could take a look at the facilities in the house, President Aio walked over with a big laugh and patted Yang Kai's shoulder fiercely, saying, "Brother Yang, this AI must thank you properly this time. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have been able to wake up so smoothly." He slapped Yang Kai's shoulder with great force, and although he didn't use any Saint Chi, the sound of his palm hitting Yang Kai's shoulder still rang out. Shuiyu stood to the side with a strange expression. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his fists and said, "President Aio is too polite. Shuiyu and I are friends. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. It may be a trivial matter for you, but for me and my wife, it is a life-saving grace. This AI will never forget this kindness." Aio's expression turned solemn. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other side. Ever since he came in, there was a pair of bright eyes in the room that kept sizing him up with a sense of scrutiny. The owner of those eyes was naturally Gu Baihu. When Yang Kai looked back, Gu Baihu smiled at Yang Kai. She didn't look very old, dressed like a woman in her 20s or 30s. Her martial Dao cultivation was at the peak of the origin returning realm. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her face was still a little pale, but it added a sickly beauty to her. Sure enough, she is an outstanding beauty. Yang Kai understood. Otherwise, Aio wouldn't have paid so much attention to her. "You are Grandmaster Yang? Sure enough, you are a dragon among men. Your appearance is extraordinary." Gu Baihu's red lips parted slightly. Her voice was very soft, but it was very pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai's expression changed. He subconsciously felt that Gu Baihu was praising him like this. It was a bit strange. She was just an origin returning realm cultivator, while he was already a second-order origin king. It was a bit rude for her to talk to him like an elder talking to a junior. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mrs. Gu." Gu Baihu coughed a few times and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. My life was saved by you. I should be the one to visit you and thank you in person. However, in my current situation, it is really inconvenient for me to move around. I can only ask Shin Tu to invite you over." Grandmaster Yang won't blame me, right? How could I dare? Mrs. Gu is an elder of Shuiyu. Shuiyu and I are friends. Naturally, I should be the one to visit. Gu Baihu nodded gently. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai. This made Aio, who was watching from the side, confused. He hurriedly said, "I was just discussing with Mrs. Gu before. How should I thank you? It's just that I really can't think of a good idea at the moment. How about this, Brother Yang? You tell me yourself. What do you want? As long as this AI can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look up at Shuiyu. Feeling his gaze, Shui Yu quickly looked away and pretended to be calm. Gu Baihu observed from the side. Suddenly, she chuckled and said softly, I suddenly have an idea. What idea does Mrs. Gu have? Why don't you tell me? Aio was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked at her. Gu Baihu smiled slightly. She didn't speak. Instead, she waved to Shui Yu and Yang Kai. The two looked at each other. They didn't know what Gu Baihu wanted to do, but they both came to her bedside. Gu Baihu stretched out her hands. She held Shui Yu's hand in one hand and Yang Kai's hand in the other. Then, she joined them in the middle. Yang Kai and Shui Yu's hands were joined together. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, Grandmaster Yang, are you satisfied with this thank you gift? Yang Kai was startled. But soon, he smiled and praised, Mrs. Gu is very intelligent. This Yang is very satisfied with this thank you gift. Shui Yu was also stunned for a moment. When she understood what Gu Baihu meant, her pretty face flushed red. She pouted and stomped her feet. Little Miss, Aio's eyes widened. He watched from the side for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in astonishment, Mrs. Gu, what is this? You still don't understand? Gu Baihu glanced at Aio and said leisurely, Grandmaster Yang probably already knew Shui Yu's secret. The two of them might have already fallen in love. What? Aio turned pale with fright. He immediately changed his previous amiable attitude and looked at Yang Kai with hostility. Yang Kai ignored his hostility and smiled faintly, Mrs. Gu is right. I actually knew that Shui Yu was a woman a long time ago. But, how did Mrs. Gu find out? I didn't reveal any obvious flaws, did I? I believe Shui Yu wouldn't have told you about this. Gu Baihu smiled gently and said, It's very simple. You and I don't know each other. Why would you bet 2,000 years of freedom with Grandmaster Zuoda for me? Since I don't have the ability to make you do this, and neither does my husband. The only explanation is Shui Yu. A man will only sacrifice himself for a woman regardless of the cost. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. So, Mrs. Gu has already guessed this after waking up? Well, I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. That's why I called you over. Through my observation just now. I'm sure. Mrs. Gu is really smart. Yang Kai praised. She could infer that he and Shui Yu were in love with each other from such little information. This was definitely not something an ordinary woman could do. It seemed that this Gu Baihu wasn't just beautiful. Shui Yu, is this true? Aio's old face was so dark that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded slightly. You really piss me off. Aio had a look of disappointment on his face. He had trained Shui Yu as the next successor of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that Shui Yu would be in love with another man. When he remembered that he had called Yang Kai brother Yang many times, Aio couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression at that time. So this was the reason. Thinking of this, Aio suddenly felt that he had suffered a big loss. Shui Yu is not young anymore. Chapter 1918. No. Aio's face darkened as he immediately denied, everything else can be discussed, but I won't agree to this. Shui Yu's face darkened. Husband, you should also consider Shui Yu's situation. Her standards are so high, how many people in this world can catch her eye? Are you willing to see her be alone for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu gently persuaded. The heart of a cultivator is the highest of the martial Tao. It won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage. Aio's face was still dark, not relenting in the slightest. Gu Baihu suddenly smiled sweetly and said with a smile, It seems that this madam will not be able to talk to you properly. Hearing this, Aio's face changed as he exclaimed, Hey madam, what do you want to do? I'm not planning anything. Gu Baihu gently sneered, President Aio, you have been ambitious and ruthless for generations. You hold the power of the Chamber of Commerce in your hands, and in your heart, the martial Tao is the highest. I'm afraid this little girl has no place in your heart. You are now some distance away from reaching the great accomplishment stage. Since you said that it won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage, this little girl can only leave you and not delay your great martial Dao undertaking." While speaking, Gu Bai, who was on the verge of tears, her disheartened expression, coupled with her sickly pale beauty, was truly pitiful. Ao panicked and hurriedly stepped forward, pushing away Yang Kai and Shui Yu, grabbing Gu Bai Hu's hands and anxiously saying, "Madam, I didn't mean that. I was just teaching Shui Yu a lesson. I didn't say, I understand what you mean." Gu Bai Hu stretched out her hand and wiped the sparkling tears from the corners of her eyes. "President Master, rest assured, this little girl will rest here for a few days. When I can get out of bed, I will leave. I will definitely not delay your great martial Dao undertaking. When you stand at the peak of the martial Dao one day, this little girl will accompany you. This little girl will accompany you and never leave you." She gently bit her thin lips and tilted her head as if she was heartbroken, tears rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. "Madam." Ao was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say at all. He was so anxious that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Gu Bai Hu to admit his mistake. But when he thought about how Yang Kai and Shui Yu were still watching the show from the side, how could he swallow his pride? He turned around and glared at Yang Kai and Shui Yu. "Well, Father Master, your daughter will take her leave first." Shui Yu understood and knew that the following scene was not suitable for children. She quickly pulled a Yang Kai and fled. Yang Kai also hurriedly cupped his fists and left with Shui Yu. Before leaving, Yang Kai noticed Gu Bai Hu winking at him. She had an expression that said, "Don't panic." Yang Kai grinned. He knew that although Ao looked like a burly man, he must also be a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he would not value Gu Bai Hu so much. But then again, if one day Su Yen, Xianing Chang, or even Shanqing Luo were to use this move on him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The land of warmth. The hero's mound, the eternal truth. Outside the bamboo house, Shen Tu was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared. The bamboo house's barrier was instantly activated, and no sound could be heard from inside. Even Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe, but he couldn't penetrate it. He could only give up. "Mrs. Gu." Yang Kai thought about it, but didn't know what adjective to use to describe her. After all, Gu Bai Hu was now his elder. It was inappropriate to evaluate her, so he could only say, "She seems to value you very much. Little Miss is very good to us. And she is very amiable, so we all respect her." Shui Yu smiled. "Only she can control Father. Don't look at how obedient Father is in front of little Mississippi. In front of others, he is a different person. I can imagine." Yang Kai nodded. After all, he was the president of a union. How could he not have some dignity and power? Shui Yu suddenly poked Yang Kai quietly and asked bluntly, "When are you going to marry me?" "HM?" Yang Kai looked at Shui Yu in amazement and said with a faint smile, "Are you so sure that Mrs. Gu can handle President Ao? Little Miss has personally taken action. How could Father not compromise? Besides, even without Little Miss, with your identity and cultivation, Father will still consider it, so there is no other possibility. Then you can't wait to get married?" Yang Kai stared into Shui Yu's beautiful eyes. Shui Yu blushed and stamped her feet. "So what? With such an outstanding person like you, if I don't take the initiative, how can I have a place in your heart in the future?" Yang Kai was stunned and speechless. Shui Yu coldly snorted and stepped forward, reaching out and poking Yang Kai's chest, gnashing her teeth. "Tell me, in addition to the dragon lady Shanqing Luo I saw in the Emperor Garden before, how many women do you have? What are their names?" Shui Yu said a few words and poked Yang Kai, a burst of Saint Chi hidden between her slender jade fingers. After a dozen pokes, Yang Kai couldn't help coughing a few times and said with a guilty conscience, "There really aren't many." "What do you mean by, not many?" Shui Yu squinted. Yang Kai raised 2 fingers. "Poor they. Are they worthy of you? My 2 senior sisters." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Childhood sweethearts. Shui was surprised and immediately said with some annoyance, "There is no hope for the first branch, and there is no place for me in the second or third branch. Can I only be the fourth branch?" She suddenly became unhappy and ground her teeth. "How many are you going to find in the future?" "There is no future," Yang Kai said sternly. Shui chuckled and said with a fake smile, "Is it really okay for you to say such things? Be careful that I don't catch you in the future. When the time comes, I will tell the three sisters. Can you bear it?" "There is really no future." Yang Kai made a solemn vow. He looked at Shui with a sincere face, his eyes clear and honest. He reached out and held Shui's soft hand and said tenderly, "It is enough to have you." Shui's face turned slightly red and her heart was filled with sweetness. She lowered her head and said angrily, "Mushy." Done. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. While the two were talking, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened and President Aio's sturdy body walked out. Shui was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp and took 2 steps back. Yang Kai ignored him and suddenly took out something that looked like a stone tablet from his space ring. He sighed and said, "Originally, this junior was going to give this to senior. Unfortunately, forget it, I don't have to anymore." "What is this?" Aio asked curiously. "A secret art." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chapter 1919. Originally, Aio was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and his status was not low, so anything he took out would definitely be extraordinary. But when he heard that it was a secret art, Aio immediately lost interest and curled his lips. "I was wondering what it was." "It turns out to be a secret art. Although my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, we also attach great importance to the martial Dao. As for this secret art, boy, keep it for yourself. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these things." Yang Kai smiled slightly and calmly spat out a line of words from his mouth. "This secret art is called Star Refining Art." As soon as his voice fell, Aio's eyes burst with light and he immediately snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hand at lightning speed. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. There were 3 ancient characters engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the characters that existed today. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were somewhat similar to the 3 characters of the current star refining art. Aio's hands could not help trembling. "Senior, don't you think this is a bit unbecoming of your identity?" Yang Kai ridiculed from the side. "Shut up!" Aio shouted angrily. He did not have the slightest intention of guarding against Yang Kai and directly immersed his mind into the stone tablet, studying it carefully. Later, when the embodiment refined the source of the floating continent, it also proved this point. Aio was now at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. If he could obtain the star refining art and refine the source of a cultivation star, not only would his future be bright, but his promotion to the third-order origin king realm would also be absolutely assured. That was why he had lost his composure. Last time, he had asked Shui to bring a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for the star refining art. Unfortunately, it fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After Shui returned, she did not report the truth, so Aio did not know that the star refining art was actually in Yang Kai's possession. Now that he suddenly saw it, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stood to the side, waiting. As time passed, Aio's expression changed from excitement to nervousness. Anticipation, excitement, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was carefree. "Senior, what did you gain?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "As long as Senior is satisfied. I'll take this. I'll think about the matter between you and Shui." Yang Kai smiled and did not force him. Since Aio had said so, it meant that he had agreed. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Come, follow me for a walk. I have something to ask you." AIO changed his overbearing attitude. He became much friendlier. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Elder's orders, I dare not refuse." AIO was very satisfied with his attitude. As he walked forward with his hands behind his back, he said, "I want to know, how old are you this year?" "I'm not too sure either." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Since leaving Tongxian realm and entering Star's territory, he had been wandering around aimlessly, so how could he have the time to calculate his own age? About 50 to 60 years old. 50 to 60 years old? AIO's face changed slightly. "Are you sure you're only that old?" 50 to 60 years old. For a mortal, this was already the year when they were about to enter the age of obedience. However, for successful martial artists, 50 to 60 years was just the beginning of their cultivation. Today's Saint Grade Cultivator and Saint King Grade Cultivator were all at this age. Even some Transcendence and Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators with poor aptitude were much older. As for Yang Kai, he was a second-order Origin King. In the entire Star's territory, which Origin King was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without the accumulation of time and the flowing time Great Emperor, it was impossible to break through to the Origin King realm. Therefore, after learning that Yang Kai was only 50 or 60 years old, AIO was almost shocked to the core. "I checked your bone age. You don't mind, do you?" AIO looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Naturally, I don't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. AIO reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's wrist, releasing his divine sense to investigate for a while before letting go in shock. Under his investigation, he found that Yang Kai was really only a few decades old and was not lying. After all, although the appearance of a cultivator would not change much due to the increase in strength, the bone age could reflect the age of a cultivator. How did he cultivate? AIO suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. What shocked him even more was that when he checked Yang Kai's bone age, he found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was shockingly vigorous. He suddenly realized that this should be because Yang Kai had refined the immortal divine tree. President AIO thought that Yang Kai had really refined the immortal divine tree, which was why he could break through to the second-order Origin King realm in such a short time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "With your talent, there is no woman in this star territory who is worthy of you. It is Shui Yu's blessing that you have taken a fancy to her. This king can rest assured that she will follow you." He finally admitted the relationship between Yang Kai and Shui Yu. After all, a character like Yang Kai was hard to come by and was more than enough to be worthy of Shui Yu. "But there is one thing this king needs to remind you of." AIO suddenly remembered something and said, "Please speak, senior." "Do you know about Shui Yu's special constitution?" AIO asked. "Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for this special constitution, Shui Yu would not have been able to hide from the eyes of the entire star territory by pretending to be a man without being seen through. Since you know about the Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body, you must also know the greatest role of this constitution. Yang Kai nodded with a strange expression. AIO coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, "As an elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I want to remind you that if it is for your own good and for Shui Yu's good, don't be too early. And you understand? It won't be too late to wait until the day Shui Yu's martial Dao becomes successful. I believe with your temperament, you should have enough patience." "I understand." Chapter 1920. After entering the main hall, Yang Kai immediately felt a faint fluctuation of space force rushing towards him. Focusing his gaze, he saw a space array at the center of the main hall. It was faintly emitting a fluorescent light. There were many cultivators vigilantly guarding it, and there were also powerhouses secretly observing the surroundings. This should be the main hub of the Water Moon Star's space array, Yang Kai realized. Otherwise, it would not be so heavily guarded. Sure enough, AIO said, this is a spatial formation that connects every major city and important stronghold on Water Moon Star. It's extremely important. Yang Kai nodded. He scanned it with his divine sense and knew the internal structure of the space array. However, he did not care too much. After all, it was not difficult for him to arrange this kind of space array. Senior, what do you want me to do by letting me see this? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. It's not this. AIO smiled mysteriously and gestured for Yang Kai to follow him. Then he walked to the side and entered a side door. There was a spiral staircase. The staircase was dotted with fist-sized luminous pearls, emitting a soft and warm light. It was not dark at all. AIO led the way at the front. After walking for about an incense stick's worth of time, the two of them finally arrived at a certain place underground. The front suddenly opened up. Yang Kai was surprised to find that there was another world underground. It was a spacious secret room. Looking around, there was nothing in the secret room. There was only an existence in the center, exuding an ancient and desolate aura, standing there quietly. This is... Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and hurried forward. With the help of the luminous pearl's light, he circled around the space array that occupied an area of about 5 feet. This is a cross-cultivation space array? Yang Kai looked at AIO in amazement. AIO nodded seriously. As you can see, this is indeed a cross-cultivation space array. It can teleport from the water-moon star to another star. It can't be used? Yang Kai asked again. Yes, I don't know what went wrong. According to the ancient records of our ancestors, it has been unusable since tens of thousands of years ago. Over the years, the president of the Chamber of Commerce has always found someone to repair it. Unfortunately, no one was able to repair it. Yang Kai, it's not that I don't believe in your abilities, but this is a matter of great importance. I must see for myself. If you can repair this formation, you will be able to do so. I'll believe you, AIO said seriously. What's so difficult about that? Yang Kai grinned. His expression was unexpectedly relaxed. Can you really repair it? AIO's expression suddenly became excited. Sure. Yang Kai nodded. But senior, where does this array lead to? AIO frowned slightly. He seemed to have some difficult words to say, but after a moment of silence, he said, You've confided in me, and you're also in love with Shuiyu. You're not an outsider, so there's no harm in telling you. Have you heard that there are many dark stars in this star territory? Dark stars? Yang Kai raised his brow and said with some surprise, Are you talking about those stars that can't be entered by conventional means and can't even be seen with the naked eye? They're hidden in the depths of the star territory? You really know about them? AIO nodded. Yes, they are. The star territory is vast, and the secrets it contains are enormous. Although there aren't many dark stars in the entire star territory, they are definitely not few. It's just that ordinary people can't find them. Today, any valuable stars in the star territory have already been divided up by the major forces. For example, my Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce is in charge of as many as 18. Chapter 1921. The two of them were now inside a large hall that exuded an ancient aura. Obviously, it had been here for many years. Because no one had come and gone all year round, it had been in disrepair for many years. Therefore, there were some signs of damage around the hall. Inside the hall, there were at least 100 skeletons sitting cross-legged, scattered all over the hall. These skeletons had long lost their life force and flesh. Even the clothes on their bodies had been eroded by the wind, leaving only white bones. Some of them still maintained their human form, while others were scattered on the ground. It was a horrible sight to behold. After confirming that there was no danger around, AIO's gaze fell on the skeletons around. His eyes couldn't help but dim as he sighed. These should be the disciples of my Chamber of Commerce who didn't have time to evacuate this place. Back then, the space array was damaged suddenly. Some of the cultivator mining on this or star didn't have time to return to Water Moon Star. 10,000 years had passed, and the ore star wasn't suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Their cultivation had stagnated, so naturally, they could only die of old age here. Hundreds of people had died in the hall alone. One could imagine how many had died outside. At that time, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce suffered heavy losses. According to ancient records, more than 5,000 disciples had gone missing. In other words, 5,000 Hengluo Chamber of Commerce disciples had died on this or star. Senior, please restrain your grief. Yang Kai didn't know how to comfort him. Seeing Aio's gloomy expression, he could only say this casually. Aio smiled bitterly. This seat knows. It was something that happened more than 10,000 years ago. I just feel that the Chamber of Commerce has let them down. They spilled their lives and blood here, and after 10,000 years, not many people remember them. Someone will remember them in the future. They probably died here because they wanted to guard the array here. To prevent it from being destroyed by external forces is a great merit in itself. What do you mean? Aio asked in amazement. Yang Kai grinned. Let's put it this way. If you want to teleport across stars, you must have two connected space arrays. If either one is damaged, you can't teleport. The one in Water Moon Star City is damaged, but after I repair it, we can teleport here. This means that the array here is intact. I was worried that if the array here was damaged, I would have to enter the void corridor alone to repair the teleportation node. Doing that would have been dangerous for me, but this didn't happen. This means that before they died, they had protected the array very well. For the Chamber of Commerce, isn't this a great contribution? Senior, you should remember them and worship them for the future generations. A look of realization appeared on Aio's face as he nodded repeatedly. You're right. Although this king doesn't know their names, they are indeed heroes of the Chamber of Commerce. Future generations should remember their contributions. When a person is in despair, when faced with death, they will become crazy. Without reason, anything could be done. However, the hundreds of people who had died in this hall did not go crazy and destroy the space array. Instead, they guarded it until the very end. They were probably hoping that one day, someone would come from the Water Moon Star to save them. Unfortunately, he didn't expect that this wait would last for over 10,000 years. As for them, they had long since turned into dried bones. Aio's expression suddenly turned solemn. He walked down from the array and arrived in front of the hundreds of dried bones. With a solemn expression, he said, "This one is the current president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Aio. This AI will definitely record it down, and you can all die a worthy death." There was only a hazy light pouring down from the sky. Yang Kai did not know what kind of light it was, but it was because of this light that the entire or star was not dark. The whole world seemed to be covered by an invisible lid, forming a world of its own. Yang Kai arrived at a height of more than 100,000 kilometers but did not go any higher because he felt that the world's spirit array had already played a great role here. If he rashly continued to ascend, it would inevitably lead to a fatal situation. Even he might not be able to avoid this kind of fatal situation. This was the wrath of heaven and earth, the power of the laws. He lectured for 5 days before this group of shameless alchemists were completely satisfied. 5 days later, Shuiyu was ready. All the materials to arrange the space array had been collected. Now, they were only waiting for Yang Kai to start. Of course, he would not waste time. He immediately began to arrange the first cross-cultivation star space array in the most secluded location of Water Sky City. In less than 10 days, the array was completed. Yang Kai and Shuiyu took a large number of cultivator and boarded an Origin King grade starship to the nearest cultivation star. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian gloomily and asked, "How many cultivation stars does your sword union have?" Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully. "Not many, a little less than Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, just 17. Yang Kai reached out and rubbed his forehead. It had taken him 2 years to arrange the ultra-long distance space array of 18 stars for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and 17 for Sword Union. It would take him almost 2 years to complete. Brother Yang, capable people do more work. My Sword Union is counting on you, Gu Jianxian persuaded from the side. Are there any other conditions? Yang Kai asked. Gu Jianxian gave a dry laugh. Apart from this, the alchemists of my Sword Union unanimously request that Grandmaster Yang hold an alchemy lecture on the Sword Union's home star. This matter has also spread? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Brother Yang, I'm afraid you don't know your current fame in star territory, right? Gu Jianxian looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. There was endless envy in his eyes. Today, Brother Yang is the most famous person in star territory. With your second-order Origin King cultivation and identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, who can compare to you? Refining a spirit pill and triggering the grand alchemic Dao tone, this matter will be passed down through the ages. Ni Guang nodded seriously and said, Yang Kai, you have been running around outside for the past 2 years. Perhaps you haven't received any news. But now, your great name is indeed well known throughout the entire star region. Gu Jianxian continued, Of course, my Sword Union will not let Brother Yang work for nothing. For every ultra-long distance space array you arrange, we will pay a sufficient reward. Brother Yang, please do not refuse. This Gu is begging you. As he spoke, he solemnly saluted. Before coming, Gu Zongyun had said that if he could not invite Yang Kai to Sword Union, he would not need to go back. His father's words were still ringing in his ears, so how could Gu Jianxian dare to not pay attention? Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded. Brother Gu, you don't have to do this. I agree to this matter. Really? Gu Jianxian was overjoyed when he heard this. That's great. When will Brother Yang set off? The distance from here to my Sword Union is not close. Tomorrow I will go directly to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star? Gu Jianxian was a little confused, but soon he seemed to understand something and asked in surprise, Brother Yang arranged a ultra-long distance space array on Azure Tree Star? Yang Kai smiled slightly. He nodded in acknowledgement. That will save a lot of time. Since that is the case, this Gu will wait for Brother Yang's good news. After leaving Gu Jianxian's place, Yang Kai went directly to find Shuiyu. He told her about his next itinerary, and although Shuiyu was a little reluctant, she was powerless to persuade him to stay. Moreover, she also knew that Yang Kai would be going to a place called the Star Boundary in the near future. If she wanted to follow him, she could only work hard to improve her cultivation, otherwise, she would only become a burden. You can rest assured, after you leave, I will enter retreat to break through to the Origin King realm. Shuiyu secretly swore, all of your women are so outstanding, I don't want to be at the bottom. Yang Kai chuckled, don't feel too much pressure, you are also very outstanding. Shuiyu smiled sweetly. By the way, after Senior AIO returns safely, remember to give this to him. Yang Kai suddenly took out another object and handed it to Shuiyu. What is this? Star, guide him where to find me, Yang Kai explained. I understand. There is one more thing, that is, there is still one candidate left. Ask your father or Senior Long to pay more attention to them. If there is someone reliable, invite them. Okay, I will remember. Sha sha, hearing the sound of light footsteps, Xia Ningchang turned her head to look, and after seeing the face of the person who had come, she could not help smiling slightly. Senior Sister Su. Su Yen gently nodded, walked over to Xia Ningchang, and stood next to her, also looking up at the sky. 2 peerlessly beautiful women, one standing and one sitting, suddenly became the most beautiful scenery in the world. A gentle breeze blew over, causing her hair to flutter like a waterfall. Su Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and asked, "Junior sister, are you worried about him?" Xia Ningchang slowly shook her head. "I'm not worried, he always returns safely." "Then you're reluctant?" Su Yan asked again. Xia Ningchang's face could not help but blush as she bit her red lips and asked, "Senior sister, are you willing?" Su Yan's white jade-like cheeks also could not help but blush as she shook her head. "Naturally, I'm reluctant. But it doesn't matter, it's always like this." "Yes, it's always like this." Xia Ningchang smiled softly. "I'm already a little used to it." Su Yan said, "Men are quite worrisome. Back then, we were just small characters in the central capital. Later, we went to Tongshen realm, and then came to the Star Territory. Every time we moved to a new place, our horizons would be much higher. Every time, he would be the vanguard. This time is the same. Although we don't know what the situation is in the star boundary or what dangers there are, all we can do is to not fall behind him too much in terms of cultivation and wait." "Senior sister, are you a little unwilling? I want to be by his side and experience the trials and tribulations together." Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of sadness. Thinking about all of Yang Kai's experiences over the years, there had never been a time when she had been by his side when he was in danger. On the contrary, every time she was in danger, Yang Kai would always appear in front of her like a god, using his heroic body to block all of the storms that were about to hit her. While enjoying being protected and cared for, Su Yan naturally felt a little unreconciled. "Even if I have to face a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, even if I have to face the Azura of hell, even if it's just once, I want to walk hand in hand with you. Even if I have to pay with my life, even if my soul is destroyed, I will have no regrets." After a moment of silence, the two women's beautiful eyes pierced through the void and stared into the distance. Outside Shadowed Star, the 10,000-kilometer frontier territory was a dead territory that still contained a large amount of terrifying energy. This was the remnant aura of destruction left over from the battle between the great emperors of Star Field and the Insect Emperor. Here, there was a rich emperor pressure and chaotic world principles that even Origin Kings did not dare to enter. It was because of this dead territory that Shadowed Star had not been discovered by the outside world for so many years and had remained in a semi-closed state. At this moment, Yang Kai was in the center of this dead territory with his upper body bare. He was covered in blood and exuding a golden light. The powerful healing ability of his golden blood was constantly repairing his injuries, but the terrifying emperor pressure around him was also constantly destroying his body. His physical body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. Yang Kai was suffering unimaginable pain and torture. Yang Kai did not use any of his strength to resist the surrounding emperor pressure and instead only used his physical body to sense the mysteries of this emperor pressure and the profoundness of the world principles. He had cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. His physique was incredibly strong, he had taken countless shadowed heaven pills, and his body contained pure golden blood. All these advantages allowed him to survive in this terrifying place. Any other Origin King would have to circulate their strength to resist the terrifying power of this dead territory. However, the extremely terrifying emperor pressure was still not something he could easily resist. Yang Kai had no choice but to explode the golden blood he had accumulated in his body to maintain his vitality. As time passed, a golden blood cocoon had formed around Yang Kai's body. Looking at him from afar, it was as if he had become a silkworm, his entire body wrapped in this blood cocoon. Only the sound of his strong heartbeat could be heard from this cocoon, demonstrating his surging vitality. Although the torture was unbearable, Yang Kai felt that this was a rare experience and opportunity for him, as well as an excellent opportunity to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Wrapped in the blood cocoon, Yang Kai took out his 5 elements supreme treasure and madly swallowed the 5 elements yuan qi contained within it, absorbing it into his physique. Not only that, Yang Kai also took out the origin essence crystal he had obtained from Purple Star's Clear Sky auction house and began prying into the mysteries of the Third Order Origin King realm. Star Field was completely silent. No one would have thought that in this daunting dead territory, someone would break through their limits and stimulate their potential under great pressure. Yang Kai knew that he did not have much time left. Arranging the space arrays for Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union had wasted a lot of his time, so he could only make up for it in this way. Time passed day by day, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. On this day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in sight. The blue sky was like a clear mirror. Suddenly, somewhere in the void, a dazzling golden light burst out and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from a very distant location. All of Shadowed Star trembled, as if something was affecting the destiny of the entire star, causing it to tremble violently. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The world energy aura of Shadowed Star suddenly became richer, and from the dead territory, countless rays of light shot towards Shadowed Star. These rays of light were extremely colorful and beautiful, each one like a rainbow, dragging a long tail behind them as they fell towards various corners of Shadowed Star. The cultivator of Shadowed Star was shocked, completely unaware of what was happening. However, they soon discovered that the places where these colorful rays of light fell were like paradise on Earth. The world energy aura was more than 10 times, maybe even 100 times richer than usual. The barren mountains that were usually deserted were suddenly filled with world energy aura. It would not be long before they were covered in lush greenery, filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Originally, the spirit chi of the cultivation ground was not bad, but now it was even more suitable for martial artists to go into seclusion. Every cultivator felt the blood in their body boiling, and the comfortable environment around them made them ecstatic. They all thought that this was a gift from the heavens. High Heaven Sect, 100 Flowers Peak. The moment this golden light erupted, Yi Shiyun noticed it and turned her head towards the sky. In the next moment, a ghastly figure suddenly appeared beside her, his aura unfathomable. It was Gui Zhu, who had successfully broken through to the Third Order Origin King realm not long ago. Seeing that it was Gui Zhu, Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Gui Zhu grinned and said, "That boy has come out of seclusion." "So it really was Sect Master coming out?" Yi Shiyun asked. Gui Zhu replied, "Besides him, the Master of Shadowed Star, who else can affect the destiny of an entire star? He has refined Shadowed Star's source, so his strength is closely related to Shadowed Stars. You have lived on this star for a long time. Haven't you noticed that every time his strength improves, it brings great benefits to Shadowed Star?" Chapter 1925. Hearing what Gui Zhu said, Yi Shiyun also gently nodded. The current Shadowed Star is indeed somewhat different from several dozen years ago, but this change is usually done subtly and few people are aware of it, but this time it is obvious. This means that little brat has made great progress this time, perhaps even breaking through to the Third Order Origin King realm. Gui Zhu grinned, his figure wrapped in black chi giving him a gloomy look. The faster a star master's strength improved, the greater the benefits the corresponding stars would receive. The two had a relationship of shared honor and disgrace. Third Order Origin King Realm. Yi Shiyun muttered to herself, not knowing when she would be able to break through to this realm. She was more eager to go to the star boundary than anyone else because there was a star field in the star boundary. The last time the great emperors left, she had not been able to follow them, a matter she deeply regretted. The movement in the distant void was not only noticed by Yi Shiyun and Gui Zhu, but also by countless people on Shadowed Star. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, and Qian Tong, the 3 Origin Kings, needless to say, had much sharper senses than any other cultivator. Many more Origin returning realm masters also turned their gazes towards the sky. However, they were unable to see much of what was happening, only a series of energy rainbows passing through the depths of the star territory and landing all over Shadowed Star, enriching Shadowed Star's world energy. In the distant dead territory, Yang Kai stood naked in the void with a strange expression on his face, his brow furrowed. He couldn't figure out what was going on with him. Over the past few years, he had been cultivating in the dead territory to comprehend the Emperor pressure. In order to comprehend world principles, he had even used his Origin Essence Crystal. He thought he could break through to the third-order origin king realm. But for some unknown reason he was always a hair's breadth away, causing his cultivation to be stuck at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. The most obvious feature was that he had not condensed his own origin essence crystal in his body. An origin essence crystal contained the essence and insights of an origin king realm cultivator. Without an origin essence crystal, one could not be a third-order origin king. Although his cultivation had not made a breakthrough, under the strong pressure of the dead territory, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art had broken through. Of the 5 elements' supreme treasures, except for the sun's true essence, all the other materials had been consumed and absorbed by him. In addition, his territory domain had reached the grand accomplishment stage. So even if he hadn't broken through, Yang Kai felt that he was much stronger than before. Is the opportunity not there yet? Or is there something missing? Yang Kai couldn't understand. A cultivator Dao. He was destined to experience all kinds of hardships. Nothing could be forced. So, though he was that said Yang had a chance. Yang confidence, he could break through to the origin. Yang said Yang said he was Yang of Yang. Forget it, I'll leave it at that for the time being. In any case, my current strength is not much worse than those people, so it's more than enough to open a path to the star boundary. Yang Kai soon relaxed and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring to put on. His figure flickered as he directly crossed a few 100,000 kilometers and returned to Shadowed Star. As the Star Master, this kind of thing was a piece of cake for him. After returning to the sect, Yang Kai did not alarm too many people and only met with his family. A few days later, he took Su Yen and Xia Ning Chong through the cross-cultivation star space array and left Shadowed Star. Instead, it was filled with extremely pure energy. There were specks of fluorescent light all around, making one feel as if they were in a sea of starlight. These fluorescent lights danced around like fireflies, as if they had a life of their own, vivid and lifelike. Looking around, Yang Kai was surrounded by this kind of starlight. It was as if he was in a sea of starlight. Yang Kai could not help but let out a comfortable grunt. Feeling the fatigue from opening the star boundary passage these past few days had been swept away. With a single thought, the surrounding starlight seemed to be drawn towards him, immediately disappearing into his body. Pure energy was born from the place where the starlight disappeared, wandering through his limbs and bones, filling his body that had not yet recovered. Yang Kai was overjoyed, never having expected such a thing to happen. This is... Someone behind him exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, he was also stunned by the scene here. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Songyun. Immediately afterward, Wu Dao, Gui Zhu, Chi Yu, and AIO, all of them no longer had their usual aloof and lofty image. They no longer had the mentality that third-order origin kings should have, as they were all shocked by this place. The world energy here is so rich, and it's so pure that it can be directly absorbed without refining. If we cultivate here, wouldn't one day be equivalent to a year outside? What is this place? Have we already reached the star boundary? This should not be the star boundary. Yang Kai shook his head. How do you know? It's hard to say. Yang Kai explained with a wry smile, but I know that this place should be between the territory of the star boundary and the star boundary. Only by passing through here can we enter the star boundary. The environment here is already so superior, could it be that the star boundary is even better? With this thought in mind, everyone could no longer calm down. If that was the case, Breaking through to the next realm was just around the corner. Everyone who could cultivate to the third order origin king realm was a peerless genius, and if they had the right environment, their cultivation would definitely soar. I don't know what the situation is like in the star boundary, but we may not be able to stay here for long. Yang Kai did not let everything in front of him go to his head and calmly analyzed. What do you mean? This is a passage after all. Who can guarantee that it will always be stable? If there is any turbulence, we may be lost here forever. Hearing what he said, everyone could not help but be shocked as they realized that they had overlooked the danger. AIO nodded. Yang Kai is right. I'm afraid this is really not a place to stay for long. Yang Kai smiled, but there is no need to be too nervous. Since we are going to pass through this place, we should try to get as many benefits as possible. I just sensed that the starlight here can not only restore one's Saint Chi, it also seems to have the effect of cleansing one's body and soul. You might as well circulate your secret art and absorb it. Cleansing the body and soul? Wu Dao's eyes lit up as he laughed. If that's the case, we can't miss out on this opportunity. Hearing this news, no one dared to neglect and quickly circulated their secret arts to absorb the dense starlight around them like fireflies. But soon, everyone discovered a problem. Among the 6 of them, the speed at which Yang Kai and AIO absorbed the starlight seemed to be more than 10 times faster than the others, especially Yang Kai. Wherever he passed, the starlight seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and rushed towards him like moths to a flame, leaving no trace of starlight behind. Although AIO's situation was not bad, there was still a clear gap between him and Yang Kai. As for the others, they were even worse. Chapter 1929. Yang Kai, you've absorbed the most starlight. How much of the Saint Chi in your body has been transformed? Gu Songyun suddenly asked with concern. As soon as his voice fell, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai probed for a moment before replying, about 1%. So much. Wu Dao was taken aback. Everyone else also looked at him with envy. Is it a lot? Yang Kai was stunned. Wu Dao smiled bitterly. It's a lot. This old master has only transformed less than 1/10,000th of the Saint Chi in his body, but even so, this old master has benefited greatly. You've already transformed 1%, so I'm afraid it won't be long before all the Saint Chi in your body is transformed. Yes, I estimate that at my current speed, even if I stay here forever, it will take at least 5 or 6 years to transform all my Saint Chi. Chi nodded. What about President AIO? Everyone turned their attention to another person they cared about. Much worse than Yang Boy, only about 1/10 of his. AIO shook his head slowly. That's still very fast. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected that a Star Master would receive such extraordinary benefits after entering this place. The speed at which Yang Kai's Saint Chi was transforming was something they couldn't hope to achieve. Everyone chatted for a while and felt that they couldn't waste any more time. After all, such an opportunity wasn't something they could come across easily. They immediately split into 2 groups again, one absorbing the starlight while the other hurried on. Somewhere about 100,000 kilometers away from where everyone was. This place was also filled with starlight, just like the environment where Yang Kai and the others were. At this place, there were 3 figures. Among these 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. They didn't look very old and were all dressed like youths, but their auras were extremely powerful. One of them. His face was gloomy as he sat cross-legged in the sea of starlight, like a dormant beast, his aura intimidating. So much so that the other 2 actually stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. All 3 of them were cultivators at the Third Order Origin King Realm. And at the place where the 3 of them were, there was a semicircular energy shield that enveloped them. It was unknown what was so mysterious about that semicircular energy shield, but it actually blocked the invasion of the surrounding starlight. Therefore, the area around the three of them was completely empty, with not a single thing in sight within a radius of several hundred feet. The man, who was like a dormant beast, closed his eyes tightly. Forming a mysterious seal with his hands, he seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. From time to time, violent energy fluctuations would surge out from his body. Although he was also a third-order origin king cultivator, the other man and woman were obviously much weaker compared to this man. Suddenly, the bald man opened his eyes with an impatient look on his face. After looking around for a while, he muttered, "We've already waited here for 5 years. How long more do we have to wait?" Hearing what he said, the woman beside him also opened her eyes, glanced towards the center, and whispered, "Don't be impatient, brother Fengde. 5 years isn't a long time for you and me, is it?" Being able to stay in the Starlight Corridor with the help of the Netherworld Dark Territory shield provided by Brother Yin Lusheng has already benefited a lot. Hearing her mention Yin Lusheng, the bald man, Fengde, glanced at the man in front of him with some apprehension. Nodding, he said, "Yes. We have indeed borrowed the Netherworld Darkness Shroud from Brother Yin to continue staying here. Otherwise, the Starlight Passage can only accommodate one person for 2 months before being expelled. But it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this, right? What is Brother Yin waiting for here? Junior Sister Lu, do you know?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly. "I don't know. But Brother Yin must have his own plans." Fengde smiled bitterly. "Forget it, let's not talk about it. By the way, Junior Sister Lu, how much Saint Qi has been transformed in your body?" "About 1/5. Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly as she looked at Yin Lusheng with some envy and whispered, "Not as good as Brother Yin. In my opinion, almost all the Saint Qi in his body has been transformed into Source Qi. I'm afraid that as soon as he leaves this Starlight Corridor, he will be able to break through to the Tao Source realm." A Star Master's body is really extraordinary, Fengde sighed emotionally. Fengde also sighed with emotion. "If I had known this would happen, I would have refined a cultivation star as well." "How dangerous is it to refine a star source?" Lu Xianyun shook her head slowly. "Without a great opportunity, it is impossible to succeed. How many third-order origin kings have died in the past 10,000 years on our great desolate star territory while trying to refine a star source? This mistress has never dared to try because she was not fully confident. In any case, since we can come to the star boundary, it won't be too late to search for a star's source in the future." Fengde slowly shook his head. "That being said, I have heard that in the star boundary, star sources are extremely rare. Many masters even don't hesitate to sever their cultivation to venture deep into the Starlight Corridor and return to the territory of the various star boundaries. You and I missed the opportunity before, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain star sources in the future." Lu Xianyun looked sad, knowing that Fengde was right. "You too are making this king a little restless." Suddenly, a gloomy voice sounded. Both Lu Xianyun and Fengde couldn't help shivering as they looked up in fear, just in time to see Yin Lusheng, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, open his eyes. His eyes were extremely cold, seemingly without the slightest emotion, making anyone who looked at them feel extremely uncomfortable. Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said apologetically, "This mistress and Brother Feng were just casually chatting and did not expect to disturb Brother Yin. Please forgive us, Brother Yin." Yin Lusheng looked indifferent and did not say anything. Fengde frowned and said, "Brother Yin, we have been waiting here for 5 years. Do we still have to wait any longer? Do you want to leave this place?" Yin Lusheng glanced at Fengde faintly. Fengde said, "If Brother Yin can tell you exactly what you're waiting for here, then this Feng wouldn't mind risking his life to accompany you. However, since entering the Starlight Corridor, you've been meditating in seclusion here. This Feng is really, are you dissatisfied with my approach?" Yin Lusheng's voice was cold. Fengde's expression became ugly as he frowned. "I dare not, it's just..." Before he could finish speaking, his vision suddenly blurred as Yin Lusheng appeared in front of him at some unknown time. Under the cold gaze of Yin Lixing, Feng De couldn't help feeling goosebumps rise all over his body. An aura of death enveloped him, causing him to scream in horror, and without hesitation, he launched a counterattack. Don't. Lu Xianyun's pretty face changed drastically as she cried out. Yin Lixing coldly snorted. Facing Feng De's terrifying attack, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he casually raised his hand and neutralized the attack, then immediately grabbed Feng De's neck with his hand. In an instant, Feng De, who was also a third-order origin king, was suppressed and unable to circulate his Saint Qi properly, allowing Yin Lixing to lift him up like a little chick. This scene was simply unbelievable, and even Lu Xianyun was stunned in place. Only at this moment did she realize that she had been underestimating this Yin Lixing. He had definitely transformed all the Saint Qi in his body into Source Qi, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to subdue Feng De in a single move. After all, before coming here, Yin Lixing was indeed strong, but not to this extent. But after coming here, the distance between them suddenly increased. This was the direct result of transforming one's Saint Qi into Source Qi. Brother Yin. Feng De struggled, but he could not break free from Yin Lixing's grip, a look of horror flashing across his eyes as he felt death beckoning him, his face turning pale. If we were not both from the territory of Great Desolate Star, do you think this king would be so kind as to let you enjoy the benefits of the Netherworld territory? Not only are you ungrateful, you even dared to question this king's approach. You deserve to die. Yin Lixing reprimanded coldly as he increased his strength, causing Feng De's soul to fly out of his body. Lu Xianyun's pretty face also turned pale. She wanted to plead for mercy, but when she remembered Yin Lixing's cruel style, she couldn't bring herself to speak. Because she knew that if she provoked Yin Lixing's anger, Feng De would not be the only one to die. She could only squeeze out a smile and say, "Brother Yin, please show mercy. This mistress and Brother Feng know we were wrong. Please forgive Brother Feng." "You know you were wrong?" Yin Lixing asked indifferently. Feng De nodded quickly. "Don't do it again." Yin Lixing snorted coldly and threw Feng De aside as if he was throwing a rag sack. Lu Xianyun wanted to help him, but she didn't dare to act rashly and could only look at Yin Lixing in fear. After punishing Feng De a little, the latter did not attack again, instead crossing his hands behind his back and saying lightly, "This king doesn't want to go too far. After all, you and I both come from the territory of Great Desolate Star, and my Netherworld sect also has inheritances in the star boundary. After arriving in the star boundary, you can worship my Netherworld sect and we will still be a family in the future." Lu Xianyun squeezed out a smile and said, "Since Brother Yin has said so, then this mistress will respectfully accept." The reputation of the Netherworld sect in Great Desolate Star's territory was not very good, and it was probably the same in the star boundary, but there were many masters in the sect, and few people dared to provoke it. If they could enter the star boundary this time, perhaps their cultivation would be much smoother in the future. It was just that the Netherworld sect's name would be tainted for no reason, which made Lu Xianyun a little unhappy. But now that things had come to this, she had no other choice. Feng De, who had escaped from death, was also grateful, not daring to disobey in the slightest. The distance between them was just too big. At that moment, a crisp tinkling sound rang out. Yin Lixing was startled and immediately took out a small bell from his waist. This bell looked inconspicuous, but at this moment, it seemed to be disturbed by something and constantly emitted a soft ringing sound. "Someone's coming." Yin Lixing's eyes flashed. He couldn't help grinning. This king has not waited here for 5 years in vain. "I hope you won't disappoint me too much, otherwise." Heh! His low laughter was extremely harsh, causing Lu Xianyun and Feng De's expressions to change drastically. They secretly mourned for the people who were about to arrive. No matter how powerful and influential these people were in their star fields, no matter how high their status was, they would never be able to defeat them. But meeting Yin Lixing here could only be said to be their bad luck. If Yin Lixing had waited until he became a star master level cultivator, it would have been fine, as he would probably have given them a quick death. But if he didn't, Lu Xianyun and Feng De were sure that these people would soon understand what it meant to suffer a fate worse than death. After all, the Netherworld sect's methods of torture were enough to make the entire territory of Great Desolate Star tremble. 100 kilometers ahead, Yang Kai and the others were safe and sound. He didn't know what the situation of the others was like, but the Saint Qi in his body was transforming into another form at a very fast speed. This kind of power was closely related to his own essence, making him feel more and more comfortable and powerful. However, this transformation speed was still a bit slow. He estimated that at this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. The group of 6 was silent. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked forward, his brow furrowing. Faintly, he felt the aura of a living being in front of him, but due to the special environment here, even with the strength of his divine sense, he couldn't explore too far, so he wasn't sure. After thinking about it, Yang Kai began circulating his Space Force secret technique and adding his Space Force to his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense crossed the void and probed into the distance. Sure enough, there's someone here. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. This was something he had never expected. There was actually someone else in this starlight corridor. Was this a cultivator preparing to enter the star boundary from some other star's territory? Yang Kai could only speculate. At the same time, he quickly sent a divine sense message to everyone to stop. On the other side, Yin Lixing, who was waiting quietly, narrowed his eyes slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Just now, Yang Kai actually felt a strange divine sense float past him, which made him feel a little incredulous because in this starlight corridor, one's divine sense couldn't explore too far. Even Yang Kai himself couldn't see more than a kilometer away, so he had to rely on the bell-like artifact to detect the aura of a living person approaching. Was it an illusion? Yin Lixing muttered to himself before immediately grinning. If it wasn't an illusion, then I must have encountered a master. Interesting. After waiting here for 5 years, Yin Lixing had already transformed his Saint Qi into Source Qi, and although he had not yet broken through to the Tao Source realm, his combat power was no longer comparable to that of an Origin King. No matter who this person was, since they had entered the star boundary from some other star's territory, their cultivation would definitely not exceed the Origin King realm. Yin Lixing didn't put them in his eyes. The bell in his hand stopped ringing for a while, which made Yin Lixing even more certain that he had encountered a cultivator with an extremely strong divine sense. The other party must have discovered the situation here. The truth was just as he thought. After Kai Yang stopped the other 5 people, he told them about the situation over there. There are people here? And 3 of them at that? Qi Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Young boy, are you sure you're not mistaken? AIO also looked suspicious. Since Sect Master Yang said so, he must not be speaking without thinking, Wu Dao frowned. It's just that I don't know what these 3 people want to do, and whether they are hostile. Yes, we are new here, so we should avoid some disturbances. Yang Kai, what's the situation over there? Tell me more about it. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, in my perception, those 3 people have been standing in place, seemingly waiting for something. As for their cultivations, they are naturally third-order Origin Kings, but one of them gives me a very dangerous feeling. If even you feel danger, they must not be simple, AIO frowned. But since they are third-order Origin Kings, they should be cultivators from another star territory. They probably want to enter the star boundary like us. Could it be they got lost here? We'll know once we ask, Guizhu laughed. Guizhu laughed strangely. There are 3 of them and 6 of us, twice their number. Do you think we should be afraid of them? That being said, you should know that after entering this place, there is a huge gap between third-order Origin Kings. Take President AIO for example. I'm afraid none of us is his opponent right now. Yes, that kind of transformed Saint Qi is extremely powerful. But we can't just stand here, can we? All of you are heroes. When did you start to be so overcautious? As soon as this remark came out, everyone could not help being shocked. Only then did they realize that since entering this starlight corridor and feeling the mysteries of this place, while looking forward to entering the star boundary, their mentality had gradually changed. They could no longer be as arrogant and domineering as before. All right, let's be careful and act according to the circumstances. If they are really lost, then it's fine, but if they are hostile, we might as well fight. Yang Kai said lightly. That's how it should be. Wu Dao nodded in agreement. Then Junior will be the vanguard. Yang Kai smiled slightly and volunteered. I'll do it, you scram to the back. Aio snorted and stood at the forefront. As an elder, what was the point of having Yang Kai protect him all the time? Chi Yu also smiled and said, this time, you just need to follow obediently. All right then. Yang Kai did not insist. In any case, it was still unclear whether the other side was friend or foe, so it was meaningless to insist now. Yang Kai wasn't his opponent at all. If they let Yang Kai fight him alone, they were afraid it wouldn't bode well for him, so how could they feel at ease leaving Yang Kai behind? His life was not in danger, but once he was defeated, Lu Yan's consciousness would be erased and he would be poured into Yin Lisheng's artifact to become its artifact spirit. The six of them had traveled together with an infinite yearning for the star boundary, but who could have expected that such a scene would await them? Yang Kai's heart sank. Give up. You and the other person have star source, so this king won't kill you, but as for the others? Yin Lisheng said indifferently. So far in the battle, he had suffered a small loss and was beaten into a sorry state, but there was not the slightest wound on his body. Feng De, leave the one with star source and kill the others. Yin Lisheng suddenly ordered. Feng De grinned fiercely, his already violent attacks suddenly becoming more violent, as if he wanted to vent the humiliation he had suffered at Yin Lisheng's hands and take revenge on Gui Zhu and the others 100-fold. For a time, the situation of Gui Zhu and the others became more and more worrisome. Yang Kai took a deep breath, retracted his gaze, and looked at Yin Lisheng. You want my star source? I can give it to you. Finally giving in? A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of Yin Lisheng's mouth. You'll have to take this move first. Yang Kai's face suddenly became ferocious as he raised his hand and summoned a purple bead into his palm. This bead was about the size of a pigeon's egg and looked extremely beautiful, with tiny arcs of lightning flickering inside it. This is... Yin Lisheng frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding, as if this inconspicuous bead could bring him great danger. Before he could figure out the grade of this bead-like artifact, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from it, one that seemed to exterminate all living things, as if it was the summons of the Grim Reaper. Yin Lisheng's expression finally changed as he exclaimed in horror, You also have a Dao Source grade artifact? He had mistakenly thought that the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a Dao Source grade artifact. Yang Kai grinned, Are you afraid? Yin Lisheng's expression fluctuated before he finally calmed down and shouted, So what if you have a Dao Source grade artifact? You can break this king's defenses first. Saying so, he rushed straight towards Yang Kai. Although he didn't quite believe that the bead in Yang Kai's hand could break the defenses of his Netherworld Dark Territory shield, there was nothing wrong with being careful, so he wasn't prepared to give Yang Kai a chance to use it. Yang Kai stood in place and didn't move, allowing Yin Lisheng to rush towards him as he poured his strength into the Annihilation Thunder bead like a flood. As his strength surged, the arcs of lightning inside the thunder bead seemed to have been given life and began to dance about. Xiao. With a soft sound, a faint purple light suddenly shot out from the Annihilation Thunder bead. This purple lightning arc flashed and disappeared, seemingly without any lethality. However, it was this inconspicuous purple lightning arc that directly penetrated the Netherworld Dark Territory shield around Yin Lisheng's body. No matter how Yang Kai attacked, even taking a small hit from it, the Netherworld Dark Territory shield was as fragile as a bubble in front of this purple lightning arc, unable to withstand a single blow. Yin Lisheng's forward figure suddenly froze, as if he had been struck by a spell, his eyes trembling violently as he looked down in disbelief. The next moment, he discovered a horrifying scene. A small hole had appeared in his Netherworld Dark Territory shield. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of crashing sounds. The Netherworld Dark Territory shield collapsed. This Dao Source grade artifact directly reverted to its original form, its light dim, obviously having lost a great deal of its spirituality. She was also an overlord-level character, so for her to put down her face and explain so much to Yang Kai was because she felt guilty. Yang Kai had some grievances. Naturally, she could understand. Now that Brother Yin is not here, this mistress no longer needs to act according to his wishes, so I think it's best for us to bury the hatchet. Bury the hatchet is fine, but as for the rest, forget it. You can go now, I need to heal my wounds, so I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Yang Kai closed his eyes and said coldly. Lu Xianyun smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to be so unapproachable. What do you want? Lu Xianyun smiled. How about we cooperate? You and I both come from the territory of an inferior star. We are new here and are not familiar with this place, so we should cooperate. What do you think, Brother Yang? Yang Kai did not answer immediately and instead fell into contemplation. Lu Xianyun continued, since you want to cooperate, this mistress might as well be frank. Brother Yang, although you are only a second-order origin king, your performance is far from what a second-order origin king cultivator can show. If your companions were here, this mistress would not be interested in cooperating with them. So, it's my honor? Yang Kai's mouth curled into a smile. You can't say that. This mistress just doesn't want to wander the star boundary alone. The star boundary is much more dangerous than the territory of a superior star. Hearing what she said, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. You seem to have some understanding of the star boundary? I don't know much, but I believe I know more than you do. Lu Xianyun smiled slyly. Yang Kai snorted. You also know that our superior star territory has been closed for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, information is blocked. Saying so, he simply sat down cross-legged. Since he was sure that Lu Xianyun was not hostile to him, Yang Kai did not bother to be on guard against her. It was better to take some time to restore his strength. Brother Yang, what does this mistress want to know? This mistress can tell you everything she knows. It can be considered a show of sincerity in cooperating with you. Seeing Yang Kai relax, Lu Xianyun immediately understood the change in his heart and could not help smiling. There are many things I don't understand, Yang Kai said lightly. How did you find this place? I came out of the void crack. I was nearby when I saw starlight fall and thought some kind of treasure had appeared, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that it would be Brother Yang recovering here, Lu Xianyun smiled. Yang Kai wore a depressed expression, knowing that his actions just now were truly reckless. Fortunately, it was only Lu Xianyun who had been attracted here. If it had been a powerful enemy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then let's talk somewhere else. Yang Kai thought to himself and did not dare to stay any longer. Lu Xianyun nodded, sure. Saying so, the two of them flew into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from their previous location, inside a cave, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sat cross-legged a few meters apart. Yang Kai went straight to the point. I have a question that I need to ask. Brother Yang, please speak. Lu Xianyun reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear, her figure radiating charm. Why did you think of cooperating with me? Weren't we enemies before? Yang Kai stared straight into her eyes, as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Lu Xianyun smiled lightly, because I don't think Brother Yang is an evil person, but rather a trustworthy person. Yang Kai smiled sarcastically. Lu Xianyun said seriously, I'm not a little girl anymore. I've lived for so many years, and I have a good eye for people. I don't dare to say that I'm 100% correct, but I have my own scale in my heart. Brother Yang's previous actions in the Starlight Corridor were all witnessed by this mistress, so I feel that you should be a person who values friendship and righteousness, and also have considerable strength. The latter is the main point. Yang Kai curled his lips. Lu Xianyun nodded, I don't deny this, but if you were not the right person, I would not have taken the initiative to cooperate with you. Good, since a woman like you is so open and honest, if I say anything else, it would seem too pretentious. Yang Kai nodded, you and I can cooperate. I also want to know more about the star boundary, but remember, if one day you dare to stab me in the back, hahaha. Yang Kai grinned strangely, causing Lu Xianyun's tender body to inexplicably shiver as she nodded seriously, rest assured, this mistress is not a treacherous person. That would be for the best. Then it's settled. Lu Xianyun looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. The starlight in the Starlight Corridor can accelerate the transformation of Saint Qi into Source Qi in our bodies, so naturally, the more we absorb, the better. This is especially true for Star Master level cultivators. Because they possess Star's source, they have an extremely high affinity with starlight. The absorption rate is much faster than ordinary cultivators, Lu Xianyun explained. Suddenly, she paused, her pair of beautiful eyes widening as she looked Yang Kai up and down with a stunned expression. What's wrong? Yang Kai frowned. Strange. Lu Xianyun frowned. She asked in surprise, Brother Yang, aren't you a Star Master? Before, in the Starlight Corridor, she had clearly seen it. The surrounding starlight was like a whale sucking water into Yang Kai's body. That was definitely the most obvious sign of being a Star Master. Even Yin Lisheng couldn't match such a speed. The other Star Master accompanying Yang Kai wasn't even 1/10 as fast as he was. I am a Star Master. Yang Kai didn't conceal this. After all, he had been exposed in the Starlight Corridor before. But why don't you have the light of stars on you? Lu Xianyun's expression became even more strange. What do you mean? Yang Kai looked at her with a puzzled look. Lu Xianyun explained, let's put it this way, when a Star Master level cultivator first enters the star boundary, because they absorb too much starlight in the Starlight Corridor and are unable to refine it for a while, a layer of light from stars will appear on their body. This layer of light from stars is extremely obvious, and only when a Star Master finishes absorbing all the stars will this layer of light disappear, but Yang Kai looked down at himself and didn't find any trace of the light from stars. However, with a thought, he checked his knowledge sea and found that it was full of starlight, especially in the area where the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus was located, where the starlight was unimaginably rich. He suddenly felt relieved, knowing that the starlight he hadn't absorbed for a while had gathered in his knowledge sea. Lu Xianyun wasn't wrong, It was just that his situation was a bit special. This matter was related to the Rainbow Soul Warming Lotus, so Yang Kai didn't explain. Is it related to the Starlight Corridor's final collapse? Lu Xianyun frowned and thought of a possible explanation. Perhaps. Yang Kai immediately seized the opportunity. Lu Xianyun glanced at him and didn't pursue this issue any further, smiling slightly and saying, "But this is also good. Without the light of stars, Brother Yang will be much safer." "Why is that?" Yang Kai asked. "It's because of the star's source," Lu Xianyun explained. "Why would Brother Yin target you? It's because he wants to deprive you of the star's source. In the star boundary, the source of stars is a good thing. A cultivator with the source of stars can more easily comprehend the world principles and break through to the Tao source realm and become an Emperor realm master. So, everyone covets the source of stars. If you have the light of stars outside your body, wouldn't it be telling others that you are a star master who just came out of the starlight corridor? Wouldn't others have ideas about you? You should know that in the star boundary, there is more than one secret technique to deprive others of their star's source. This mistress would like to advise you not to let others know that you are a star master in the future, otherwise, it is very likely to lead to a fatal disaster." "Damn it!" Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Lu Xianyun was startled and asked in amazement, "What's wrong?" "My companion." Yang Kai thought of Aio, who was also a star master, and his face sank. Aio knew nothing about the star boundary, and he had absorbed a lot of starlight in the starlight corridor. If he came to the star boundary at this moment, he would definitely see the light of stars. If what Lu Xianyun said was true, then Aio's situation was probably not good at the moment. Lu Xianyun also reacted and thought for a while before saying, "The starlight corridor collapsed and everyone was swallowed by the void cracks. You can't do anything about it. You can only pray that the heavens help him. Also, there are two sides to everything. Although a star master cultivator is easy to be targeted, if he meets a noble master, he may be valued." Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, Lu Xianyun took the initiative to explain, "Maybe your friend will meet a master who will accept him as a disciple. Star masters who come from the territory of a low-level star are very popular in the star boundary. All star masters have great potential for development. Some great sects even like to recruit people like you and your companion as disciples and focus on nurturing them." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Of course." Lu Xianyun nodded seriously. "There are 10 peak emperors in the star boundary, and rumor has it that 6 of them came from the territory of a low-level star and were all star masters before." 10 peak emperors? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Who are they? He suddenly thought of Yang Inflammation and wondered if Yang Inflammation was qualified to be among the 10. Lu Xianyun smiled embarrassedly. "I'm not sure. Everything I know is from Brother Yin. His Netherworld sect has an inheritance in the star boundary, so he knows more than we do. However, the 10 peak emperors are all world-shaking figures that are beyond our reach. And, Brother Yang, you can count on it. As for this mistress, I'll be satisfied if I can cultivate to the level of an ordinary emperor in the emperor realm." Speaking of this, Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. Yang Kai said, "Don't be too modest. Who can say for sure when it comes to cultivation? Maybe one day you'll soar to the sky." Lu Xianyun smiled, "Then I'll take advantage of Brother Yang's auspicious words." Yang Kai nodded. Although he was anxious for Aio in his heart, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that Aio would discover something was wrong and hide for a while until he finished absorbing and fusing with the starlight. He believed that Aio would not act rashly. After all, he was a veteran. After chatting for a while, the two of them felt a lot more cordial, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as when they first met. Yang Kai also had a certain understanding of Lu Xianyun's character. He knew that a person like her would not attack them unless she was forced into a corner. Previously, in the Starlight Corridor, she was helpless, so it was not her fault. Yang Kai was not in a hurry to enter secluded retreat to heal his injuries, so he slowly recovered his strength while continuing to chat with Lu Xianyun. Unfortunately, Lu Xianyun herself didn't know much about the matters of the star boundary, so she only spoke for half a day before she told him everything she knew. Afterward, the two of them talked about the situation of their respective star territory. In any case, she was an overlord of the Grand Desolation star field. She had not even had the time to appreciate the splendor of the star boundary when she was captured and imprisoned. She had never encountered such a thing in her life and was simply unable to accept it. And listening to the conversation of these three, it seemed that she would have to endure some kind of torture after arriving at Blue Feather Sect. Lu Xianyun couldn't help but pale at the thought of the treatment she might receive. She looked at Yang Kai for help. "Friends, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. Can you listen to my explanation?" Yang Kai made a final attempt with a sullen face. "Explanation? Wait until we arrive at the sect. It won't be too late for you to explain later." The cultivator surnamed Ko snorted coldly. "Yes, hand over your space rings first if you don't want to suffer more." Yang Kai glanced at Lu Xianyun and slowly shook his head, taking off his space ring and throwing it to the nearest person. In fact, there weren't many valuable things in his space ring, only some items that he would use on a daily basis, the truly precious treasures. They were all stored in the Demon Mystic Tome. So, handing over his space ring didn't have any psychological burden for him. On the other hand, Lu Xianyun's expression was one of struggle and unwillingness. If it weren't for the fact that her strength was sealed, she would have fought. Everything she had was stored in her space ring, so how could she be willing to hand it over? But now that she was under the eaves, she had to bow her head. Like Yang Kai, she could only take off her space ring and throw it at one of the cultivators. After taking the two space rings, the cultivator didn't check them for himself and instead offered them to the leader, Brother Ko. Brother Ko was very satisfied and put away the space ring. A moment later, the group exited the cave. Brother Ko casually pulled out an object and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dragon and phoenix engraved ship. It was an extraordinary ship. The ship wasn't big. It was only divided into 2 decks, but it was more than enough to accommodate the group. Brother Ko casually waved his hand and wrapped Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun with his own strength before lightly landing on the deck. The others also flickered and landed on the ship. Soon after, Brother Ko urged his strength and activated the ship's spirit array. In the next moment, outside the ship, a thin layer of energy flashed and wrapped around the entire ship, allowing it to fly forward at an extremely fast speed. Both Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun looked at all this in amazement, their eyes filled with amazement. In their respective star territory, neither of them had ever seen this type of flying artifact. The most they had seen were star shuttles and starships. Although this ship didn't look as large and magnificent as a starship, in terms of refinement, it was by no means comparable to a starship, and in terms of practicality, it was far superior to a star shuttle. This kind of existence was a cross between a star shuttle and a starship and was very suitable for traveling. Brother Ko and the others didn't pay attention to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. After all, the two of them had their strength sealed and couldn't play any tricks. However, after seeing the expressions of the two, the disciples of Blue Feather Sect couldn't help laughing and whispering to each other while pointing at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, seemingly mocking them. The two of them noticed this and couldn't help feeling embarrassed. The original overlords of Star Territory acting like country bumpkins after arriving in the star boundary was indeed a bit inappropriate. Brother Ko saw the reactions of the two and frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything and simply focused on controlling the speed and direction of the ship. Send them to the bone prison? The cultivator named Chui Jing was a little stunned when he heard this. It seemed that Brother Ko's treatment of Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun was a little unexpected. However, he didn't ask any questions and simply nodded, yes. Saying so, he beckoned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said coldly, "Come down, how long do you want to stay on this ship?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun sighed helplessly and could only jump off the ship. "Follow me," Cui Jing said and led the way. Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun followed silently. Both of them knew that it was useless to explain anything now. Since Brother Ko didn't trust them from the beginning, he definitely wouldn't trust them now, so they could only take things as they came. Fortunately, although the two of them had their strength sealed, they didn't suffer any injuries. Along the way, they seemed to be heading towards a mountain peak. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked tentatively, "Dare I ask this friend, where is the bone prison?" Cui Jing turned around and glanced at Yang Kai with a sneer, snorting, "Who's your friend?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he cupped his fists and said, "This one has offended you. May I ask if this senior brother can explain to the two of us what this bone prison is?" Yang Kai's attitude made Cui Jing very satisfied, so he put on a kind face and said lightly, "You know from the name, it's naturally a place where people are imprisoned. Over there, yeah, you'll know when you get there." A series of low chuckles caused Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's expressions to change slightly, subconsciously feeling that this bone prison was definitely not a good place to go. The bone prison was indeed located at the foot of a mountain peak, and there were Blue Feather Sect disciples guarding it. After Cui Jing handed over Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun to the disciples here, he left directly, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun. This disciple was also a third-order origin king cultivator, and his aura was extremely vigorous and deep, making him look extremely difficult to deal with. After Cui Jing left, this disciple squinted his eyes and looked Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun up and down, curling his lips as he muttered, "Damn, that Cui Jing bastard, every time he captures someone he takes away their space rings, causing Father here to have nothing to drink." After muttering to himself for a while, this disciple turned to Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun and said, "Stop pretending, hand over the rest of your things." "What things?" Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun were stunned. "The artifacts you refined in your body. Don't tell me even those things were taken away by Cui Jing," the Blue Feather Sect disciple sneered. As soon as this statement came out, not only did Lu Xianyun's pretty face change slightly, but Yang Kai's face also became ugly. It was common knowledge that a cultivator could refine artifacts in their body and summon them whenever they needed to. Yang Kai let out a low roar from his throat, like a wounded beast, his scarlet eyes staring straight at Yan Xiuran in front of him. Yan Xiuran didn't show any fear and simply laughed. "Don't worry, you won't die. This treasure-seizing snake of mine doesn't have any other skills, it only knows how to snatch the artifacts refined by others. After it takes away the artifacts, you will naturally recover." Sure enough, Yang Kai felt a bad premonition. The purpose of this spirit snake was exactly as he had guessed before, a strange existence that could wantonly snatch artifacts from others. For a time, his heart sank to the bottom. It was not that the Dragon Bone Sword's grade was too high, but the Dragon Bone Sword's dragon aura and the remnant dragon soul had a natural restraining and deterring ability for the treasure-seizing snake. It was not surprising. True dragons were ancient divine spirits. It was rumored that flood dragons, pythons, and snakes were all transformed from true dragons after countless generations of dilution. Naturally, they had a natural restraining power against these three creatures. The treasure-seizing snake was also a kind of snake. How could it dare to be presumptuous in front of the old ancestor's aura? So it immediately retreated far away. Yan Xiuran, who had been observing, could not help but frown. He did not know what had happened to his treasure-seizing snake. The treasure-seizing snake had failed to immediately seize the other party's artifact. In the past, as long as his treasure-seizing snake moved, it would not take more than 10 breaths. It would be able to snatch the artifacts of others easily, but today, something seemed to have happened. Yan Xiuran could not help glancing at Yang Kai meaningfully, but he did not care too much and continued to wait. The treasure-seizing snake did not dare to swallow the dragon bone sword and could only look for other artifacts. Its next target was the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead naturally didn't have the dragon's might to deter it, but the Annihilation Divine Lightning within it wasn't something that the treasure-seizing snake dared to provoke. Thus, it merely circled around the Annihilation Thunder Bead before leaving dejectedly. With the treasure-seizing snake's ability, it did not dare to touch an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The only result of forcibly snatching it was being turned to ashes by the Annihilation Divine Thunder. The treasure-seizing snake was also somewhat intelligent and knew how to seek benefits and avoid disaster. Soon, it arrived in front of the Sealed World Bead. Seemingly because of the experience it had gained from the Dragon Bone Sword and the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the treasure-seizing snake did not rush to swallow the Sealed World Bead this time and instead wandered nearby, carefully observing. After determining that the Sealed World Bead did not sense any danger, the treasure-seizing snake opened its mouth and swallowed the Sealed World Bead before attempting to withdraw from Yang Kai's body. But it was already too late. The moment the Sealed World Bead entered its stomach, a surge of world force erupted in its abdomen. In an instant, a large hole appeared in the treasure-seizing snake's abdomen and it hissed as it fled in panic. The Sealed World Bead was a world of its own, and Yang Kai had only been able to absorb it into his body because he had refined it before. Swallowing the treasure-seizing snake was equivalent to swallowing an entire world. With its ability, how could it possibly bear such a thing? It was already lucky that it did not explode on the spot. The treasure-seizing snake finally discovered that everything in Yang Kai's body was not so easy to plunder. It still possessed a bit of intelligence, so after suffering such a heavy blow, how could it dare to stay? At the same time, Yanxiu Ran's expression changed as he shouted, "What's going on?" He had some connection with the treasure-seizing snake, so the moment the treasure-seizing snake was injured, he was aware of it. In a panic, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, trying to urge the treasure-seizing snake to come out. Yang Kai endured the unbearable pain and suddenly took a few steps back. Xiu. From somewhere in his chest, a small blood-stained snake shot out, its forked tongue darting out, as if it had been wronged, and shot towards Yanxiu Ran. On the abdomen of the little snake, there was a bloody hole, its internal organs exposed to the air, causing Yanxiu Ran's heart to ache. But at this moment, Yang Kai did something that both Yanxiu Ran and Lu Xianyun could not believe. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the treasure-seizing snake in the palm of his hand. Pinching the snake's head, Yang Kai exerted a little force with his thumb and index finger and crushed the little snake's neck bone. Yang Kai's strength was indeed sealed, but his physical strength could not be sealed at all, so his actions were as quick as lightning. By the time Yanxiu Ran reacted, the treasure-seizing snake had already died. Yang Kai grinned at him and then stuffed the little snake into his mouth and began to chew on it. Yang Kai's mouth was full of blood, making him look like a bloodthirsty beast, his scarlet eyes flashing with a terrifying light. Yanxiu Ran was stunned. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Because Yang Kai's strength was sealed, Yanxiu Ran did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. By the time he wanted to rescue him, it was already too late. The treasure-seizing snake had already become Yang Kai's food. Lu Xianyun's tender body could not help trembling. She and Yang Kai were now grasshoppers on the same rope, and in her opinion, Yang Kai's actions were simply pushing them into a fiery pit. Did he not know that people under the eaves had no choice but to bow their heads? This is bad, this is bad. I really shouldn't have cooperated with this person. He looked quite steady before, so how could he make such a crazy move? Lu Xianyun's intestines turned green with regret as her face became extremely ugly. You court death. Yanxiu Ran was furious as he took a step forward, his eyes turning red as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent out a fierce palm strike. Kong. How could Yang Kai block the violent blow of a third-order origin king in his current state? Thus, he was immediately sent flying like a ragged sack, crashing into the mountain wall several hundred feet behind him, creating a huge human-shaped crater on the mountain wall. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Yang Kai slid down the mountain wall. "Brother Yang!" Lu Xianyun exclaimed in horror. Although she did not understand why Yang Kai suddenly acted so crazily, seeing him being hit by a palm strike, she could not help calling out nervously. After all, she and Yang Kai both came from the territory of a low-level star and had some common interests. On the other hand, none of the Blue Feather Sect disciples were good people, so if Yang Kai died like this and she was the only one left, her fate would be miserable. She subconsciously did not want Yang Kai to die like this. However, she also knew that Yang Kai's chances of survival were not high. Just now, Yan Xiuran had not shown any mercy in his furious attack. Even if she had taken that blow, she would have died, let alone Yang Kai, a mere second-order origin king. Only then did Zhong Qi let out a cold laugh. "You're very interesting, but angering me won't do you any good. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel in front of me and lick my shoes clean and I'll spare you, otherwise, next year today will be the anniversary of your death." Instead, they stood in place and watched for a while before leaving. Zhong Qi was right. In this Blue Feather Sect's bone prison, what did it matter if a few people died? As such, the Blue Feather Sect guards did not try to stop him at all. As time passed, Zhong Qi, who had been pinned to the ground by Yang Kai, began to howl miserably as he cursed out loud, but soon he no longer had the strength to do so, only moaning and begging for mercy remained. Yang Kai was like a mad beast, ignoring him completely. In the end, Zhong Qi didn't even groan. By the time Yang Kai stopped and stood up, Zhong Qi's whole body was lying there like a puddle of mud, covered in blood and broken bones, clearly dead. Shaking off the blood on his hands, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately, he felt refreshed, and the depression he had been suppressing in his heart had disappeared in a flash. Seeing Yang Kai stand up, the other three people in the cell all retreated to the corner in horror, staring at him with trembling eyes, fearing that Yang Kai would kill them all. They knew Zhong Qi's ability very well. Under the premise that everyone's strength was sealed, in this bone prison, whoever had the strongest physique would have the advantage. All three of them had suffered at Zhong Qi's hands before, so even if they joined forces, they were definitely not his opponent. However, this newcomer had actually beaten Zhong Qi to the point where he couldn't even fight back. It was easy to imagine how strong his physique was. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, Kai Yang didn't have any intention of attacking again. Instead, he walked straight to the corner of the room and sat down cross-legged. This made the three of them sigh in relief. They felt as if they had just escaped from death's door. Lu Xianyun also didn't disturb Yang Kai, knowing that his mood was unstable at the moment, so she simply sat down cross-legged near Yang Kai to restore her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the cell suddenly opened. The two Blue Feather Sect guards who had been here before stood at the door with cold faces and beckoned to Yang Kai. "Little brat, get out here." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at them before standing up slowly. Lu Xianyun tugged at his clothes from behind with a worried look on her face. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. They won't dare to kill me." As long as Protector Bien, who he had never met, didn't say how to deal with him, these Blue Feather Sect people wouldn't dare act recklessly. For this alone, Yang Kai felt that he should thank Protector Bien. After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head to look at the other three men in the cell and sneered, "If you don't want to die, don't move. If I come back and find that my companion has suffered any harm, you know what the consequences will be." The three men had long been deterred by Yang Kai's ferocity. Zhong Qi's body was still lying in place, untouched, so how could they dare to say anything? Chapter 1943. Time flew by and soon, 10 days had passed. Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and silently sensed his physical condition before shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Too slow, the rate at which the Saint Qi in his body was transforming made him somewhat dissatisfied. As an Origin King Realm cultivator, the purer the source Qi in one's body, the more power one could display. At this moment, only a little more than 1/5 of the Saint Qi in Yang Kai's body had been transformed into source Qi. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours to completely transform the Saint Qi in his body. Seeing him open his eyes, the 3 prisoners in the cell all showed flattering smiles, but no one dared to speak. Yang Kai's ferocious and valiant image had been deeply ingrained in their bones. In this place, it would be easy for Yang Kai to take their lives. Life and death were not in their control, so how could they not flatter Yang Kai? Even Lu Xianyun had been flattered by these 3 over the past few days. Although Yang Kai looked down on these 3 fellows who bullied the weak and feared the strong, he still inquired about some information from them during their usual chats. There was all kinds of information about Blue Feather Sect and the Star Boundary. As Yang Kai expected, Blue Feather Sect was not a good sect, but it was not an evil sect either. It was just that the disciples of the sect were somewhat unscrupulous. There was also Daybreak Pavilion nearby, which often had friction with Blue Feather Sect, but the strength of the 2 could be said to be on par. Not to mention Blue Feather Sect, the entire Star Boundary was divided into 4 territories: north, south, east, and west. Each territory occupied an endless amount of land, and even a Dao Source Realm Master would not be able to cross it in their lifetime. It was possible that even a Dao Source Realm Master might not be able to cross a large territory, which showed just how vast the Star Boundary was. Under each domain, there were countless provinces. As for Blue Feather Sect, it was a sect located in the southern territory of the Star Boundary, Qi Province. Qi Province covered an area of 80 million kilometers and was basically unranked in the entire southern territory, whether it was in terms of the number of masters, comprehensive strength, or area. This was the case. And in a place like Qi Province, there were countless existences like Blue Feather Sect. This information made Yang Kai feel the grandeur of the Star Boundary. This was definitely a world much vaster than the territory of the Star Boundary. The few words revealed by the 3 of them were like an epic painting slowly unfolding in front of Yang Kai, filling him with longing for the vaster sky. However, these 3 were not Master Realm Masters, just First Order Origin King Cultivator. They hadn't even left Qi Province, so they weren't clear about the situation in the outside world. However, this information was enough for Yang Kai to digest for a long time. At this moment, he was frowning as he inspected the changes in the energy in his body. Suddenly, Kai Yang raised his head and furrowed his brow. Brat, you're indeed a little unusual. You can actually detect this old man's divine sense." A voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. It was indiscernible and traceless, making one unable to grasp it. Yang Kai remained calm and collected as he looked around, but didn't see any flaws in the people being held in the nearby cells. "Don't bother looking, this old man is locked in the innermost layer, you can't see him," the voice sounded again. After being locked up here for more than 10 days, Yang Kai also knew that the more powerful a cultivator was, the deeper they would be locked up. The owner of this voice who suddenly spoke said he was locked in the innermost layer, so his strength was definitely not low. He was likely a Dao Source Realm Master. "Then do you know why this queen wants to see you?" Yang Kai frowned and quickly said, "Please enlighten me, master." The beautiful woman nodded and reached out to pick up 2 space rings from the table next to her, tossing them out casually, causing them to turn into 2 streams of light that shot towards Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun respectively. The two of them caught the space rings and swept them with their divine senses, suddenly showing strange expressions. Because they discovered that these were the space rings that belonged to the two of them that Ko Wu had taken away before, and none of their things were missing. "Master, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai frowned. "If this queen is not mistaken, you came from a certain star territory down below, yes?" The beautiful woman looked at the two of them and asked with a smile. Lu Xianyun was startled and glanced at Yang Kai subconsciously, thinking that his identity as a star master had been exposed and couldn't help worrying. Ko Wu smiled when he heard this. "For the time being, you don't need to do anything. All you need to do is cultivate diligently. If there is a task for you, I will call you. In addition, we are all under the jurisdiction of Protector Bien. The other peaks have nothing to do with us, we only need to listen to Protector Bien's orders." "Good, that's all for today, we'll talk about it another day." Saying so, Ko Wu turned to leave. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and hurriedly called out, "Big brother Ko." "What's the matter?" Ko Wu frowned, seemingly a little impatient. Yang Kai leaned over and whispered, "Big brother Ko, Protector Master, her cultivation." Ko Wu chuckled lightly. "The third order Dao Source realm is not something you can dream of right now. Cultivate step by step." "Big brother is right." Yang Kai nodded. After Ko Wu left, leaving only Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became indifferent as he winked at Lu Xianyun and walked into one of the wooden houses. Lu Xianyun followed closely behind. The layout of the house was very simple, just a bed, a futon, a table, and a chair. Although it seemed that no one had lived here for a long time, it was still spotless, obviously due to some kind of barrier. After Yang Kai took a seat, he released his divine sense to check the surroundings. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he asked, "You want to ask me why I joined Blue Feather Sect, right?" Lu Xianyun thought for a moment before replying, "I did have this question, but after thinking about it carefully, I'm afraid this is our only way out. And although Protector Bien gave us two choices, who knows what the consequences of choosing the other path will be. You've seen the way Blue Feather Sect acts, none of them are kind people," Yang Kai sighed. Lu Xianyun also smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this as soon as we entered the star boundary. If I had known earlier, it's useless to regret it now. Let's take one step at a time. As long as we are strong enough, do you think we can't get out of here?" Yang Kai sneered. "That's true." Lu Xianyun smiled bitterly. "In that case, I'll go rest first." The next few days passed peacefully. Because his identity tokens had not been distributed yet, Yang Kai did not dare to move around at will and simply stayed in retreat to cultivate. Without the barrier in his body, the speed at which his Saint Qi was transformed into Source Qi greatly increased. Yang Kai vaguely felt that he was about to touch the threshold of the Third Order Origin King realm. Before entering the Star Territory, Yang Kai had spent several years in the Dead Territory outside Shadowed Star, comprehending the infinite emperor pressure that flowed there, benefiting him greatly. After that, he had accumulated a lot of experience in the Starlight Corridor, so he was confident he could break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, he had just joined Blue Feather Sect, so if his performance was too eye-catching, it was very likely to attract unnecessary trouble. As such, after accumulating enough Saint Qi, Yang Kai put down his cultivation progress and simply let his body absorb the starlight and transform his Saint Qi into Source Qi, trying to make the next breakthrough easier. A few days later, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun's identity tokens were brought over by Ko Wu. With these identity tokens, it meant that the two of them had truly become disciples of Blue Feather Sect and could move about freely except for some restricted areas. Yang Kai took this opportunity to walk around and meet many disciples of Blue Feather Sect. Regardless of the temperament of these people, the ones Yang Kai met were all origin kings who were cultivators of the star boundary, so they naturally knew a lot about it. After some inquiries, Yang Kai learned some good information. That was, the Emperor realm did not exist in Blue Feather sect. There were only 5 masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm, and Bian Yuqing was one of them. This was not much different from his original estimate. After learning that Bian Yuqing was a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, Yang Kai guessed that even if there were the Emperor realm masters in Blue Feather sect, there would not be many, and their realm would not be high. This was because the cultivation of a protector could directly reflect the highest level of combat power in a sect. In addition to Bian Yuqing, there were 4 other masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm. One was the sect master, while the other 3 were also protectors in charge of the other 3 peaks. The 4 protectors each had their own duties and were not related to each other. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.